Thank you for coming to order. The meeting is called to order. We're here for the March 22nd, 2025 Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting. I'll ask, please, that we have confirmation from the town clerk that the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes.
All right, we have confirmation from the town clerk that the meeting's been properly warned. I'm David Gardenstein, your moderator. I would like to remind the members of town meeting to check in with attendance. Only authorized persons can sit within the roped area. Members should have name tags with lanyards. Please make sure to check back in at the check-in table after lunch, and please return your badges to the check-in table after the meeting adjourns. I'd ask, please, for a report from the checklist attendance of how many members are currently in attendance. All right, I'm informed by the town clerk that there are over 130 members currently present. That constitutes a quorum for our business to be conducted today. Exits are in the back, on the side, and in the front. Restrooms are out the double doors on the left-hand side of everybody but the people in front. I recognize Representative Dowd to make opening remarks for the meeting. Representative Dowd, please. Thank you. Thank you. I would think that that would be appropriate for these remarks, sure. Thank you.
Good morning. I have a short little thing to say, please, and I'm just so pleased to be here, and I'm so pleased to see everyone. So here's what I would like to say. With the recent races for select board candidates and the town meeting representatives, I found myself thinking about the reason I chose to become a town meeting member. It is a great honor to be elected and to serve. I value the trust my district voters have placed in me, and I take my responsibility seriously, as I know everyone here does. Looking back, I attended my first town meeting as a select board member in March of 1983. After 5 years on the select board, I ran for the town meeting member so I could continue to be active in the decision-making of town government. If you do the math, this is my 42nd annual town meeting. That doesn't count informational meetings or special meetings, and I have been so pleased to be part of all this. At my first town meeting, I was newly married, self-employed, and a renter. Over the years, I became a homeowner, a mother of 2 wonderful daughters, a full-time state employee, a community volunteer, a caregiver, and now a grandmother of 2 vivacious granddaughters. All of these life chapters and lived experiences have informed the way I think and make decisions. We are all here because we care deeply about our town and the people who live here. We understand that our town budget is the financial blueprint for the upcoming year and beyond. I have learned to have confidence in this gathering of distinct individuals with their unique viewpoints and life experiences, their broad range of knowledge and collective wisdom. I appreciate the respect and courtesy we show each other. We ask questions, we listen, exchange viewpoints. There are lively discussions, and we make decisions. I know we will keep the welfare of our citizens ever present as we strive to find and agree on a way to balance the services we need and want, the cost to deliver those services, with the desire to preserve the quality of life we hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dowd. If the body would rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The town clerk will now read the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning, everyone. The legal voters qualified to vote in representative town meeting are hereby notified and warned to meet in the gymnasium of the Brattleboro Union High School on Saturday, March 22nd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. to act on the articles listed below. Articles that have not been acted upon by 5 p.m. will be moved to March 23rd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. unless the body votes to continue past 5 p.m. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 28th day of January 2025, Brattleboro Select Board, Daniel Quip, Chair, Elizabeth McLaughlin, Vice Chair, Richard Davis, Clerk, Franz Reichsman, and Peter Case. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Clerk. I'm now going to briefly address the procedures that will govern today's meeting. I know, I'm sorry. Okay, before addressing the procedures, I skipped over the item in the agenda relating to a moment of silence. So I'm going to identify the names of people who served as town meeting members who have passed away over the course of this last year, and then ask for a moment of silence to respect their memories. Mary Casey, Thomas Durkin, Elizabeth Elwell, Arden Fagelson, Robert Fagelson, Edna Fletcher, Juanita Lane, Donald May, Gordon Pine, Deborah Silver, Jacqueline Stromberg, Kenneth Toney. Thank you. I will now address the meeting procedures by way of overview that will govern at today's meeting. The procedures that are going to be applied at the meeting are set by Robert's Rule of Order. Those seek to make sure that all topics that are on for decision are addressed in an orderly and comprehensive manner with full and fair opportunity for discussion before voting on any article. To be recognized, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the moderator. When you're recognized, please rise and use one of the 2 microphones so that other members and viewers at home can hear your questions and your comments. We will turn this microphone back around. If a non-elected person seeks to speak, please approach the microphone, raise your hand, and wait to be recognized. Always please state your name and district for speaking. If you have questions, please direct them to the moderator, who will then direct them over to the appropriate person. Comments are limited to 2 minutes at a time, with exceptions to be determined in the moderator's discretion or vote of the assembly. Comments have to be germane to the motion on the floor. Members will not be recognized to speak for a second time on an article until everybody else who's seeking to speak on that same article has already been recognized and has spoken. The moderator's role here is to make sure that all voices are heard and the meeting runs effectively without unnecessary delay. The moderator strongly prefers not to limit member comments, but will be actively monitoring the discussion in an effort to keep the meeting on track. I used to use the timer on my phone, but I couldn't figure out how, so I bought a manual stopwatch that won't be beeping. If another member has already made the point you plan to articulate when seeking to be recognized, please consider not repeating the same point again. One of my roles as moderator is to ensure discussion is conducted respectfully. Members likely have strongly held positions and feelings on issues to be decided, but applauding and cheering are the flip side of the coin from booing and jeering. Please use your comments to express your views rather than cheering or clapping. Personal and disrespectful comments are out of order, and members who speak in that manner may be called to order. I will note that over the course of Thursday and Friday, there's been a significant string of correspondence that's been directed to the moderator seeking to raise gender identification issues relating to how people are recognized at the meeting. The comments and requests have varied in very substantial degree. They've raised a series of different concerns that people have and have sought a range of different remedies. The moderator's role at this meeting is to make sure that the core town business that's duly noticed for decision today is decided on at this meeting. Our goal is to make sure that that happens in a respectful manner, without debating the merits of the requests that have been directed towards the moderator. The moderator will be recognizing people at the meeting today as either representative, member, or voter. The requests that have been made don't comprehensively address the way in which people will be referred to, given their different roles at the meeting, and we'll do our very best to refer to people without the label of Mr. and Ms. at the request of that group of people who've directed those emails to the moderator. Robert's rules called for amendments and motions to be in writing, provided to the moderator, which will facilitate accurate record keeping. If you have an amendment, please put it in writing to the extent that it is more than just a couple of words. If you disagree with a ruling by the moderator, there is a mechanism for appeal, and you would appeal that ruling, and then we'll speak to the process that unfolds. There are also some specific procedures that may apply to specific articles as they're put on the floor, and we'll speak to those as they arise. Please don't move your chairs. We've got as many chairs as are needed for the elected representatives. They're set up so that we can have social distancing and to allow appropriate counting if there's a need for a division. So please try not to move those chairs. Today's refreshments and lunches are provided by members of the BUHS QSA Queer Straight Alliance Group, and they will be here until after the lunch break. Lunch order forms were in your packets. QSA is the largest student group at BUHS, mixes peer support, school-wide education, works to improve conditions for all students, especially those who identify as LGBTQIA+. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded by BCTV. It can be viewed in real time on Comcast Channel 1079. Their website is brattleboro.tv, or their YouTube page, Brattleboro Community TV. After the meeting, an archive of the live stream will be available on their website, and the final version will air in the weeks following the meeting as well. We want to thank the interpreters for the deaf and hard of hearing, Elizabeth Fox, Janet Dickinson, Crystal Haynes, and Virginia Clark, who will be working all day interpreting the meeting for the deaf and hard of hearing. All right. I recognize Select Board Chair Quip for preliminary motion 1, although he wasn't on notice.
Thanks, David. I move that the following persons be authorized to remain in the meeting with the Select Board and Town Meeting members: Town Manager John Potter, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, and Assistant Town Manager Patrick Morland.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Carville. It's been moved and seconded that the following persons be authorized to remain in the meeting with the Select Board and Town Meeting members: Town Manager John Potter, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Assistant Town Manager Patrick Morland. Is there any discussion? I apologize, I called him Mr. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed, please rise. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted preliminary motion 1. On preliminary motion 2, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member McLaughlin.
I move that the electronic media and the ASL interpreters be permitted to remain in the meeting.
Is there a second? Representative Turnus seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the electronic media and ASL interpreters be permitted to remain in the meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye, I guess. You can be seated. Anybody, all those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted preliminary motion number 2. On Article 1, moderator recognizes Select Board Member Quip.
Thank you. I move that the appointment of Hilary Francis as Town Clerk be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of 1 year until the 2025 Representative Town Meeting.
Is there a second? Representative Gossage, second. It's been moved and seconded that the town clerk ratify, it's been moved and seconded that the town ratify, approve, and confirm Select Board's appointment of town clerk for a term of 1 year and ratify the appointment of Hilary Francis for that term until, It's been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hilary Francis as town clerk be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. Aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 1. Article 2, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member McLaughlin.
I move that the appointment of Leslie Smith as interim town treasurer be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of up to 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting.
Is there a second? Representative Cook seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the appointment of Leslie Smith as interim town treasurer be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of up to 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting. Is there any discussion on that article? Hearing none. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have adopted Article 2. For Article 3, moderator recognizes Select Board Member Davis.
I move that the appointment of the firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Offices, PC, as town attorney to be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting.
Is there a second? It's seconded by Representative Levenbach. It's been moved and seconded that the appointment of the firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Offices, PC, as town attorney be ratified, approved, and confirmed for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 3. On Article 4, moderator recognizes Select Board Member Case.
We have a microphone
Oh,
malfunction.
no, we got it.
No, we don't.
There I am. I move that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town's website.
Is there a second? Mr. Ferrand, Representative Ferranti is seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town website. Is there any discussion? Representative Milton.
Hi, Paula P.J. Milton, District 7. I move to amend this article to add the following statement. Representative Town Meeting is concerned about the presence of multiple misstatements in the financial statements from fiscal year 2024. We call upon the Select Board during the remainder of fiscal year 2025 and throughout fiscal year 2026 to proactively oversee the progress of corrective actions the administration has committed to in response to the auditor's recommendations. We request regular public updates at Select Board meetings on these corrective actions and on the administration's proper use of generally accepted accounting practices.
It's the moderator's ruling that this proposed amendment is not germane to this article being to act on and to accept the auditor's report, and the motion being intended to direct the Select Board to take certain actions. The article or the amendment certainly would be appropriate under other business. So that amendment is ruled out of order. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town's website. There being no further discussion, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 4. Article 5, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town authorize its Select Board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Is there a second? Representative Kopans seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the town authorize its Select Board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 5. For Article 6, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member Quip.
I move that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
Is there a second? Representative Frank seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 6. Article 7, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member McLaughlin.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $131,698.86 through special assessments on the property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks.
Is there a second? Representative Cook seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $131,698.86 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 7. Well, there's one more easy article. On Article 8, the moderator recognizes Richard Davis.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District, as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget.
Is there a second? Representative Fallion has seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 8. On Article 9, the moderator recognizes Select Board Member Case.
I move that the town appropriate up to $851,836 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan, $675,669, and increased cost in the solid waste services in FY25, $176,167.
Is there a second? Representative Turnus seconds. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will that the town appropriate up to $851,836 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan, that being $675,669, and the increased cost in solid waste services be in FY25 being $176,167. There has been substantial outreach about dividing this question into two separate parts, being whether the town will appropriate up to $675,669 to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan, and up to $176,167 to defray the increased cost in solid waste services. Absent objection, that question will be divided. There being no objection, Article 9 has been divided into two separate articles. The first to be discussed is whether the town will appropriate up to $675,669 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenses associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan. Is there discussion? Representative Carville.
George Carville, District 7. Mr. Moderator, some questions, if we could. First, I'd like to know for this money, how much of it has actually been spent already, and how much of it is just committed? That's my first question. And my second question is, what happens if either of these pieces are turned down?
Two questions are directed to a member of the administration or select board. First, how much of this funding of $675,669 has already been expended? Town manager is recognized.
I don't have an exact figure on the solid waste. That has been charged monthly since January 1st. So we are now probably 2 months into that. If you divide that by 6, it's 2/6 of that. For the Downtown Safety Action Plan, the majority of that has been spent, all the capital items. The remainder in it are the salaries for the Brat team and the new officers from now until the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you for that comprehensive response. The motion that's now in front of the floor just relates to the safety action plan, so we'll deal with the solid waste issue next. The
answer to the second question.
right. There's a second question now.
If it is voted down, then you will have failed to appropriate fund balance to cover these expenses. If all other things remaining equal, we get to the end of fiscal year 25 at June 30th, the select board will have deficits spent, and then the auditors will essentially come up with what a new fund balance is as of June 30th, and that would be reported in next year's auditor's report. So the answer is that you will not have appropriated fund balance to cover this FY25 expense.
Representative Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to urge the body to vote no on this motion, and I want to explain 3 reasons why. The town attorney just answered what would happen if we vote no. Effectively, if all things being equal, as he described, we'd end up in the same place. It would be a different moment in time that the fund balance would be adjusted, but there's no impact of an action we would take today that would change, all things being equal, what remains in the fund balance as of July 1st. However, if we vote no today, and in the remainder of the fiscal year, less than this amount is spent for these purposes, then actually our fund balance would reflect that. Actually, in the actual expenses and revenues, it'll all come out to the same place in any event. But we're being asked today to take an action that actually doesn't have a financial impact, is my point. Second point, in the information meeting, not today, which I appreciate, but in the information meeting, an answer to a similar question was that there would be potentially negative impact to our bond rating, and we might pay a higher interest rate in the future when we take debt to market. It's been my experience that 1 year of overexpending the budget, yes, that's noted, it's a data point, but in a very complex analysis of a community's wherewithal to repay debt, that's a relatively more minor piece as long as there's not a pattern of overexpending the budget, and that much more significant to the analysis of creditworthiness is the financial policies that are in place, the adherence to those financial policies, whether or not there are healthy fund balances, and whether or not there's a plan that shows that the finances of the community are sustainable, not just in that moment, but going forward for the period of the debt, which is often 20 or 30 years. And most importantly, I think we should say no to this particular item because the use of the fund balance in the middle of the year to fund emergency measures should be done only under the most extraordinary circumstances when we have an unanticipated impact that the community has to address in an emergency manner, and when it's a one-time expenditure of funds. These aren't funds that are going to recur. These are funds that we've spent and we'll have to raise taxes to replenish. But in this particular instance, what was funded under the emergency appropriation are ongoing operating expenses. And so we're getting hit both ways. That's part of the reason why when we talk about the budget today, it'll be a very challenging conversation with a starting point of a very high increase. So it's important that we only use these funds and only declare emergencies for things like addressing damage to town infrastructure, or recovery from a flood, or the demolition of...
We're near time.
Thank you.
Representative Heller.
Oscar Heller, District 9. I'm really only getting up to speak because as a member of the Finance Committee, many of you have our report, which has, if you were at the informational session, it has information in it that I now think is wrong, and in some part our recommendation to vote yes on this was based on that information, so I want to correct that. I think what we've heard today is correct, and that if we vote no on this measure, the financial impact will be the same as voting yes. In our report, we say that voting no would require immediately raising property taxes to cover the expense. That doesn't seem to be the case. So there is essentially, like Peter said, no, bottom line financial impact to voting no. And I think you should take that into consideration when you're thinking about the recommendation we made and your own votes. Thank you.
Representative Dolan.
I want to urge the town meeting, although it feels funny to face that way to do so. Oh, Representative Dolan, District 8. Thanks for electing me as a 2-year member. I'd like to urge the town meeting to vote no on this measure about the emergency fund. And the reason why is because I believe it would be better reserved for emergency environmental impacts on the infrastructure of our town. Just citing one example, I drive my daughter to school every day on Birch Street. There's no retaining wall on Birch Street. We have been accumulating more stormwater events that saturate the ground in our hilly town that is built over 100 years ago on essentially a bowl at the confluence of 3 rivers. And what ends up happening is that the ground gets saturated, and then the stormwater runoff will then create situations where trees fall down and houses have caved in, cement breaks and falls down. And just as an example, but there are certainly others, Birch Street does not have a retaining wall and currently looks like Swiss cheese. And so I think it's really important that we keep emergency funds in our emergency funds for recovery from one-time emergencies such as stormwater emergency or weather emergency events. And just to balance that out with a good example, the park at the end of Birch Street where Sir Sosimo Lumber is an example of a very successful project that this town has undertaken to adapt to the realities of climate change to prevent the town from further flooding. And so it's important to merit such projects with dedication of emergency funds or other funds in our budget. Thank you.
Mary McLaughlin, District 8. My question is, in the past, when we had a lot of unfilled police positions, at the end of the fiscal year, where did that money go that had been allocated for their positions? Did that go into this unfunded balance?
Member of the administration is interrogated. Town manager is recognized.
And that would go to unassigned fund balance. Yes.
Representative Barber.
Hugh Barber, District 9. I urge the body to vote no on this. The reason is I feel that the Select Board automatically added 9 positions to the budget prior to the budget season. And this circumvented public deliberation at the board level, which is normal for any addition of staff. Normal debates of adding new staff regarding costs, benefits, and tax impacts did not occur. And I feel that to add 9 new positions forever and ever needs much more input and proper deliberation at the proper time during budget season. Thank you.
Further comments? Moderator recognizes Select Board Member Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can't say I really disagree with the comments that have been made thus far, but I would frame the question a little bit differently. And to me, the issue is whether the Select Board acted properly or improperly in finding that there was an emergency that needed to be addressed. Now, it was a somewhat complex discussion at the Select Board meeting where the decision was made. I personally thought we should declare an emergency for some of the need, but not for other parts of the need. That gets a little bit deep into the weeds. But we had heard again and again and again over a long period of time from a very large number of members of the community that there was in fact an emergency occurring downtown and that we needed to do something about it. So really the question here is, was there an emergency or not, and did the Select Board act properly in addressing that emergency? All the other comments I find valid, but I think it's worth pointing out that that was the basis of the Select Board's action, and we heard from many people, some in this room, some not in this room, that we needed to take that step, and that to delay it to go through the normal budget process would have meant that we couldn't address what was being presented to us as an emergency. So just think about that in terms of not only this question here today, but in terms of the future. Did the select board do something that really needed to be done or not? Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Arthur Davis, District 8. I appreciate that comment, and I think what it makes me wonder, in light of other comments that have been made, is, I think it's kind of, I think you kind of delineated the question correctly. Was it an emergency or not? And if so, how did the select board respond? I think there's also been comments that adding ongoing operating costs, such as staffing, is maybe not the way to address an emergency, like a concentrated emergency. So I guess my question is, in the eyes of the select board, and maybe this is different amongst different of you, but if anyone would care to respond, was it your intention that these added positions were an ongoing, in perpetuity cost, or were they more of a one-time thing for a set period of time? Thank you.
Member of Select Board is interrogated if they choose to be. Select Person McLaughlin.
I think the best way to answer that question is to interrogate Police Chief Hardy as to whether the situation in our town regarding drug dealers, et cetera, is an emergency which required this police initiative.
Chief Hardy certainly can be interrogated, but I think the question was narrower and inquired whether Select Board intended the positions to be ongoing or to be a single-time expense. So if Select Board Chair Quip.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to answer Arthur's question in a straightforward way. We knew that what we were funding were staff positions. We knew that we were doing it in a quicker way than usual. We also did have public consideration of this in public meetings. None of this stuff happens behind closed doors. And we were given, estimates of tax impacts from the, funding of those positions. We were also, and I think maybe this is what Liz is speaking to, we were given a description of a program that these new positions would undertake, which was an attempt to make an impact on public safety in the downtown. And so, I feel like we're straying a little bit from the substance of this actual article, but I think it is helpful for context to understand why the board did what it did.
Representative O'Connor. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Mnuchin, if you still want to be recognized.
Representative Mnuchin, District 8. I'd just ask the body to consider what we are naming as emergencies. There has been a statewide housing emergency for a long time, and many members of the public, including representatives here, asked for the town to consider setting up emergency shelters for our unhoused neighbors throughout this winter because of that housing emergency. And that public input was not taken duly into consideration. There were many reasons why the town expressed that they could not set up emergency shelters. But what do we as a town consider to be emergencies, and how do we choose to approach that? Is policing the only option in this case? Expending this amount of money mid-year is fiscally irresponsible, and I will be voting no.
Representative O'Connor.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, District 9. I'm also going to be voting no, and I would urge you to as well. I was actually at the meeting on September 17th, 2024, when this item came up, and there really was not a lot of discussion about the financial impacts that this will have on our community. I think it's very important that we keep the unassigned fund balance for actual emergencies, and I just want to point out at the end of the fiscal year 2024, we had $1.9 million in our unassigned fund balance, which is at the 10% that our policy is to keep it, 10% of what the previous year budget is. If we do this, it's going to go from $1.9 million down to $1.1 million. So I think just on a basic financial standpoint, we really have to be careful on what we're doing. And I don't think that there was clear and thoughtful discussion at the select board meeting about this. So please vote no. Thank you.
Representative Goodman.
Virginia Goodman, District 8. So to clarify, if we vote no, it doesn't have any impact on this money, just where the money comes from? Is that correct?
Member of the administration or the town attorneys interrogated? Town attorneys recognized.
Only the representative town meeting can appropriate fund balance, okay? So if you vote yes, you've appropriated this money from fund balance to cover an expense in FY25. If you vote no, then all things being equal, at the end of this fiscal year, the select board will have deficits spent in the general fund. It doesn't mean that there's zero fund balance, there is still fund balance. But the auditors will then look at what is the fund balance as of June 30th, which likely would be reduced by this same amount. It can have an effect with regard to borrowing. We don't know if it would or not, but it can. But the point that I wanted to make is it's only the representative town meeting that can appropriate fund balance on that.
Okay,
and and it would be the second year of deficit spending, Town Manager Potter points out too.
And so these additional, it's mostly salaries for additional police, correct? This is the response to the emergency.
Member of the administration
That's simplified, but that's...
is interrogated to confirm that the bulk of the $675,000 and change is for salaries for additional officers.
Yes,
Town managers recognized.
The bulk of it is for staff salaries, but there was a significant capital investment as well for vehicles and uniforms and other equipment for the new police officers.
And these additional positions remain until who decides when?
Further interrogatory to the administration about the length of those positions. Town manager.
We are assuming they're moving forward. The three officers are currently in the police academy. Part of the reason for the emergency was there's such a long delay in getting any police officer on staff to address the situation. So we've made commitments to those people. They've gone to the police academy, or they're now getting trained. We've also made commitments to the BRAT officers that they have already been hired and are already patrolling downtown. The intention, unless further direction from the select board, is to continue to have them on staff, and also dependent on what you do with the budget.
Okay, so the size of the police force is decided by us or the select board?
Either town manager or select Person Reichman is interrogated.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't know if this will satisfy you or not as that particular question, but I think what's really important here is that this vote is not on whether the money will be spent or not be spent.
I understand.
So, okay. So what is the vote then? The vote is whether this money will be spent as part of the fiscal year 25 budget, or whether it will be off-budget spending by the board that then will mean that we overspent and that there's a deficit for the current fiscal year, FY25. So really that's the question, is do you want this to be part of the budget and that we didn't, and that it's included in the budget numbers, or do you want this to be off the budget and an example of deficit spending for the fiscal year? I guess that's what your question triggered in my mind.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
just
so
trying-
wait. First, the moderator is going to note that while very insightful and helpful comment, thank you, Select Person Reichman. The narrow question was whether the town meeting or select board, or in fact the town manager, determines the size of the police department. So if we can get a narrow answer to that question, Chair Quick, please.
Thank you. And I'm loving answering these very straightforward questions because I think that's like our responsibility. So I think it's a combination, right? The town manager, is in charge of town operations. We have department heads in charge of the departments. They ask for what they need. Town manager, has some latitude there, brings proposals to the board. Board makes decisions, sends a budget to town meeting that funds those, things, and then the meeting decides. So it's really all of us.
Thank you for all those questions. Yeah, please. What's your name? Representative Stewart.
So I'm Eric Stewart in District 8. I recall quite lengthy discussions about this topic in late summer and early fall, and I feel like there was a lot of participation and that the select board was very attentive to the feedback they were getting. And I feel like the Brat team, maybe not perfect, kind of represents a real compromise between listening to very diverse points of view about what the role of policing should be. I'm going to vote yes on this, not because of how I feel about policing or whatever, just simply because it would be fiscally irresponsible to willfully put us into a deficit that could affect our bond rating, et cetera, et cetera. It just represents instability in our government. And if we have disagreements about process in the past, there are other ways to do that that are healthier for the town. I feel like voting no would hurt us or have the potential to hurt us in terms of our bond rating. It just seems like we've made the commitment, rightfully or wrongfully, the decision's been made, money's been spent, it's going to happen. So if we vote no, it just represents like an irrational way of doing finances. So that's why I'll be voting yes, because whether or not, we vote yes or no, this is going to happen. And we'll just like be in the red. So.
Select Person McLaughlin's recognized.
I took out my trusty town charter and looked up the general powers and responsibilities of the select board. And item A, the number one issue that is the select board's responsibility on behalf of the town, is to establish and maintain a police department. And that's what we did when we authorized this funding for your consideration.
Representative Reynolds. Seymour, sorry.
Thank you, moderator. It's my understanding that questions of whether or not the select board acted properly are really not germane to this article. That this article is a financial issue, an accounting issue. Do I have that correct?
The moderator's response is that more than any article on this year's warning, this is a political question about whether to approve or disapprove the select board's action. But that's my take, and I don't get to vote.
I'm sorry.
So I think all of the discussion about whether this was done properly is germane, given the nature of this article. I mean, if the board can appeal, a member can appeal the moderator's ruling, and we can cut off debate about whether the select board acted rightfully or appropriately or not. But I think it's properly discussed.
I apologize. I should have introduced myself. Gemma Seymour, District 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chadwick.
I don't think it goes down. Oh, it tilts. Okay. I'm going to face everyone because it seems like that's more appropriate. So, Dina Chadwick, District 9. This is my first time up here, so excuse me, I'm a little nervous. So I just have a statement more than a question. I looked up what unassigned funds is for because I'm all new to this. So it has a lot of different implements, like unassigned fund balance represents resources that are available for spending and not tied to a specific purpose or restriction. So in that, we can say it's an emergency fund. It's only if Irene comes. But I believe it's really just an opinion at this point. Is it emergency? Is it not an emergency? Of how those funds were taken, right? So in my opinion, it was an emergency because downtown is a mess. And I'm a little history. I've owned a business for 31 years in this town. I'm a hairdresser. So I talk to people. I listen to people all the time and their concerns, and I can say 80 to 90% of my clientele will not go downtown anymore. So in my eyes, it's an emergency because if you don't have a downtown, what do you have in Brattleboro? If you don't have a heartbeat, if you don't have the money that the extra 1% sales tax, which I pay from the products that I sell, if you don't have that downtown, you don't have people going into downtown and spending the money, we're gonna go down. So people want to feel safe so they can come and spend money in our downtown. So I'm voting yes on it because I think it's a right, it was an emergency, and that's my opinion.
Representative Shayonia.
Do you want me to put this back? Is this driving you crazy? Here you go.
It's
Christina Shayonia, District 8.
Clearly you're speaking to all the other members, but the microphones are set up for the cameras. I don't know the right answer. No, they're supposed to address the moderator, I understand.
Yeah, we're supposed to address the moderator for the newbies. We're all just used to it by now that a lot of this doesn't make sense. So I just wanted to clarify that the deficiency spending that we're talking about, that's the big risk here, is the same type of deficiency spending that we saw in the recent auditor's report that we were told was not a big deal and was actually a sign of the town being the auditor's report in general showed that the town was well managed, and there was, there were long remarks at that select board meeting about our auditor's report, and that nothing was alarming or worrisome in there. And so I just want to confirm that this deficiency spending that we're talking about by voting no on this article is the same kind of deficiency spending that Mr. Town Manager told us was nothing to worry about in the auditor's report. Thank you.
Member of the administration is interrogated, if they choose to be. Oh, Town Manager is recognized.
Yeah, so the representative's correct. This would be the second year of deficit spending if you vote no. Last year was very minor. It was like, I think 0.03% of the budget was in deficit, around $70,000 or so. So I felt like that was no big deal. If we start to establish a pattern of that, with particularly a large deficit spent in fiscal 25, that could have an impact. Now, it's all about risk management for you. If you want to take that risk that if you ever want to do a pool or upgrade the DPW facility or anything else that requires bonding, you want to take the risk of spending a little bit more on interest, by all means vote no. If you want to reduce that risk, consider voting yes. That would be my answer to your question.
Is that Representative Guerra? No, I know that. Behind. Yeah. Fisher, Representative Fisher.
Good morning, everybody. Representative Fisher, District 8. I just wanted to start off with my condolences to next year's Select Board, next year's RTM members, and specifically the police officers that have been hired under a false pretense of emergency funding, and their livelihood and salaries are hanging in the balance. I apologize ahead of time for how hard this might result in you. And my question to the board is, what is the criteria you are using for an emergency, and how have you applied that consistently to other issues that have come up? And what precedent does using this money as emergency spending for what you are deeming an emergency, what precedent does that set for the future? Because I think that is part of what we are voting on today, is what we consider an emergency, how we create or determine that, what criteria is used, and the implications for the future. What I have been hearing is that there were a small amount of loud voices that you responded to as an emergency, and I would like to be corrected and reinstill my faith that y'all are using a democratic process when using our town funds. Thank you.
Member of Select Board is interrogated about what are the criteria for determination of an emergency if they choose to be. Select Member Case.
Thank you for that question. I'm really glad it was asked. I can tell you that this thing has been about 2 years in the making. As Lee says, it came into focus for me. At the point where we had begun these discussions, we had 3 or 4, and I'm looking to my fellow board members, meetings with over 100 people in attendance, clamoring for us to do something about our downtown situation. As a downtown merchant myself, I had hundreds and hundreds of opportunities to talk with people about our downtown situation. Some of them offering up some good alternatives, but I didn't see those as things that could be rolled out immediately to get our hands around this situation. In those conversations, and these are just words that I'm trying to remember through these conversations, were lawlessness, open drug activity, human trafficking, sex trafficking, break-ins, panhandling, needles and flower pots, shoplifting, littering, public urination, public defecation, and it goes on and on and on. And these were the conversations that I was having, to the point where we came up with Chief Hardy had recommended the Downtown Safety Action Plan. That was something that we could roll out immediately. And so did we deem what was happening in our downtown an emergency? Yes, we sure did. Did I talk with nearly every single downtown merchant around that topic? Yes, I did. They all agreed. So to suggest that this was made in a vacuum by a small minority of people who are loud, I would harshly disagree with that. All right, I lived this thing for a year walking up and down Main Street, and a year before that trying to come up with actions that involved everybody, which I found difficult to get started. So was it an emergency at the point in time? Yes. If we continue to ignore it, will it get worse? Yes, it will get worse.
Clarifying question on that?
1 minute, please. A member of Select Board is interrogated whether there are general criteria for determination of emergency. Select Member Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. No, I don't believe we have any predetermined criteria like that. As far as the definition goes, I'd probably start off by looking at a dictionary and see what generally is considered to constitute an emergency, and then maybe apply that to our current circumstances. But no, there's no, the town charter doesn't contain a definition of emergency. I don't think any statute does, at least not that I'm aware of. So it's kind of you have to recognize it when you see it.
Ask a clarifying question.
Follow-up question. Yeah, go ahead. Follow-up question, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that what I'm hearing is there was not clear criteria that could be used in the future, and there was no definition of an emergency used in the decision-making. Select Board Fish, I duly understand the personal implication, and I don't mean to impose like a view that anyone's safety is not real. I think what I'm really just trying to get at is this is a question of decision-making and what process was used in the decision-making. And for anyone that has been feeling unsafe, that is a real issue. How we expend our money is a democratic process, and I really hope that we're holding to that. Thank you.
Representative Morgan still want to be recognized?
Thank you, Representative Morgan, District 8. I just wanted to agree with the members and representatives who delineated that a no vote on this reflects that there was irresponsible spending that puts the town at risk. And that's why I'm voting no, because I want our select board to make decisions that are responsible. And so I feel like voting yes on this is just saying it's okay when you suddenly overspend in the middle of the budget year. As Select Board Member Case mentioned, this wasn't a suddenly occurring problem. It was something that had been ongoing for years, and that it could have been planned for in a more long-term way instead of spending immediate funding. I understand that folks are saying they wanted to like get a kickstart on hiring people because the process is so long, but that's how our town works. The process is long, and that doesn't mean that we want to enable irresponsible, sudden spending when it could have been done another way. Thank you.
Representative Miskovich.
Craig Miskovich, District 7. I want to urge the representatives to vote yes on this measure. This isn't the appropriate forum to express our dissatisfaction with the Select Board. Either way, the unassigned fund balance is going to go down. The money has been spent. Either we recognize that and reduce it through this process, or the auditor is going to do so. Clearly, there's a lot of anger at the Select Board. There are 3 new Select Board members. One way to express our dissatisfaction with the decision of the Select Board is to vote on the Select Board members every year, and we've done that. We also have an opportunity later today to talk about the decision and the decision going forward in the budget process. this is the wrong place to express this dissatisfaction, and I encourage everybody to vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Gossage.
Representative Gossage, District 9. I think this, the select board, this is a situation where the select board has really put RTM in a difficult decision, in a bad place, because while this spending was going on, there were regular people going to select board meetings and saying things like, we don't use one-time funds for recurring expenses. We don't want to deplete our emergency funds this much, and things like that. So that those voices were present and were not listened to and really not even responded to, as far as that. So when the select board does deficit spending and then says to us, if you vote no, you're going to be hurting the town, that doesn't really ring as clear, because there were people saying, this is going to harm us. Please don't use these funds in these amounts in this way, all during the process. And as far as the bond rating, I think I have 3 follow-up clarifying questions that I would just like a plain yes or no to. Does low reserves affect our bond rating? Does overuse of credit, which we're kind of at that situation with the revolving loan fund, affect our bond rating? And does 2 years of deficit spending affect our bond rating? Just those 3 questions. Low reserves, high use of credit, and 2 years of deficit spending. Do those affect our bond rating?
3 questions are posed to a member of administration, whether low reserves, high use of credit, and deficit spending will impact town's credit rating, if a member of administration can answer those questions. Town manager.
Yeah, yes, I think that it could. We don't know for sure, but it would be factors that would be taken into consideration by the bond bank.
Select Board Chair Quip.
Thank you. Coming into this meeting, I thought like, hey, will this question be where we kind of litigate issues around, did the board do the right thing? Does this align with our values? Was that an appropriate, action? What's an emergency? And at first I had a really narrow view of this question. I was like, no, it's just about whether, to do this thing from fund balance or not. But I think that what we're hearing, is actually kind of what we heard all year long, that there's a lot of conflict around questions of what to do. But there is plenty to do. And what the board was experiencing this summer, I've been on the board 6 years, and I joined in whatever 6 years ago was, in 2019, I guess, and that was a different world. We went through the early stages of the pandemic, which was, as you remember, total chaos. We went through then the kind of, mid and latter stages, which had their own challenges. And in all the time that I've sat on the board, I never experienced what I experienced this summer. And I had the luck of being chair this year. I'm not making that as a flippant point. It was a really important thing for me to do, and I'm proud of how I did it. It wasn't easy. And to sit in those meetings and chair those meetings, and I got to tell you, the bodily experience of chairing those meetings was one of, it was a novel experience. The other preceding 5 years of board meetings are mostly pretty boring, okay? The new select board members that are so, jazzed up and ready to get on the board, they're gonna spend April being pretty bored, maybe. Well, we'll see what happens today. But I wanna kind of respond to some of these sort of larger questions of what was the board doing, what was the context? And I think that the board tried to take some action that was coming from proposals by our administration and police department that were trying to get a handle on things. And the reason why the board deemed it an emergency is really about a kind of speed of response, no, there is not a clear definition of what constitutes an emergency. And no, I don't think the board came into that meeting like, well, we've got to check off these boxes. It's a feeling of like, wow, is this new and different, and can we get a handle on it? And Peter has made a point, and it was made elsewhere, that this is an emergent situation over a couple of years. And I think really that transition that we've had through the pandemic and the impacts that that's had in our community is kind of why we are where we are today. But nobody could deny that there is something to be done, and this is what the board was attempting to do this summer.
Representative Duncan.
So I'm wondering if there's a plan to replenish the fund in the
Name and
future. Oh, I'm
district.
sorry. This is Tony Duncan, District 9. I'm wondering if there's a plan to replenish the fund that the administration or the select board has been considering, because it's supposed to be at 10%. I'm not sure what this would, what the expenditures this for the fiscal year 25 would bring it down to. But I think that's a worthwhile thing to consider, is that if we're talking about taking emergency funds, are we going to be able to bring them back up to what we're supposed to have?
Select Person Reichman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's a really important question to me, and I think to the community as a whole, is, okay, this money got spent, what did that do to the fund balance? What's the proper amount of fund balance that we should have? And do we intend to restore that fund balance? I would say that as of right now, we do not have a plan to restore that fund balance. This question, however, did come up at the time that these decisions were made. And there were two possibilities if we were going to spend this money. One is the money could come from fund balance. The other possibility was we could raise the property tax to fund this as a way to maintain fund balance, and then going forward into the future, like FY26 and beyond, then taxes would be higher and we would have the fund balance at the level that had previously been deemed appropriate. So that action is still available to this body today. If you want to raise the tax rate for FY26, you can do so. And we, the select board, although not me personally, can then use that excess, that surplus in the FY26 budget to go into the fund balance. And then we'll be back where we started. But the question really is, was the spending needed or not? And then the second question is, do you want it to come from fund balance, or do you want it to come from new taxes? And that question is up to you people.
Representative Hasakawa.
Maya Hasagawa, District 8. I just have a question. At the point at which the decision was being made to spend this money and to add new positions, could a special RTM have been called to discuss the question?
Town attorney's interrogated.
Theoretically and legally speaking, yes.
Representative Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Bob Tortolani, District 8. First of all, I want to acknowledge what a difficult job it is to be a member of the Select Board, and I want to thank you for the difficult decisions you have to make. And for those who are leaving the Select Board, I want to thank them for their service. A Select Board member, Case, mentioned several things that came to my mind in terms of public health emergencies. The needles on the streets, the things like defecation, urination. These are actually public health concerns that I could see where Dr. Reichman might have been concerned about that, in addition to all the fears people were having and the effect on businesses downtown. I don't know. I mean, I think that one can make grounds for this having been an emergency, and I know that's open to debate. But I would like to hear Police Chief Hardy's opinion. I know that you were in some ways affected by her opinions, and by her what she felt was necessary, and I would like to hear what she had to say. Thank you.
Chief Hardy is interrogated if chooses to speak to the underlying circumstances that led to the recommendations made to Select Board.
Morning. Can you please repeat what the actual question was for me?
Representative Tortolani inquired about the circumstances downtown that led you to make whatever recommendations you made to Select Board that ultimately resulted in the safety action plan being adopted.
Oh, okay. Yes. Good morning, everyone. As was stated before, this has not been something that was just thought about or came about lightly or took a short time. I actually presented to the Select Board 2 years ago the trends that we saw as rising crime within Brattleboro. I talked about not only rising crime, I talked about assaults, I talked about drug dealers, and I talked about homicides 2 years ago. It was not accepted well by the town, but it was a reality. As things started to get worse, and we had growing drug houses open up in this town, and we had growing assaults, and we had yet another homicide, I went back to the Select Board and told them that these are the things that we are seeing occurring in Brattleboro. The Select Board tasked me with coming up with an answer. And what was happening is because of all the other crimes that were being committed around town, we did not have the resources to handle some of the quality of life crimes that were being reported and also what was happening in the downtown area. So we were getting complaints from the businesses who felt that we were not paying attention to their complaints and concerns. And we were getting complaints from other town members because their property was being damaged, their property was being stolen, people were breaking into their homes. We were working under a deficit of officers, and we were doing the best we could to prioritize the calls that we needed to answer within the town. And everyone wanted our attention. Everyone needed our services. So I sat down with my executive staff, and we came up with what can we do to not only handle all of the rising crime that we were seeing within the downtown area, but also give the needed attention to the rest of the town. And this is when we devised the downtown safety plan.
Thank you. Representative Carville.
George Carville, District 7. I have a question, Mr. Moderator. This has been put to us, if I understand correctly, as a binary decision. Either we approve this spending of the money, or we don't and it's deficit spending. Is there not a third alternative? In the next 3 months, could not the Select Board spend less money so we wouldn't be in deficit?
Member of Administration is interrogated. Town Manager.
We would still be in deficit for the year. It could be made less. Either way, the issue around use of unassigned fund balance would be a factor you would have to consider. I will add that while the town has been setting aside significant funds like this to sit in a rainy day fund for many years, my understanding is that you have never used it for anything. So you've been taxing yourselves and having reserve funds sit in an account, but you didn't use it for Hurricane Irene, you didn't use it for COVID. Name an emergency that you've had that is similar to what we're experiencing in the downtown. Nothing like that have you ever spent unassigned fund balance on.
Representative Annis. Representative Ennis?
Eric Annis, District 8. I move the question.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Was it Stewart? Excellent. It's been moved and seconded that debate cease. That's non-debatable, requires 2/3 vote. We're going to start by seeing what a standing vote shows before calling for division. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and say nay. Chair is in doubt. Call for division. All those who are in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing while you're counted by the clerk. Clerks. You voted, your count is concluded. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Moderator's not in doubt anymore, but we'll wait for the results of your vote. Right. The ayes are 7. You can be seated. I'm sorry. The ayes are 79. The nays are 52. The motion to cease debate is defeated. Who else wants to speak? Representative Wessel? What? Is there a point of order or privilege that I'm supposed to respond to? Representative Wessel.
Tim Wessel, District 9. I think everything that's been said here on this article is really important. I think there are decent questions about how this money was spent, where it's coming from, how it's going to be made up, emergency, not emergency, really important questions, and those have all been noted here, and it's going to continue to be a conversation. What this is not, however, what we're voting on at all. So read the article, and unless you're a municipal accountant or a municipal bond rating expert, I would think very hard for yourself. Am I voting no to signal something that is not what I'm voting on? And if that's the case, I think you should vote yes, because what you're doing is saddling a new select board, 3 out of 5 new members, with some question marks and possibly putting the town into a difficult position. So please join me in voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Hildebrand, District 7. I'm a newcomer, relative newcomer, but I've lived in Vermont for many decades. I don't care what town you live in, when drug gangs are bringing drugs into your dangerous and addictive drugs into your town, that, in my mind, is an emergency situation. And that's what the select board was responding to. I think it would have been negligent to put it off or to make it a long-term project. So I encourage people to vote for Article 9.
Representative Davis.
Andrew Davis, District, almost said 3, District 9. I think that this question was well vetted, well discussed. Our select board made a move that it took some risk to do that politically. We live in a climate in our nation now where so many representatives are hesitant to do anything to protect incumbency. Action sometimes is required. Our select board took action. I think the responsible thing to do is to pay our bills from our balance, our fund balance, and then to consider during the overall budget question, whether we want to raise a portion of those funds to begin replenishing our emergency fund. But I will be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Representative Frank.
Tom Franks, District 9. I have 2 points. One, I want to urge people to vote yes for the simple reason that it's a simple matter. And I apologized in advance for my question. I seem to recall using the fund balance to reduce taxes in past years. Can anyone confirm that, please? I would interrogate. Well, Maya confirms it. That's good enough for me. And I've got to tell you, reducing taxes compared to making our downtown safe, I think it's a fairly easy comparison as to which might really be an emergency. And we have heard repeatedly from many members of the committee, the board rather, and the police chief that it looked like an emergency. And I've heard from many people, it felt like an emergency. Thank you.
Representative Chapman.
Mr. Moderator, but also my fellow Brattleboro residents.
Chris, if you'd identify yourself, please.
Oh, yeah, my name is Chris Chapman. I've lived here nearly all my life, and I'm in District 9. What is now District 9. I would agree in part with both sides on this, which is what makes this issue such a difficult one and subject to so much commentary this morning. I do believe that the huge issue that overlays this is a fear for the future, because by voting yes, we will deplete the unassigned fund balance so significantly. But and what we see in the proposed budget is going to make things even more expensive for us, and with an unassigned balance that's going to put us at some financial risk in the event of a sudden emergency. I think the larger issue that we have here is that in our town, like probably many others who've voted down things like school budgets for financial reasons, is that our needs this year have exceeded our means. Our needs have exceeded our means, and those needs were buffered by the unassigned fund balance. And I feel that I should vote yes because what the select board did was to exercise and meet its primary responsibility to public safety, which includes not only physical safety, but sanitation as well, given that the forthcoming budget has a $500,000 increase in its cost. And both of these services include public health measures. People have been fearing for their safety and those of their children downtown. I myself have had to step around poop on a public walkway. Crime is so prevalent that the police have had federal and state assistance in battling drug crime. Needles lying around can spread disease like HIV with a scratch. Potholes and ice and snow need attention. All these issues are coming up in the forthcoming budget vote. So I just want to say that I believe we should vote yes on this, and the next one, this having been divided into two questions, because we need to reflect the reality. We need to acknowledge the reality that our needs have risen so much, and it's coming up against the ability to pay. That's really the big issue here, and I thank you for being patient with me while I take up this much time.
Mr. Agave? I'm sorry, Representative Agave.
Spoon Agave, District 8. For me, it's very clear that the issue is strictly about spending our reserve funds, our rainy day funds, whatever. If we permit it, then those funds essentially become a slush fund that is available to the select board anytime it feels there is an emergency and it cannot define what that emergency is. So essentially, it gives the select board the power to raise taxes, the amount that is in that reserve fund, anytime they choose. And when I say raising taxes is because that is our money that sits in there, that we are setting aside for an emergency which we define as a one-time event, etc. And so I fear to pass this essentially turns the rainy day fund into a slush fund.
Representative Gervin?
Bonnie Gervin, District 8. This is my first time as an RTM. And I am voting yes because to me this is an emergency. It's an emergency because within the last couple of weeks I've been accosted 3 times on the street by young men aggressively coming right up to me asking for money. I've opened my car door and have people just jump in. That's an emergency, and it's an emergency when our underfunded police department finally gets the funding that they need to get the full force that they need to take care of our community. Thank you.
Representative Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 7. I just want to point out, I'm going to vote no on this, but it's not, I think a person can do that without judging the select board. I agree that it was an emergency, and I don't disagree with your wanting to hire new positions mid-fiscal year, but I still think it's a question of, you know, we had two options, one the unassigned fund balance, the other deficit spending. If you had said, all right, we're going to do this deficit spending, maybe you would have made a little different decision, maybe a smaller amount, I don't know. But I just want to clarify one thing. I think it's obvious to me, but maybe not to everybody. If you do deficit spend, then you have to pay for that out of your next fiscal year funds. I assume that that's true.
Is that that's a question?
It is.
Member of administration is interrogated whether defeating this article requires taxes to go up or whether the money will just be coming out of unassigned fund balance. Town attorney. That's the question, right?
Taxes, you have to do it in some manner out of next fiscal year.
Town attorney.
Short answer to that is you're not required to do that. You have the option of funding it through the fund balance. You could do it through raising taxes, and that's part of the reason why the select board put this article before the budget article. So it's not absolutely required, but you have options.
Representative Melton, have you spoken on this article before? You're recognized.
Representative Melton, District 7. So I see systemic issues and symptoms of systemic issues at multiple scales. One of those scales we can actually do something about. So crime is part of a systemic problem, and that's, you know, and panhandling and homelessness. There are many, many systemic problems geopolitically, nationally, statewide, and in our town. Another systemic problem that I see is that we have not seen a comprehensive review of town operations or a long-term financial plan for many years. These problems that we are having built up over time, as the police chief herself has noted, and the select board has not required a CRTO or an LTFP from the town administration so that the function of these documents is to look at all scales of, it's basically just risk management, a 5-year plan for risk management. You look at what may be coming up in the future, like, I don't know, state funding for the motel program ending, for example, and you make plans to manage the risks that this brings to our town. If we had been doing long-term planning, we might be in a very different place. This is a systemic problem we can do something about, and I believe the first step is saying no to inappropriate surprise use of funds on something that was not at all a surprise. Thank you.
Is that Representative Heller? You spoken before? And I know Representative Seymour has spoken before, and I know Representative Gossage has. Somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Yes.
Aaron Smith, District 7. So the question before us, if we decide to vote no, it doesn't change the decisions that are made, but it could put the town in peril for future credit in interest rates, which would further hurt the town. You know, this isn't a debate whether or not, in my opinion, that it was the right or wrong decision. And by doing it is just going to be more punitive damage to the town. So we got to really think in terms of what's best for the town. Whether or not you agree with the decision that was made, whether it was an emergency or not, doesn't make sense to me.
Other people who haven't spoken yet. Representative Manders?
Thank you. My name is Neil Manders, District 7. Look at what you're supposed to be voting on. Basically, the vote is whether or not to go deficit spend or to take money out of the reserve fund. It's if you're dissatisfied with the BRAT program that was created, then I suggest that you address that at a selectmen's meeting. The decision has already been made as to the funds have to be spent. So your choice is, are you going to take it out of deficit spending, which has consequences potentially in terms of bonding and interest rates, which you've heard people talk about, or are you going to take it out of the general fund, in which you can then come back and decide how are you going to refresh that fund if that is your choice. So I would vote yes on this and say, let's move on.
Representative Wessel?
Aaron Wessel, District 9, call to question.
Sarah, second. Seconded by, I can't see from there, sorry. It's been moved and seconded. That's non-debatable. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. You can be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. This time the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've ceased debate on the first half of Article 9. The question now before the Assembly is to see whether the town will appropriate up to $675,669 from the unassigned fund balance to defray emergency expenditures associated with the Downtown Safety Action Plan. All those in favor of appropriating those funds from the unassigned fund balance, please rise and say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Chair is in doubt. We call for division. You can be seated. If you vote in favor of appropriating $675,669 up to for the Downtown Safety Action Plan from the unassigned fund balance, please rise and remain standing till counted. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and remain standing until counted. Listen to the results of, oh, you can be seated, I'm sorry. Listen to the results of your vote. The ayes are 73, the nays are 62. You have adopted the first half of Article 9. We'll now take a 5-minute recess. Article 9, having been moved and seconded, and having been divided, the second part of Article 9 on for discussion is to see if the town will appropriate up to $176,167 from the unassigned fund balance to defray the increased cost in solid waste services in FY25. Is there any discussion? Mr. Elwell, I'm sorry, Representative Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Representative Elwell from District 9. I want to be non-germane for just a second and thank the moderator for the humanness and humor that you bring to your work and that you inject into this meeting from time to time.
Thank you, Peter.
And I also want to make clear that for me, the discussion we just had, which I think was rich, it's what we need to do in this setting, talk things all the way through and come to an outcome. And we did, and I disagree with that one, and that's okay, because that's how it goes when we're here being respectful and constructive and working on hard things together. I want to make clear that for me in that discussion, it was not about the politics. I think a person can be opposed to both pieces of Article 9 and be fully supportive of our town police department and be fully supportive of a robust solid waste service in town. So I'm going to vote no on this piece too, which I think will probably be a lot less controversial for the body. But I'm going to do that because I think that for me and for others who spoke to it from this perspective, these questions, both of them under Article 9, are about strong, sustainable financial practices, coming at the body of work, regardless of what the particular issue is, adhering to standards that don't do something today that makes everything harder tomorrow. And that's especially true when we use either a reserve fund or some other non-recurring source of revenue to increase the scope and the cost of our operations instead of just for a one-time purpose. So I just want to make clear that I think there was a political element to that last conversation, but for me and for others, it wasn't driven by politics. It was driven by a desire for sound financial management. Thank you.
Representative Frick. Sprite. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Frick Sprite, District 9. I feel like a through line through this whole conversation, this whole town meeting is long-term planning and whether or not we've succeeded or to the degree to which we've succeeded at doing any long-term planning. And at the information meeting, I asked about that, and the town manager tried to imply that that would mean cutting services. And that was not at all what I was talking about. I was talking about the need to be strategic in how we deal with our finances, whether it's whether or not we take single bid, accept single bid contracts from people who know what the budget is already and then not push back strongly on what they come up with if there's room for savings there, or whether we maybe do self-insurance for health insurance by combining with the school systems, which would bring us up to about 500 people, which is what Vermont Yankee was able to do. It was apparently kind of a sweet spot. Or whether we deal with the safety downtown or housing or anything else. I urge people, the incoming select board, since this one is largely going out, to take that seriously and crowdsource ideas of how to aggressively approach the budget from a long-term perspective. Thank you.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. Kevin O'Brien, District 9. This especially smaller portion of the fund reminds me quite a bit from last year's Article 12, where I certainly learned a lot about the germaneness of questions, and where we had a surplus of a little over $250,000 that was not going to go into the unassigned fund balance. And so thinking about just additional support for bolstering the long-term plans and figuring out what we can do if we end up with a surplus of funds at the end of the year. And that surplus would have well uncovered this additional cost in solid waste services. Not that you knew that at the time, but just as a point of information. Thank you.
Is that Representative Disler? Excellent.
Rachel Disler, District 9. I have a question. I'm wondering if this body has the authority to instruct the town to establish a procedure by which decisions to use the unassigned fund balance funds would be made to include a convening of a special RTM.
The representative town meeting can address that issue today in other business. For the issue, for any direction given by town meeting to be binding, it would have to be on the warned articles. Further comments on 9B. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Andrew Davis, District 9. Just a question. What was the timeline on, how much time did you have to consider what happened with Triple T being bought by Casella raising the rates? Just give us the context for how much pressure you were under in terms of the budget year. Thank you.
A member of administration is interrogated about the timing of transition of solid waste removal services. Town manager.
So a budget is a plan. We were planning last year for a continuation of our costs with Triple T. We were able to accomplish that through negotiations with Casella for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. But as we were negotiating the new contract, they said they were losing money every day when they were picking up our trash. And so as part of that, we negotiated this $176,000 increase to address our negotiation and the new contract. So we didn't know when we were developing this budget back last year what that cost was going to be, we thought maybe there would be a cost increase. We were a little surprised by how much it was, but we also didn't know that we were only going to have one contractor who was interested in our business. And so that's the whole, all this talk about long-term planning is great, but we didn't even know last year what the cost was going to be in this particular situation. So it's very difficult to anticipate some of these things that happen midstream during the year, and that's why we got to this question.
Representative Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Bob Tortolani, District 8. I remember that in the informational meeting, we said this particular item could be divided. And then when we started, you made the decision to divide it. I just was wondering what you said there were lots of things, you got emails. I just wanted to know what your thinking was in terms of dividing this one. Thank you.
Guess the moderator is interrogated. to divide a question, the parts of the question need to be discrete and capable of being decided separately. The Article 9 met those criteria because there are two separate pieces of funding. I've had significant communications in preparation for town meeting, and a number of constituents suggested that these two pieces might be effectively addressed separately. And so that was the moderator's recommendation as to procedure, done just by unanimous consent. I made the recommendation and nobody objected. So it seemed like discussion would go better separating the issues, because the police safety and the waste are just different issues on their face. Any other comments? Are you ready for the Representative Chapman?
I'd like to ask my fellow representatives to vote yes on this. I think that this question and the previous one was essentially a proxy for a criticism of the select board and prior select boards for how they plan. I think that we need to acknowledge that what's done is done, and that the reason it was done was that we had very serious issues that we had to deal with in these two different ways. I don't want to take a no vote. I think it would be unwise to have a no vote, because it will not acknowledge that there was a need to find some money somewhere to take care of what in one case was an emergency and in the other was an unforeseen but entirely necessary expense. That was done, and we know the reasons why. I do not want a vote that is made simply to make the select board smart in front of a lot of people. I think that acknowledging that we needed to spend the money, even though what it did was to make us more vulnerable to yet more serious emergencies going forward, is a good thing to do. Simply acknowledging that we are up against the issue of being able to meet our needs with the means that we have. And when we get to the budget, we're going to see that we may not have the means to meet those needs, and that it's going to fall to the next select board to deal with it, essentially do a second draft of the budget using fresh approach with fresh minds. And for that reason, I do hope this vote turns out to be a yes by this body.
Hello, Randy.
Wait a second.
Oh, I'm
Got
sorry.
The member first, but we'll recognize you next.
Hi, thank you. It's Christine Line, District 7. I apologize if maybe this has been answered in previous meetings that I unfortunately had to miss. With the increase in the solid waste services, does this still include pay as we throw? And also, if it does, how does the taxpayer, the town of Brattleboro residents, how does the cost of those bags offset the solid waste services?
Member of administration is asked to confirm that services will remain the same, trash removal services will remain the same until the new contract with Casella is negotiated, and then how the pay-as-you-throw offsets some of the costs of the solid waste program. Town manager.
Pay-as-you-throw is a state law, so we will continue to comply with it. However, it may not be in the same form as it has previously. This funding here, this is for the next 4 months and the past two months, and the system will remain the same for that period as well as the first 6 months of FY26. The transition to automated collection is planned to start sometime in calendar year 26.
And if we can address, please, how the cost for buying bags offsets some of the cost of trash collection.
Yeah, sorry. So in the budget, I believe it's around $300,000 from the bags is listed as revenue. That was also proposed in the budget you'll consider later today.
Thank you.
Representative Turnus.
Catherine Turnus, District 9. I'm wondering what the impact of this is going to be with the people who rent that are in buildings that are more than 4 apartments. Our landlords are going to usually are covering the cost of our trash removal, and I'm wondering, is this just for the town, people that live in less than 4 apartments? You've got buildings going up, are preparing to go up. How is this going to affect them? Is this going to help the landlords who have to cover the cost of the trash?
Member of administration is interrogated. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you. So the new program that the Select Board approved will not change how commercial rental properties are handled. Those will continue to be the responsibility of the property owner to arrange solid waste services for those particular units. With what this plan that the board approved does is provide service to those with less than 4.
So in other words, there's absolutely no relief for the landlords?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you ready for the question? Question before the Assembly is whether the town will appropriate up to $176,167 from the unassigned fund balance to defray increased cost in solid waste services in FY25. All those in favor of appropriating those funds, please rise and say aye. Be seated. All those opposed, please say nay. Rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 9B. On Article 10, moderator recognizes Select Board Member Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the compensation of the Select Board Chairperson be set at $10,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the Select Board be set at $8,000 each.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Melton. It's been moved and seconded that the compensation of Select Board Chairperson be set at $10,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the Select Board be set at $8,000 each. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Representative Sheonia.
Christina Sheonia, District 8. So I'm not sure if this is germane to, I don't know. What I wanted to bring up was that we're setting the select board compensation for the new select board that's coming in. But that means that when you run for select board, you don't know what the compensation is going to be. And I don't know how we can use select board compensation as a way to diversify our select board if you can't tell anyone what their select board compensation will be if they're elected. So is there a way to change the process, sort of like the human services where we vote at RTM for the year, for 1 year in advance? I'm gonna leave it there.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? Question before the floor is whether compensation of Select Board Chair be set at $10,000, salaries of other members be set at $8,000 each. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've adopted Article 10. For Article 11, the moderator recognizes Select Board Chair Quip.
Hit the button. Yeah. You have to press a button, apparently. Okay. So this is a long one. Bear with me. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $461,276 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among 42 service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, $7,500. Bonnievale Environmental Education Center, $3,150. Boys and Girls Club, $17,000. Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing, $10,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $7,400. Brattleboro Center for Children, $5,400. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $10,000. Building a Positive Community, $4,000. Community Asylum Seekers Project, Inc., $10,000. Community Safety Organization, $7,000. Ethiopian Community Development Council, $10,000. Families First in Southern Vermont, $12,500. Family Garden, $2,500. Food Connects, $10,000. Gathering Place, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $1,031. Groundworks Collaborative, $75,000. Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services, $10,000. Interaction Inc., formerly known as Youth Services, $20,000. Meeting Waters YMCA, $10,000. New England Youth Theatre, $3,150. Out in the Open, formerly known as Green Mountain Crossroads, $20,000. Putney Food Shelf, $7,500. Rich Earth Institute, $1,500. Senior Solutions, $18,000. Sevka, $13,300. Susu Community Farm, $13,000. The Root Social Justice Center, $25,000. Theater Adventure Inc., $3,000. Turning Point, $25,000. Vermont Adult Learning, $2,400. Vermont Association for the Blind, $700. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $2,500. Windham County Dental Center, United Way, $15,000. Windham County Humane Society, $2,000. Windham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center, $15,000. Windham and Windsor Housing Trust, $10,000. Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family, $15,000. Women's Freedom Center, $18,145. Summer Food Program for WSESU, $10,000.
Is there a second? Mr. Fallion, Representative Fallion seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $461,276 to support human services and programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro, to be allocated among the 42 service providers in the amounts and as just listed by the Select Board Chair. I'll read the motion again in full before it's voted on. I'm not going to read every organization and dollar figure at this time. I'm going to note in terms of procedure that at the informational meeting, the moderator noted the history of two different portions of the way this motion's come to pass, both being how the total dollar figure is determined and how the individual allocations are made, and then preliminarily noted that it seemed to be an up or down vote. I will note that on reflection, it would appear that the motion is certainly subject to being amended, although any motion to amend would have to address both the total figure and the mechanism to address individual allocations. So some motions to amend might or might not be in order. Representative Levenbach.
David Levenbach, District 9. I respect and appreciate the deliberate process that the Human Services Committee has, and I simply have a question, and that is, are the applications for grants to the Human Services Committee available online? And if not, might they be made available online in the future? Thank you.
I think I was supposed to recognize the chair of the Human Services Committee first to speak to the articles, so thanks, Representative Levenbach. Maybe somebody from the committee can answer that question, or somebody from administration. Is anybody available? And so the moderator recognizes Representative Minor, both to answer the question, hopefully, and then to speak to the article.
David Minor, District 7, and Chair of the Human Services Review Committee. We do not post the applications online, and actually had a question about that, and I would defer that at this moment for guidance.
I guess there's some question whether it should be made available online going forward, and that's something that I would hope would just be taken under advisement.
Yeah.
I don't think it requires any further discussion. Thank you, Representative Levenbach. So, Representative Minor, if you want to speak to the article, please. Thank you.
Just a quick summary of the process that the Human Services Committee Review Committee goes through in order to complete our tasks. Applications this year were due at the towards the end of October. There was a lot of discussion about the amount of money that was available. There was what I saw it was a push and encouragement for organizations to apply. That message was heard. We had a record number of applications, 52, and a record number far and above the amount in the past that applications received, requesting almost $770,000 in grants. We received all the applications, and what we do is then we provide a list of the applications to the members of the committee, who will then take a look at them. We ask that they identify those organizations that they have wish to recuse themselves from. Members of the committee generally would recuse themselves if they have direct affiliation with the organization, if they have past affiliation within the last year or so with an organization, whether or not they have a partner that is directly affiliated or recently affiliated with an association. We've had people recuse themselves if they had roommates and friends that were, closely affiliated with an association, and how that might impact any decision they have. We've had people who recuse themselves if, in fact, they've availed themselves of certain services and feel as though that may be caused to recuse themselves. Once we have all of that, what we do then is we divvy all of the applications up to members of the committee. We ask that people that recuse themselves will not be reviewing any of those applications. We ask those individuals to kind of do a deep dive. We ask that each member of the committee end up reading all of the pages, all the applications received, some 1,200 pages. We go through and then use a rubric system in order to be able to measure what we feel is the value of the service provided to the town, the number of people that they provide the service to, the effectiveness, and their ability to be able to reach out to townsfolks. We then take the total rubric score for all of the members that have voted. People that have recused themselves cannot vote. Hence, we use an average. For instance, if you have, the total is 0 to 15, and so if everybody votes, if somebody has recused themselves, an organization then would have less votes right up front or less of a score right up front than would somebody who had no recusals. So we come up and have an average. We then sort through. We then resort those scores by average so that we understand the evaluation that we as a group have come up with. 0 to 7 in the score we feel does not merit a grant, and 8 and above would be considered. We then go through all that. We give people an opportunity to talk about the scores that they provided. Generally speaking, if the scores are all similar, we just feel as though we're all on the same page and we go forward. If there are organizations that have a high score and a low score, we ask the people that provided scores on both ends of the spectrum to talk about what they saw and why they did it. And then we give members then an opportunity to adjust their scores. We then come up with a final rubric average, and then we go through and take a look at the grant request. We had to cut roughly $330,000 out of the total request. And so that was a really difficult task. And there's no mathematical formula that you can use that really allows you to do that. So, the committee deeply considers what was requested, and the needs that they provide and help that they provide to town residents. And then we get to the end.
Thank you for that explanation. Representative Morton.
Regarding Article 11, I move that the total allocation be cut in half. Recommend individual allocation be reviewed by the HR committee.
Is there a second? Representative Byrne seconds. It's been moved and seconded that total allocation in Article 11 be cut in half to half of what it is now, and that the individual allocations be recommitted to the HR, to the Human Resources Committee. I guess, Mr. Representative Morton, the question is whether that would then need to come back to town meeting to be reapproved, or whether you would be seeking to have the Human Resources Committee make the final determination, whether that would be the current committee or the incoming committee, or whether the individual allocations would be delegated to select board. So do you have an intention? Human sources, well, it says HR, that's why I'm saying resources, human services. So, well, hold on a second, please. The inquiry is to the person who's making the motion about their intention relating to how the changed allocations would then be finalized.
Human Resources Committee
Human
is appropriate.
Services.
Human Services, yes. I appreciate that correction.
Just make the determination?
Yes. And they make the determination once we've set the limit.
All right. Incoming committee or outgoing committee? I would think outgoing would be the way to go.
That I go along
Because
with
they've
that.
already
Yes,
done that
outgoing
work.
committee.
All right. So, and does the second agree to that clarification? Okay. So, it's been moved and seconded that Article 11 be amended to cut the total dollar figure in half, and that the individual allocations be determined by the outgoing Human Services Funding Committee. Is there discussion? Ms. Representative Smith.
Aaron Smith, District 7. For our RTM members that were here last year, if you remember, we had a 1% allocation that had an amendment that was proposed twice. The first jump was to go from 1% to 1.5. The second jump was to 2. So we effectively doubled it last year. I'm not discounting the need for services, but the undue burden on people, I have an exception with, that pay taxes. And there's items in this that I take exception to, like the Putney food shelf. I don't think we should be sending money to other towns. I understand that Brattleboro residents may use their services, but that's up to Putney to control. And I'm really going to vote for this 1% because I think it's more reasonable.
Representative Stewart.
I would vote no on this amendment simply because we have already, as a body, approved the allocation that they were given last year. We can change next year's allocation. That makes sense to me. If there are line items that people have issue with, they should write amendments that seek to strike those. Right. I don't think we should be able to go backwards and change what we agreed on last year. So I would vote no on this.
Select Member Quip.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I went to the bathroom and I came back and I heard the tail end of it. It sounds like there's a motion to cut it in half, but then have the committee decide on the allocations. And I would propose that if this body wishes to entertain cutting it in half, that it simply just cut the allocations in half as proposed, because they've already been through a consideration process. Seems to
All
me
right.
that's
So I don't mean to interrupt. That's an amendment to the amendment. Do you
Great.
want to, is it your intention to seek to amend the
Yes.
Morton amendment to merely cut all the allocations in half.
Yes.
Is there a second? Representative Cook seconds. So now discussion is on the Quip amendment to the Morton amendment to change the allocation method in this proposed amendment to merely cutting all the allocations in proportionate half. Is there discussion on that amendment? Representative Lucido? No? Representative Thompson? Do I have that right now?
Inevitably happens to one of us. Hi, Representative Thompson, District 8. And I'm a member of the Human Services Committee for a few years now. And I just wanted to clarify, it was a 2% allocation at last year's meeting. And the year before that, it was 2% as well. And the year before that, we also, as a committee, were empowered to do the same. And we actually cut more than we were allocated because it was up to 2%. So we've really kept in mind trying to keep it as low as possible based on the applications. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't 1% sent to the committee before that. This is just a correction. And then another thing about the cutting it, all of the applications in half. We talked about this as a committee because we thought this might be something that would happen. But the problem with that is some of the applications, and I do support everyone seeing them because I think it's really interesting to see like how much service the town actually provides to people. But the problem with that is some applications are very specific about how much money they need. So like Putney Food Bank's a really good example. They say, this is how many people in Brattleboro we serve, this is how many meals, and this is how much money we need for that. So we're giving them like a very specific amount for that reason. And then other organizations had a much larger case for support and asked for larger numbers. So it can't really be done in a blanket way. I mean, you could do it if you voted in, but that would just be an argument for not doing that because that's not how the numbers fall in the applications. So thank you.
The question before the Assembly at this time is whether to amend the allocation method in the proposed Morton amendment. Anybody want to speak to that inquiry? Representative Minor. He's spoken once, but I didn't see your hand. We'll get you next.
I think as Representative Thompson had said, I think simply dividing it and doing the math doesn't do justice to the needs of the organizations. We have done all the heavy work. We don't need to reread and go through all the applications. That's one reason why you want to use the present Human Services Committee and not the future. Because if we went to the future, then everyone you need to think that is going to be up to snuff on what we're talking about, and so we would be beginning over again. So I think that I disagree with the idea of simply using straight math. I don't believe that is that fair to the process that we've undertaken, nor to the organizations have applied. As to the comment about the Putney Food Bank, that has been a question, I think, every year. And what we have found is the Putney Food Bank provides food for whomever comes through their doors. Now, the first time they applied, a little history, the first time they applied to us, we asked that very question. Can you identify how many people from Brattleboro you're helping? And they couldn't. And so as a result of that, we did not provide them any funding. One thing they did is they changed the way that they gather information without infringing upon, the personal needs of individuals. And so they've been able then to show how many Brattleboro residents they do provide. And that number has grown to the point now that I think they're serving almost more people in Brattleboro than any other town. And I think that that's probably true in every food bank that we provide. and very true in absolutely every organization. One thing that we do require and we do look for are the number of residents, town residents, that an organization provides. And that is a key question that we look at in analyzing every application. Thank you.
Representative Warden. Did I get the name wrong?
Alyssa Arroyo, District 9. I just have a quick question. Are all of these organizations required to be registered as a nonprofit? And if they aren't required to be registered as a nonprofit, what is the reasoning behind that?
Okay, that's a appropriate inquiry. I'm not sure that it goes directly to the current amendment, which is whether the method for allocating, if among organizations, if the dollar figure is cut, should be changed. But we'll take the answer now, just because. Representative Minor.
We do certainly look to be sure that an organization is a 501c3. We have in the past provided funds to organizations that are not. I think one group that comes to mind was a neighborhood group in Canal Street that we gave money for a few years to that provided summer programs for youth in the neighborhood. And unfortunately, I think some key members of that organization have passed away, and with that, the organization kind of was no longer appealing to us. But that is one example of where we did not require a 501c3 filing in order to provide support.
Once again, the continuing question on the floor at this time is whether to amend the Morton Amendment to change the allocation method to individual organizations. Is there any further discussion on that question? Representative Goodman. All right, so is there a second on calling the question? Representative Tortolani seconds. So it's been moved to call the question on the Quip amendment to the Morton amendment. The question on which you would be ceasing debate is discussion about the allocation method in the Morton amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have ceased debate on the question whether to change the allocation method. So, the question before the Assembly is whether to amend the Morton Amendment to provide that individual allocations to individual organizations merely be cut in half if the total allocation is cut in half. All those in favor of changing the allocation method to just pro rata cut in half, please rise and say aye. All right. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The nays appear to have it, the nays do have it, and the Quip amendment is defeated. So the continuing question on the floor is is on the Morton amendment, which is to cut the total allocation in half and to recommit the allocation to individual organizations to the existing Human Services Committee to make the final decision. Representative Levenbach.
I oppose this motion. last year's RTM made a decision as to what the target figure ought to be for the next round of spending. And we have, I'm sorry, David Lovemock, District 9, we have mentioned, members of the body have mentioned, that the need for long-term financial planning is an important part of careful financial management. And I think that same argument applies to RTM members, who should think very carefully when they make decisions about what they're committing the town to do in future years. Thank you.
Are there further comments on the Morton Amendment? Representative Franks.
Thank you, Tom Franks, District 9. I sent, I think, everybody on RTM a message about my concerns about the process. However, I was pleased to vote that if this motion passes, that it goes back to the existing Human Services Committee. They have done the work, and I trust them to do the reallocation. However, so I will just raise another issue, which I've raised, I think, in the Reformer, that the voters of the town, a majority of the voters of the town, and I'll do the math for if anyone has, or I'll explain the difference between majority and plurality, which is not something I had to look up. 58% of the voters of the town said the amount should be less than 2%. That was a vote of of all the people who voted. I think this motion respects their will. I urge you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Representative Dolan.
Representative Dolan, District 8. Thank you, Moderator Gartenstein. I will now face the appropriate direction. I would urge the body to vote against this amendment. Part of the reason why has to do with the arc of my own learning over the last few months. There's been a disinformation campaign in our community that's engaged a great number of people in our community that would lead people to believe that 2% or more of human services would be the cause for driving up our taxes. When in fact, this is 2% of the budget or less. In fact, corrected for actuality, I have learned it's 1.8% of the budget. And that is a very small percentage of the overall budget. Also, I would entreat the body to consider some of the very real effects over the last 2 months of the federal transition, which has defunded a lot of the very same services that we are considering funding with this article, that have had far-reaching and devastating material effects on all levels of society. Such as that our Vermont State Treasurer, Pichek, has been holding meetings to help educate Vermonters about how cuts to federal funding have effects on our state and how we can adapt to those. And I believe that dedicating a portion of our taxes, such as been figured out very carefully and very thoroughly by the Human Services Committee, to caring for our neighbors in Brattleboro who might need these services, and looking at the whole thing. I mean, I really poured over it and did a couple of different Excel charts and all of this, talked to a lot of people about it. This fund serves the majority of our community. It's very, very important. So I would urge the body to to vote no to the amendment and to pass the article as proposed. Is that the correct way to say it? Okay, thank you.
Representative Tewksbury.
Captain Tewksbury, District 8. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think we're not considering the additive effect of addressing town problems that the human service agencies, those who've applied for assistance, provide. Basically, Brattleboro Human Services organizations are important components to helping Brattleboro citizens deal with the issues of homelessness, drug addiction, mental health support. And it was written up by several articles actually in last week's Commons. Their services are often coordinated with town department services as well as with each other. And I believe that the combination of the human service agencies and the town services end up providing larger service than the sum, as it were, the sum of services. Thank you.
Continuing question is whether to cut the human services funding total allocation in half. Representative Byrne.
Okay, it's weird doing this with my back to everybody. I'm just going to say that.
That's what I said.
Ronnie Byrne, District 9. I feel compelled to state why I seconded that article or that amendment. First of all, I really appreciate the effort that went in on the part of the Human Service Committee to do these allocations. I don't question the effort. I don't question the process. What I question is what some of the things that were being allocated to. My view of human services is that it should provide a safety net for people who actually need help immediately. And there are a lot of things in this list that are nice to have. They're great organizations. I strongly encourage everybody to contribute to them. I also feel compelled because I have often heard from various people in the community, we shouldn't have to have taxpayer money pay for human services. And in fact, my husband's one of them, and we talk about this a lot in my house, and it's actually makes my head hurt. My husband and I are, we're retired. We live on a fixed income. I looked at our budget, and we actually personally donated 1.8% of our income to charities. And a lot of them are charities in this town. So I don't want anybody to feel like, I'm some heartless, whatever. And everybody who sort of makes that argument about why taxes shouldn't pay for that, kind of try to put that in, put that into their thing. Personally, if you've ever been food insecure and you've ever gone to a Veggie Van Go in the last 6 years, I guarantee you, I've put food in your car. I'm not against human services, like I said. What I question is the allocations of monies from the taxpayers to organizations that are not providing critical needs to people at a time when they actually need that safety net. So thank you.
Representative Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 8. I'm going to vote against this motion. I'm going to vote against the amendment, I should say. I think it's a mistake to reverse a decision that was made last year. I think we're in a position to make a decision on the allocation for human services as we go forward with a future article. But I really do think it's a mistake to reverse what we decided on last year after debate and consideration. Thank you.
Representative Silbert.
Thanks. I agree that we should respect the work of the committee and respect our decisions from last year and keep the allocations the same. Unlike this whole debate about that we just had about the select board making financial decisions that we didn't approve, this was a committee doing what we did ask them to do, and I think we should respect that. And this is essential government work. These are essential town services that have been outsourced to nonprofits at great savings to us, the taxpayers, and at a time when federal funding is getting gutted for this. These are the only monies that our town is spending on things like summer lunch programs, food for kids, services for seniors. We have no other money that's going to housing, homeless services, food banks, and these funds are getting gutted. Is going to be a hard time for our state and our country, and this will be another conversation, but I think we're going to actually have to increase how our town is supporting people in our town. We just had a long conversation about the 9 extra staff positions that are going into the police and the massive increased funding for the police that we've been in this town, and so much of the downtown safety plan is reliant on having social services to send people to. Like, that's what the downtown safety plan is asking these cops to do. That's their first thing they're doing, sending them to the social service agencies we have in this town. We need strong social services in our town, or the emergency that we've all been discussing is going to get exponentially worse. I think we're in a hard place in a town, in our state, in our country for a lot of reasons, and I think we're gonna have to make hard decisions. This is one that feels very important to keep our town as safe for as many of us as possible. Thank you.
Representative Manuka.
Abby Manukin, District 8. I will also be voting against this amendment to have human services funding. I agree that this body made this decision last year for the upcoming fiscal year, and I stand by that decision. I was part of that body. I also want to disagree with Representative Frank's reasoning when he looked at the ballot article, which was advisory, and the way that the question was worded, you had to choose one percentage. In an election, like the select board one we just had, we had a top vote getter. You don't then look at all of the other candidates and say, well, all of those candidates got a combined vote of more than the top vote getter, so that's who we should elect to the select board. I don't want to use that reasoning here either. More than 2% was actually the top vote getter on that ballot initiative for both this year and next. And that was the way the question was worded, and that's the way people in town came out. I also want to echo how we need to think about funding for the future, which is this coming year and beyond, and how our funding is getting cut, not just at the federal level, but also at the state level, and then to continue with deeper cuts at a local level. All of us are at risk, some risk, of needing these social services. These are not just our impoverished people on the street. They are like all of us. And so to think of it as charity, which is going to someone else, as opposed to solidarity and really acknowledging that this may be you now or it may be you in the future, needs to be a way that I think we make our decisions. Thank you.
Representative Agavi. Yeah.
Agave, District 8. There's an old axiom which goes roughly that there's a direct proportion between the price of wheat and the level of crime. And essentially, I think that is pretty much self-explanatory. The more difficult it becomes for a person to meet their essential needs, the more likely they are going to have to meet them by any means necessary. And that's not good for any of us at any time. To tie that into Brattleboro, Historically, our town, the money we spent, it usually comes from three major areas: public works, police, and fire. If you go back in time quite a ways, you'll find the police were the smallest part of the budget. In fact, there was a time, just for historical note, it was only 3 people on the force. In '73, when our economy began to tank and never really recovered, we've never been a prosperous town since. You will also note when you go back in town budgets that the amount we were spending on police kept increasing along with that poor economy, and to the point where now it's the largest part of the economy. And there is no way out of this but to see to it that people aren't in a position where they feel they have to survive by any means necessary. We need this human services allocation desperately.
Representative Turbo.
Sarah Turbo, District 9, also on the Human Services Committee. I want to closer to the mic. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. I want to echo everything that Sonia Silbert said about how else we could be providing this. If we're not providing this through outsourcing these services to nonprofit organizations, then the alternative is to have a Department of Homeless Services, for example. You can only imagine how expensive that would be for our town. I also want to recognize that most of the all of the applications came in before the national elections were over, which means that none of them were considering in real terms. They were considering in prospective terms, but not in real terms, what the impact was going to be of the new federal government on the funding that was available to them and to other kinds of services in our town. So I would even argue that probably these organizations are going to need more funding than they are going to be getting if we pass the 2% here. I also want to say that there's a lot of questions about how our committee works and why we've made decisions about certain organizations. We had an information session. There's a lot of information in your booklets that you can look into that on. I also know that any member of the Human Services Committee would be happy to be interrogated here about why it is that we made certain decisions if people really do have questions about that. And in fact, with the moderator's permission, there are actually 2 representatives from organizations that are poised to receive funding who I would love to interrogate myself to see if they would be willing to talk about what they use these funds for. Mr. Moderator, would that be possible?
There's still members of the body who are looking to speak, and right now the open question before the assembly is to cut the allocation from 2% to 1%.
I would ask them to speak about why that cut would be significant to them. That's okay. In that case, I'll just say that if you attended the information session, or if you're interested in watching the recording online, you will see that a lot of these organizations rely on this funding, and together they do serve as a safety net for this town. They work together. They together provide food, housing, social services for people. And again, as I believe someone else said, not just for the people who we might think of as needing these services, but for truly most people in this town, one way or the other. The 2 representatives I had here were from Youth Services and Senior Solutions, which are 2 organizations that provide those kinds of services. Thank you.
Representative Annis.
Eric Annis, District 8. I move the question.
Is there a second? Mr. Stroud seconds. It's been moved and seconded to cease debate on the Morton Amendment. The Morton amendment being to cut the total allocation in half to $230,638, and that individual allocations be delegated to the outgoing Human Services Committee. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the Morton Amendment. So the Morton Amendment to Article 11 is to reduce the total human services allocation by half to $230,638, and that individual allocations to individual organizations be determined by the outgoing Human Services Committee. All those in favor of the Morton Amendment? Representative Franks. Microphone.
Is this on? I move for a roll call vote and ask if there are 5 other members willing to stand with me for a roll call vote.
Roll call on the amendment? All right. A roll call vote can be requested on by 6 total town meeting members. Are there 6 members who want a roll call vote on the amendment? There are. So this vote will be by roll call. So the inquiry, the vote to be taken at this time is that the total allocation for human services be cut in half to $230,638, and that the individual allocations be determined by the outgoing Human Services Committee. The clerks will call the roll, and each person's individual vote will be taken. Yes is to cut the human services funding by half.
Do you want people to come up to the microphone individually? No?
Just answer.
Okay. So, you're going to be up here? Okay. I'm going to call the names, and Jane Fletcher, Assistant Town Clerk, will be recording the results. And per the moderator, please just stand and state your vote rather than coming up to the microphone. Spoon Agave. Tessa Anders. J. Eric Annis. Alyssa Arroyo. Margaret Atkinson. Michael Averill. Linda Bailey. Brian Bannon. Hugh Barber. Kimberly Barstow. Susan Belville. Michael Bosworth. Sally Brunton. Molly Burke. Thank you. G. Howard Burrows. G. Howard Burrows. Ronnie Byrne. Christopher Kane. Ellen Cappy. Pierre Cappy. George Carville. Pamela Case. Peter Case. Dina Chadwick. Christopher Chapman. Barbara Charkey. Diane Cook. Richard Cook. Millicent Cooley. Mary Copans. Stuart Copans. Ann Coughlin. Ernest Coughlin Jr., Eli Coughlin Galbraith, Eli Coughlin Galbraith. Okay, thank you. Gretchen Cowan, Andrew Davis, Arthur Davis, Richard Davis, Rachel Disler, Jessica Dolan, Jessica Delesny, Catherine Dowd, Anthony Duncan, Milton Eaton, Amanda Ellis Thurber, Peter Elwell, Isaac Evans France, Bob Everingham, Peter Fallion, Amy Farnham, Ken Fay, Robert Ferranti, Alex Fisher, Heidi Fisher, Hillary Francis abstaining, Thomas Franks, Michael Gant, David Gartenstein.
Yes.
That means abstain. Ruben Garza, Bonnie Gervan, Denise Glover, Virginia Goodman, Ian Goodnow, Ruth Gorham Hole, Marta Gossage, Thomas Grasso. Okay. Megan Gray, Grace Guerra, Wendy Harrison, Christine Hart, Maya Hasagawa, Christine Hazard, Steve Heim, Deborah Heller, Oscar Heller, Jorge Herzog, James Hildebrand, Brian Hughes, Michael Hutchison, Jennifer Jacobs, Tracy John, Jesse Cayenne, John Kennedy, Beth Kendall, Cleo Zeke King, Cleo Zeke King, Emily Kornheiser, William Cram, David Levenbach, John Lightfoot, Sheila Linton, H.B. Lizito, Joe Lum, Christine Lind, William Manders, Neil Manders, Elizabeth McLaughlin, Mary McLaughlin, Emily Megas Russell, Paula Melton, Art Farmeese, David Miner, Craig Miskovich, Abigail Manukin, Ann Moore Odell, Georgia Morgan, Robin Morgan, Richard Morton, Thomas Mosikowski, Stephen Nelson, Kevin O'Brien, Tara O'Brien, Kathleen O'Connor, Robert Oser, Thomas Oxholm, Rolf Parker Houghton, Hedy Pamazzi. Did you get that?
Yes.
Hedy Pamazzi? Okay. Daniel Quip. Franz Reichsman.
No.
Jacqueline Reese. Gemma Seymour. Christina Ina Sheonye. Andrew Shepard. Sonia Silbert. Aaron Smith. Jennifer Smith. Isadora Izzy Snyder. Hannah Cirilla. Stephanie Spring. Frick Sprite. Jill Stahl Tyler. Was it yes?
Yes.
Trevor Stannis. Eric Stewart. Gary Stroud. Apple Sullivan. Kipton Tewksbury. Aislinn Avery Thompson. Lila Thorne. Ross Thurber. Robert Tortolani. David Turneau. Joy Turneau. Joshua Traeger. Sarah Turbo. Catherine Turnus. Patricia Twining. Patricia Twining. Brian Tyler. Kathy Erfer. Eleanor Weiss. Aaron Wessel. Was that an abstain? Timothy Wessel. Lisa Whitney. Elizabeth Whitaker. And Lindsay Warden. And Mr. Moderator, you
All right,
passed.
so we'll, I'll just note that the moderator passes because I don't get to vote unless my decision would make a difference. So I pass and I abstain. Yeah, the votes are being tabulated. So everybody's aware the result of the request for the roll call is that the individual votes will be reflected in the minutes. Listen to the results of your vote. The ayes are 32, the noes are 105, and you have defeated the Morton Amendment. The continuing question before the Assembly is whether to raise and appropriate the sum of $461,276 for human services programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro, as previously moved by Select Board Member Quip. Is there further discussion? Representative Garza.
Thank you, Moderator. Ruben Garza, District 9. I could have made this point of clarification earlier, but the amendment came so quickly. It's just to clarify that the awarded line item for Windham County Dental Center, in parentheses, says United Way. Windham County Dental Center and United Way for 3 years have been separate nonprofits. And so I want to make that very clear because as the executive director of United Way of Windham County, we receive 0 funding, but the Windham County Dental Center does receive funding. That's the only point I wanted to make.
I'm sorry. Representative Hutchinson.
Thank you, moderator. I have a question for either the chair or a member of the Human Services Committee. I would preface that briefly with saying I was the former Finance Committee representative to the Human Services Committee, and I very much appreciated the transparency and thoroughness of their process. I completely support them in that regard, and I think they offer a valuable service to the town of Brattleboro and to this body. My question is that in previous years there was a cap on the amount of individual awards given to agencies. There does not seem to have been a cap this year, and I'm wondering if a member of the committee would care to comment on that. Thank you.
The chair of the Human Services Funding Committee is interrogated about whether there's a cap on funding to any given organization.
David Minor, District 7, Chair of the Human Services Committee. No, there was not a cap this year. And I think a lot of the dialogue taking place from the town and so forth in pushing it encouraged organizations to apply over and above it. It was discussion, I will say, that the committee did have, but the fact that there was no cap advertised or as part of the application process, it would be unfair to implement one there. But it's something certainly that we can consider for the future.
Question is on Article 11. Are you ready for that question? Representative Chapman.
Mr. Moderator and my fellow representatives. I cannot, in good conscience, vote against this. I think the budget needs some attention, and I will be voting against the budget itself when that comes up. But that Article 11 amount, that allocation on Article 11 is for expenses that support people who are the most vulnerable among us, and they are likely to become even more vulnerable by all indications from federal cutbacks that look like they're coming. And I don't think that reducing the amounts to the most vulnerable people in Brattleboro is where any cutting should start. Thank you.
Select person, Case.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify and maybe ask a question. You know, I voted no because I believe that money's already been allocated, and having been scrutinized under Article 9 of what it might look like to change that number in flight seemed really difficult, really unwieldy, and unfair. So I want to point that out as a point as we move forward in these conversations to consider work that's been done, and all these agencies are worthy. But I want to go back to a question that was asked by a representative earlier about how we allocate these funds and if they are to registered 501c3s. And do we have any on here? I've recognized almost all of the organizations that were allocated money, with the exception of one, quite honestly. And I was wondering if the chair wouldn't mind being interrogated as to asking whether all allocated funds were allocated to 501c3s.
Chair of the Human Services Funding Committee is interrogated. Is there any legally tax exempt organization on the list? Yeah.
I believe there may be one committee that is not. I'm not really, I'd have to verify that.
Do you know, so you don't know which ones are or are not? I mean, I think we know who are. I'm more kind of digging for the ones that are not.
What's the point of information? You need to approach the microphone, please.
Hi, Alex Fisher, District 8. Point of information, I think this is a point of information, which is I'm concerned about the why of this question. There's not a legal precedent that you need to give money to a 501c3. Any legal incorporated entity can receive funds, and so I just want to understand why someone is asking about the 501c3 specific
Sure.
incorporation.
Wait. We're not having dialogue back and forth. It's the moderator's ruling that the inquiry is germane.
Great.
And so it can proceed unless the body wants to appeal the moderator's ruling that it's germane inquiry.
I believe it's the Community Safety Organization.
Answer Representative Fisher's question is, as far as money's allocated, they should be providing a service. So I'd be curious to know what service that organization would be providing to communities. And as we've mentioned here before, it's all about helping those people that are in most need. So can you tell me what that organization does?
If there's anybody who's capable of being interrogated about the services provided by the Community Safety Organization, $7,000 proposed allocation. Is there anybody? Representative Mnuchin. The question is whether there's somebody who's capable of speaking to that from personal knowledge, I think.
Hi there. Yeah, Emily Megas Russell,
Megas
District
Russell, sorry.
7. Yes, I can speak to this. So on page 98 of your annual report, there is a paragraph about the proposed services. I also want to say that the Community Safety Organizing Team proposal has been affiliated with, has a fiscal sponsor who is a nonprofit, a 501c3 Interaction. And the services that are proposed, this project is in project development phase, and that's all outlined on page 98, so I can read it in terms of what those specific services are that we're working on, organizing and collaborating with other community members or community organizations to provide, if you would like, or folks can just refer directly to page 98 for what the specific services are in terms of the community center and this emotional support. I want to take this opportunity to again publicly clarify there is zero intention whatsoever in this project to start an overdose prevention center. That is a misunderstanding that
Wait. This is wholly beyond the scope of the specific inquiry. So
Okay.
if you want to ask to be recognized in the ordinary course
So the
to
inquiry
address
was
that
what-
issue, but
right.
for
What
right now,
what?
wait, please.
Go ahead, sorry.
My understanding is that the specific answer to the question that was raised is that there's a blurb on page 98 of the town report explaining what the Community Safety Organization would do. Is there further discussion, Representative Sprite? All right, is there a second? Representative Carville second. So it's been moved and seconded that debate cease on Article 11, which is to raise and appropriate the sum of $461,276 to support human services programs and organizations. That motion to cease debate is non-debatable. It requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 11, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted, you've ceased debate. You've decided to cease debate on Article 11. The article before the Assembly at this time is to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $461,276 to support human services programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among 42 service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, $7,500. Bonnievale Environmental Education Center, $3,150. Boys and Girls Club, $17,000. Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing, $10,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $7,400. Brattleboro Center for Children, $5,400. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $10,000. Building a Positive Community, $4,000. Community Asylum Seekers Project, $10,000. Community Safety Organization, $7,000. Ethiopian Community Development Council, $10,000. Families First in Southern Vermont, $12,500. Family Garden, $2,500. Food Connects, $10,000. Gathering Place, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $1,031. Groundworks Collaborative, $75,000. Healthcare Rehabilitation Services, $10,000. Interaction, formerly known as Youth Services, $20,000. Meeting Waters WYMCA, $10,000. New England Youth Theater, $3,150. Out in the Open, formerly known as Green Mountain Crossroads, $20,000. Putney Food Shelf, $7,500. Rich Earth Institute, $1,500. Senior Solutions, $18,000. SEVCA, $13,300. Susu Community Farm, $13,000. The Root Social Justice Center, $25,000. Theater Adventure, Inc., $3,000. Turning Point, $25,000. Vermont Adult Learning, $2,400. Vermont Association for the Blind, $700. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $2,500. Windham County Dental Center, $15,000. Windham County Humane Society, $2,000. Windham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center, $15,000. Windham and Windsor Housing Trust, $10,000. Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family, $15,000. Women's Freedom Center, $18,145. And Summer Food Program of the WSESD, $10,000. All those in favor of appropriating that total sum with those individual allocations, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 11. We're now going to take recess of 1 hour for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:25 promptly. Please be back before. 122 people have checked back in. We have a quorum. The next item on the agenda is Article 12. Moderator recognizes Select Person McLaughlin to move Article 12.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $24,680,853 in order to defray, to that extent, all general fund expenses for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, including all highway and Windham County taxes that the Select Board be authorized to expend. In addition, any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $19,800,000 $40,778 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2025, shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installments shall be received by town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 15th, 2025, November 17th, 2025, February 17th, 2026, and May 15th, 2026, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 16th, 2026. And Mr. Moderator, I'd like to speak to this item.
Is there a second? Representative Frank seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $24,680,853 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend in addition any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $19,840,778 to be collected in property taxes and the balance to be comprised of all of the sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2025 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installment shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 15, November 17, 2025, and February 17 and May 15, 2026, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 16, 2026. Select Person McLaughlin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This budget is the sum of Select Board decisions all year. It was not an easy decision to raise taxes on all of us. We acted to place our town on sure footing for the future due to 2 distinct situations. The trash collection was an unanticipated expense. The drug dealers in our town are a scourge, making victims all around us. No safety or the individual needs of people in our town could be addressed. No economic growth, no post-COVID awakening can happen unless we address the crime in our downtown and in our neighborhoods. And our plan for the Brat team and the One Brattleboro social service and policy collaboration must be given a chance to work. The Select Board cut $1.8 million from the original budget. So the increase that's proposed now is $320 for the median house. Many people have said to me that they would pay it to secure our town's future. They're not happy about it, but they understand that the Select Board will thoroughly examine services in the upcoming year. I will pay the $320 or commensurate amount for my home to secure a future for our town. Thank you very much.
Representative Herzog. I'm sorry, Carville.
Thank you. George Carville, District 7. I've been attending and participating in town meetings for, I was just counting it up over lunch, 54 years. I've made motions, voted for things, voted against things. But I've never taken the position I'm going to take right now. We have 3 new select board members coming on board, all of whom ran on various positions about the budget. A lot of us disagree about some of the stuff in the budget. A lot of people don't like the taxes. I think we need to give the new board another crack at the budget. I am going to vote against adopting this budget. I hope you will join me.
Mr. Moderator.
Select Person Case.
Thank you. I understand everybody's apprehension around this. I do. I echo what my colleague Liz just said. But I think it's important that we understand the impact of not leaving with an approved budget today. So with that, I would like to interrogate 2 members of our staff, Dan Tyler and also Carol Olot, and ask them what the impact of not passing this budget would mean to their department. And I think we should probably start with Dan Tyler.
Mr. Tyler is interrogated.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think when we talk about defeating the budget, voting down the budget today, in terms of DPW, we're looking at our capital improvement projects, and it likely means a delay, maybe losing the construction season. As it stands now, we work to prepare these projects in the hopes to advertise them as soon as we have a passed budget, knowing that we can spend the money in July. We're kind of at a little bit of a disadvantage already because the surrounding area, much of them have passed their budgets a few weeks before us. They've advertised their projects, contractors' schedules fill up, and it oftentimes means we have less bidders and sometimes higher prices. We've got a pretty large-scale paving project scheduled, which incorporates some sidewalk improvements in kind of the Oak Grove, Clark Avenue area. There's some money in this year's budget that'll go towards that. If there's some uncertainty on whether we're going to have the FY26 capital money, I think then we've got to start looking at other projects around town. Right now we have 2 kind of bridge box culvert grants through the state that are $200,000 a piece, and a paving grant for $120,000. The match on those 3 projects is just over $100,000. So, we kind of have to look at the paving improvements versus moving forward with those grant projects and what that might look like. And, if we don't have a budget in the near future, I think it's likely that paving project would get pushed to next year and maybe even divided up into, separate projects.
Thank you. Carol Olot.
Good afternoon. I too understand that a budget, what your apprehension is here today. I'm also a taxpayer. I live in this community. I brought my kids up here. I brought many of your kids up. I still am bringing many of your kids up. Probably brought up some of you. I'm not talking about what Dan talked about, which is projects. I'm talking about would be talking about the day-to-day. operations of the town. This is the time in my budget where I'm hiring summer staff to run summer camps, to walk your children and grandchildren so that you can go to work. I am hiring lifeguards, water safety instructors, so that we can teach your children and grandchildren how to swim. And all of these things have to start happening now. We can't wait until June to start hiring these people, because with not knowing if we have a budget, that leaves us stuck in the mud at this time. So I would really like to see you as voters today at least give us a direction so we can leave here and continue our day-to-day jobs that we need to, that the citizens of Brattleboro are expecting for their kids and grandkids this summer. Because we can't hire, and if we can't hire those applicants that are working, that have already applied or have worked for us for year after year, they still need to go to college next year or back to high school, and they need that summer income, and they're counting on that. We're going to lose them to Vernon and Putney and Dummerston and Guilford and across the river. So that is where I would be coming from today on the importance of passing a budget of some sort so that we have something to work with.
Representative O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor, District 9. With all due respect to our town department heads, who I think are great, this is our decision as RTM members. The select board and the administration had their say. They brought this budget to us. I want everybody here to remember, we don't have to pass a budget until June 30th. So for anybody to say we have to leave here today with a budget, that is not true. I want us all to vote no on this because it's irresponsible. The people we're here to represent are our friends and our neighbors and our taxpayers. I sat through every select board meeting. I know every inch of this budget till it makes my head explode. There are so many things wrong with it besides the tax increase. I would urge us to vote no. And I would also urge us not to sit here and try to say, oh, if we take 500,000 out or $1 million out. We don't do that. It's too complicated. It's too messed up for us to fix it here. We sent it back. The voters spoke and they elected 3 new select board members. If we sit here today and say, oh, let's cut 500,000 and pass it, it means it doesn't come back to us. We have to vote no in order to get it to come back to us. I want everybody to remember that. We just heard one of the scare tactics that we're going to hear more from the people in the front. If you don't vote on this today, the town government will fall apart. It will not. We're also going to hear we don't have the town staff to do the budget because we don't have a finance director and we don't have an assistant town manager. That's no excuse for us not to get the budget we want for our fellow citizens. So please vote no. Let's send it back. And if they say, well, we don't know, we don't get any direction from you, we can give them all the direction we want, either now or during other business, or go to all the select board meetings where they're going to talk about this budget. So please remember why we are here. We are here for the citizens of this community. There's a job. It's in the charter. They have their say. We are part of the town charter. We have to have our say. So let's not lose sight during this conversation why we are here and who we are here for.
Select person Quip.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I understand why people are mad about this budget. It's a huge increase. It's unprecedented. When we were first presented with a base budget with a 22% projected increase, you know, we were in the position that maybe a lot of you are in for the first time today, and that was several months back. And we wrestled with how to kind of bring something forward that was going to work. And it needs to work in terms of town operations. It needs to work in terms of affordability. It needs to address some of our challenges. And what we have before you is a budget that is an attempt to do that. The significant drivers of increases in this budget are in increased expenditure in the police department and the solid waste contract. The rest you know, it would be pretty hard to kind of manage those. They're mostly things like health insurance increases and then other kind of, you know, union negotiated kind of wage increases. So I want to kind of acknowledge that, you know, if you're mad about it, that's okay. I'm not psyched about it myself, but what we brought forward is what we felt was a responsible thing to do for the town. And so what I hear from members early in this conversation, right, is let's give it to the new select board members. And we're lucky because the 3 new elected people are actually right here in this room. And so what I would like to hear from those 3 individuals, Oscar Heller, Amanda Ellis-Thurber, and Isaac Evans-Franz, is what their plan is, okay? Because the board wrestled with hard questions. They will wrestle with the same hard questions. There is not some new magic thing that's going to happen here. They will do so with less context, less time, and less staff. And as you know, Kate said, like that's what it is, but it is also a fact. And so I would like to hear what their plan is.
Representative Ellis-Thurber had their hand up, so
Amanda Ellis-Thurber, District
recognized.
7. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm not going to answer Daniel's question, but I'm coming to the mic right now. I mean, I will answer it, but just give me a little more time to think about it. I raised my hand because seasonal timing of projects is in fact vitally important. This comes from my perspective as a farmer working with my husband Ross for 30 years, right? If you don't have the money to buy the seeds, you can't sow the seeds to grow the crop. If you don't have the money to hire people that are going to help you harvest the crops, you don't have the crops. If you don't have the budget to buy the diesel to run the tractor, you can't make hay to feed your cows. So all I'm saying is consider what Carol and Dan just mentioned. I recommend that we lower the budget a certain amount that we all agree on as a group, and we move forward with that. I urge you not to vote the budget down, but to agree on an amount that we will work our hardest as new select board members to approve. Thank you.
Representative Evans-Franz.
Isaac Evans-Franz. Thank you, first of all, to the select board members and the town management for all of the work that you have done. I know that the assistant town manager, Patrick Moreland, who will soon be departing the town government, you have played such an important role in this work behind the scenes. My thought is that, first of all, we need to consider the recommendations of this body via the comments that we have heard today that we'll hear in the coming hours. We also need to consider the recommendations of the Finance Committee that this body elected. We also need to work with and consider the recommendations of the incoming Finance Committee. And we need to look at the work that's been done over the last several months and look at the input that we've gotten from our fellow Brattleboro community members. Thank you.
Representative Heller.
Oscar Heller, District 9, incoming select board member. I want to say that I have not decided how I'm going to vote on this issue. I don't love any of the 3 options we're presented with. And I was actually not planning on speaking on this because I'm in sort of a strange role right now, which is today I'm a town meeting rep. On Monday, I will be on the select board. But if I'm going to be directly put to the question, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to be maybe a little more frank than I have been in the past. I may vote yes on this budget. The reason being that there are real costs to voting no. We've heard some of them. Another is that it truly will burden town staff without an assistant town manager who probably worked, Patrick, 50, 60 hours a week for 14 years, without a finance director, And it will be a huge burden on a brand new select board, which on day one will probably need to meet 2 or 3 times a week for a month to put together a new budget. However, anyone who's read the Finance Committee report, it will be no surprise that I have serious problems with this budget, and they are not limited only to the tax rate. If you go down the list of cuts made by the select board alone, there are many things there that I have a problem with that I would change. Just as an example, it is not a cut to the budget when you spend cash on hand to pay off a loan so that it no longer hits the FY26 budget. It's not a cut to the budget when you put down $300,000 of pay-as-you-throw bag revenue with no operational plan for how to actually sell those bags with a new trash system. And it's not an actual cut when you defer maintenance on town assets like buildings, because the cost that we're talking about is already there. It is the damage or the repairs needed to those buildings. Putting off that maintenance simply moves the cost to a different budget year. So just looking at the cutting process alone, I have major problems with decisions that were made. I also have problems with the general budget process. Finally, I reject the premise that I have felt floating around that it is irresponsible for town meeting to consider a no vote. Budgets do get voted down, and more importantly, I know many people here who I saw at select board meetings saying, we have problems with this, we have concerns with this, please don't do this thing that way, RTM may have a problem with this budget, etc. At those meetings, members of RTM are nothing more than members of the public who get up, speak for 2 minutes, and then sit down with or without a response. So I reject the premise that on the one day where we have actual decision-making power, we have to be adult and simply vote yes, or otherwise we're being irresponsible. And finally, I also reject the premise that to criticize the budget and the budget process, you need to be prepared to step up to the microphone with a fully formed plan for a new budget. I don't think that's a fair ask. In conclusion, I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this, and I'm looking forward to hearing more, but that's what I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Good. Ken Fay, District 8. My first inclination is probably I'm not going to vote for this budget, but hearing from the 2 department heads in terms of if we don't have a passed budget, we can't hire people. Well, if we don't have a budget, shouldn't they be laid off? If I mean, there's a level. If you have expenses like the electricity, we don't have a budget, so we're not going to pay our electricity bills. I don't. To me, it seems like there's a vote now, or this deal is too good to be true. Get it now. There's a speed involved, and I don't really see that. I think we should take our time, relook at the budget, and give it to the select board, the new select board. And I hope I made sense. I'm very nervous. Thank you.
Yeah, Fisher, Representative Fisher.
Hello, Representative Fisher, District 8. I was wondering if I would like to interrogate the previous department heads to understand when they would need a budget passed. I'm hearing a sort of like all or nothing, and so is there a date that would help with some of the associated costs with hiring or delaying projects? Oh, specifically the department heads that were interrogated before. That's okay, I can wait.
No problem. You want to interrogate the department heads?
Yeah, specifically around what timing would be helpful or would minimize impact to departments, specifically around hiring and contracting projects, and what also, what's the word, like backup plans do they have should this budget not pass? Thank you.
Department heads Tyler and Lolot are interrogated.
Based on past history on how we do our hiring, we stopped taking applications on April 4th, and we try to do interviews the following week. We try to have all of our summer staff secured by about the third week of April. As if you don't, those kids, they're going other places. They're looking for other forms of employment if they're not going to be working through rec and parks. That's the typical time frame that we have followed in the past. Does it mean I can take a left or take a right? I certainly can do that as well.
I think with the grant projects I spoke about, if we knew we were going to have a budget, we could probably move forward with those with money we have in the budget now. The capital projects, if we were to, leave today knowing we had a budget, we'd advertise, there's probably a couple month turnaround before the project is awarded and, the contractor can move forward with it. So we'd want to have that process done by June, and know we could have a contractor on board. I think if it got beyond that, we'd likely lose the season.
Representative Mnuchin. I'm sorry.
Was it?
Okay.
I got thrown off because you were looking somewhere else. Abby Mnuchin, District 8. I encourage the body to vote this budget down, and I really resent how much the select board and town staff are leading with fear. I think the budget is fiscally irresponsible. There are, like Oscar, so many places that I have trouble with it. And I think telling us that we're not able to come here and do the jobs that we were hired to do is outrageous and unfair. Why have a town meeting if we're not here to deliberate and have the right to vote yes or no? And scaring us into a vote or not is unfair. I also take real offense to Select Board McLaughlin's leading with the drug traffickers that are scourging our lands. Many of us are here because we chose to live here, because we love this town, because of its beauty and its community and its art and its farms and its local foods and like the queer community, and there are so many things. And instead, the focus on drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs and crime and crime and crime is really unfair and doing us a disservice. And I think it's used, again, to scare us into a vote. And I take offense to that. And I believe that we can support the select board in coming up with a better budget by June, and that we have a right to do that. And the new select board has a right to make those changes.
Representative Sprite.
I have a thought. I don't know if it's useful, but I was wondering if a straw poll would be useful in terms of sentiment, in terms of this budget as is, voting it down, or something in between. I'd also like to suggest that if we, maybe this is a question for the town attorney, but if we voted a level funded budget or a level funded plus inflation budget, I'm assuming we could come back after this new select board has a chance to review the budget and vote on a well-considered increase. I am not personally taking a position at this moment. I do appreciate all the work that has gone into this, and I also have some long-standing questions about the long-term financial planning process, which I've raised with several select board members and staff. I guess the question is it would it speed the process along to get a sense of the meeting before we continue to deliberate?
Well, it's working now. So there's no particular mechanism for conducting a straw poll. We vote on the article that's in front of us. We could go into committee of the whole or a quasi-committee of the whole in an effort to get some sentiment without making a real
Yeah. We have done straw polls in years past. And whatever the mechanism is. And obviously, people have an opportunity after that to persuade each other of new positions, but it might help speed the process, which I fear might keep us till way after dark otherwise.
So at this time, I don't think that there's a particular mechanism, and it's not clear to the moderator that doing a straw poll would facilitate or expedite this discussion. In terms of the procedural question, whether a level funded budget can be adopted and then an amendment can be sought, level funded budget can be adopted if that's what the body decides to do, and select board can seek supplemental funding and notice up a new representative special town meeting. So if you decide to proceed with a level funded budget and the new select board decides to seek additional funding through another duly warned special representative town meeting, that's certainly procedurally a procedural alternative.
Hi, Lila Thorne, District 7. I have two questions. One is, if we pass a budget that is a percentage as opposed to vote down the budget, would that speed the budget process along, or would that be the same amount of time that it would take to create that new budget? And then the second question is for Amanda. You urged us to pass the budget at a certain amount, and I'm wondering why you suggest that.
So a member of administration is interrogated as to the first inquiry, if they will be.
As to a percentage, that would need to be a motion to amend the amount. And you would, depending on what percentage you're thinking of, that would be a motion to amend the budget, and we would equate a dollar amount with that percentage. You as representatives vote on the total number of the budget. And typically there are motions to increase the budget by a certain amount for a particular purpose, or to decrease the budget for particular reasons, but it's, there's amendments up, amendments down, etc. And if you were doing it based on either level budget, that would have a number to it, or a percentage increase would have a number to it. So you'd have to calculate that in order to come up with a number. I hope that answers your question. No?
The question is, independent of whether it's a percentage or an amount, when that budget is sent back to the new select board, would that process be faster than having a budget voted down and a new budget created.
So if it was voted down, then there would be a process with the select board to determine a new budget. And then 30 to 40 days after they arrived at whatever that was, there would be a town meeting warned. And so you would all come back into this room and be considering a new budget. If you instead decided what the amount was that you wanted to pass today, then the same board would have to probably make some policy decisions if it was lowered, but that could be done in a much faster way. You wouldn't have to rewarn a town meeting and come together again to do that work.
Also, Representative Ellis Thurber was interrogated, if they wish to be, about the reason for the recommendation to adopt the budget.
Thank you for the interrogation. Bob Fisher spoke very clearly, and he covered it all. But if there's more information that's needed, I'm happy to provide. Okay, thank you.
Representative Miskovich.
Oh, hello, Craig Miskovich from District 7. I never thought I would come to a Brattleboro representative town meeting where we didn't want to deliberate and tell the select board exactly what we thought. It's in our nature as a deliberative body to do that. This is the time to do that. I recommend that we give it the best shot we have, and if we can't come to a decision, so be it. But if all we're going to do is vote yes or no on a budget that the select board puts in front of us, we might as well be an Australian ballot. They don't get to deliberate. Those folks go and they vote yes or no. And if all we're doing is that, then why are we doing any of this? I recommend we give it the best shot we can. Let's try to come up with a number that represents the tax burden that this community can afford and give that direction to the select board. Thank you.
Representative Byrne.
Again, back to the audience.
Yeah.
Ronnie Byrne, District 9. There's clearly a lot of sentiment in the room that seems to be going in the direction of saying no to this budget. Much of it is based on people being upset about the increase in taxes. Some of it's motivated by people who object to specific things in the budget. I would like to just inject a little note of reflection here that just because we vote no on this budget, and if we were to send it back, there is absolutely no guarantee that the new version of the budget by the new select board would actually address the concerns that you have.
Representative Agave.
Spoon Agave, District 8. I've got several points. One is I sort of like the idea that if it gets rejected, then the new board gets to examine it very carefully. It maybe was not what it was expected to do, but I figure by the time they get through that, they are going to get an education that they really need. And they will end up sort of owning the budget, which is a good thing as well. I don't know whether we have rejected a budget from time to time, and no harm has ever come. It's usually led to some kind of an improvement, but it's not a dire threat. And I think if a new board, and I, as of yet, have confidence that the new board will have the competence to look at it again with the fresh eyes I've got some ideas I will share with them about how to look at it a little differently. But I think if they look at it again, almost regardless of what they come up with, we as the citizens will have more confidence in after the second round. And one last question now, this is an interrogation. I'm under the impression or the belief that even if it happened, and it never has happened, that no new budget was passed by the end of the year, state law then mandates that we continue at the old budget. So there is never a discontinuation of services.
Town attorneys interrogated.
That is not the case. With school budgets, there is a state requirement that if no budget is passed by July 1st, that you continue to operate at a percentage of last year's budget. Off the top of my head, I think it's like 87.5%. If I'm wrong on that number, I will stand corrected. But on the municipal side of things, there is no such requirement to maintain last year's budget. If there is no budget as of July 1st, the town isn't going to cease operations. We still have operations to do. How the town pays for that is a different matter. So number one, the town has a certain amount of cash flow, and you have already voted and passed an article to authorize the select board to borrow in anticipation of taxes. So in a worst case scenario, the select board would be forced to borrow in order to maintain basic municipal services.
Representative O'Brien.
Kevin O'Brien, District 9. Would there be anything stopping this new select board from going through their own budget understanding and then just spending less than any amount that we would come to today?
Ooh, I know the answer. No. Sorry. Representative Milton.
Okay. Hi, Representative Melton, District 7. There is a lot of emotional content today, which I totally affirm and validate. I think we all have a lot of emotion. I would like to strip out some of that emotion from this conversation and bring it back to long-term financial planning, which we know has not happened. And I would like to bring the conversation back to the topic of risk management. We have before us a vote. A yes vote comes with certain risks, and a no vote comes with certain risks. The yes vote, we have a very clear idea of the risks associated with this vote. Many people have already argued that the spending plan, of which this budget is part, is fiscally irresponsible, and I agree with that argument. Just to recap, the spending plan, not just the budget, so the spending plan whose assumptions are embedded in the budget include gutting the rainy day fund, which means not just using unassigned fund balance, which happens all the time. It's tapping it so far that it's below the 10% guideline that the select board set for itself. One of the first years I was on this body, I think it was 2013. It might have been even before that. There's a 10% guideline that the select board is using an emergency to propose going below that 10% number. That's a terrible idea. They also, as part of their spending plan, will be abusing the revolving loan fund, using it for one-time spending, and not paying it back. The whole point of a loan fund is that you loan it out to businesses for economic development, and they pay it back, and then there's more money next year to loan more money for more economic development. Okay, so what they're planning to use it for is not economic development, and it's one-time spending, and it's not a loan. When are we ever going to get a fund like that again? When we're looking at the federal government right now, the risk of that seems pretty low. pretty high that we are not going to be able to replenish that revolving loan fund in the near future. We're also looking at the spending plan. We're tapping into savings accounts that were set aside for other uses. So we're buying a backhoe out of funds that are unassigned for projects, not equipment. Also, embedded in this budget, we are skipping our annual contribution to the Global Warming Solutions Fund, reducing snowstorm cleanup, reducing planned stormwater upgrades, eliminating leaf collection, spending less on traffic safety, line striping, street signs, capital improvements to bike infrastructure. These are real risks that are known, that are embedded in this budget and the associated spending plan. There are also risks in voting no. We have been hearing a lot of emotional arguments about what those risks might be. I think the idea, I adore the pool. I think the idea that the town management is not going to authorize hiring some lifeguards is pretty low. So if we vote this budget down, like it would be kind of, cutting off our noses to spite our faces to say, no, we can't hire lifeguards now. That's ridiculous. It's ludicrous to suggest that that's a realistic possibility. That is not a real risk, and I object to it being put out there as though it is one. And so I think that we cannot get a perfect budget out of a compressed process by voting no. However, we can certainly get a better budget, and we can hope that the new select board members will be better listeners than the ones sitting on the board right now. Thank you.
Mr. Bosworth. I'm sorry, Representative Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 7. I spoke earlier that, I made the point that I agreed with the select board for taking their emergency action that they did. The other half of that is I did not agree with where they ended up with the new budget. They had to make a bunch of decisions. Some of them were difficult. I don't think they ever got into looking at possible personnel cuts in other areas. So, we ended up with a 12% rise, which I think is sort of unconscionable. So I don't plan to vote for this budget. I've been sort of wrestling with whether I go along with just voting it down or making a proposal for a certain amount. But I certainly among those who are not planning to vote for it. Thank you.
Representative Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peter Rowell, District 9. I want to agree with those who have expressed concern not just about the budget that is before us, but also about the process that led to the budget that is before us today, and speak specifically to the way in which we are both, I think, feeling and also being encouraged to feel hamstrung by, in the consideration of what authority we have as RTM to actually address the concerns that are being raised. I want to specifically address the point that was made about Australian ballot because I 100% agree with it. I think that what's so important about us coming together like this is how we can work through the hard things, not always agree, sometimes have votes that are very close, but listen to each other and then vote on it and then land in a place and move forward as a community. And so I'd hate to see us go to Australian ballot, but it feels like we're being put in that position today, even in this room, because the process that got us here repeatedly involved these kinds of concerns, structural concerns, not just I want more money for this or less money for that, but structural concerns about pursuing a path that is unsustainable. And regardless of where you stand on which programs are most important to you and your household and your neighbors, just the fact that we can't do all the things we're proposing to do in this budget and do them again next year and afford to do this. We're driving ourselves to bankruptcy. And so the hard choices need to be made. What are the things we're willing to live without in order to have more of something else? How much are we willing to tax ourselves in order to not rely on reserves that we're pulling away from a dedicated purpose and spending instead on this year's operations? That's just making the problem harder for us for next year. And so it feels to me in this moment, while I hate to say so, especially as someone who's been devoted to wanting to do this work together in this community and others in a way that we're always looking for the positive way forward. But today, because of what has brought us here and because of the deep flaws in the budget itself, I will support voting no so that the new select board members there was a really clear result from the election that we all participated in and our fellow registered voters participated in, to elect a new majority on the board. And for those 3 people and the 2 continuing members to have a month or 6 weeks to wrestle with these things in a way that is more respectful of the recommendations that came from our finance committee, from the RTM, and from other members of the community, and land in a place that isn't going to solve everything for this year, but at least could put us in a position where we could come back together perhaps in May and as RTM have that robust conversation around a better budget that has some of these problems solved so that we can then do the thing we do and vote to settle the questions and have a budget.
Selectperson Quip.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Peter, for that. I think it's actually in some ways a reframe of what I was trying to get at before. Like, I'd like to hear what people's plans are. I'd like to hear what this body wants out of a budget. The budget that we have proposed to you all is based on feedback. We didn't make it in isolation. We spent all year hearing feedback. We heard from so many people this year. And so I have some questions for the body, right? We have a really large tax increase this year, unprecedented. I acknowledge that. So what's an acceptable number? And then, in order to get at that number, what are some things that you'd like to see less of? Or things differently in this budget? Let's have that conversation now. You all ran for this office today. It was a competitive election, the first one in many, many, many years. You were elected. Let's do that work. Let's do it right now.
Representative Gossage.
Representative Gossage, District 9. I can't remember what year this is I'm in, 5 or 6 on RTM. And each year, when we get to the budget, obviously this is a really great town for ideas, discussion, debate, and we do discuss and debate what our priorities are at this meeting every year that I've been a member. And each year when people bring up particular items or particular things in the budget they don't like, we get the message from someone at this table that says, where were you back in November and December and earlier when we were making this budget? Where were you? Did you put your voice in then? Because that's when you can really have an effect on the budget. But I attended many meetings, and many of the ones I couldn't attend, I watched later. And I did see people giving this body, the select board, feedback about we can't have this many staff ongoing. This is only, health insurance is going to increase every year. Costs of having staff increase each year. Our incomes are not increasing, especially our neighbors on Social Security. And I believe all of these things have been brought up, discussed, and the input was there this year. People did tell the select board what their priorities are, where they wanted cuts, including the RTM Finance Committee. And it's really hard to continue to be there, put in your input, tell us what your priorities are. And then when they, obviously this year, all year people have, and none of it was taken. It was like talking to a brick wall. This particular select board was gonna do what it was gonna do. And each time someone came up and said, we can't have this many staff ongoing, it's gonna make the 27 budget, worse. We can't cut this is gonna make it worse. None of that was taken into effect in this process. So this is the first year that I've been here where
I know last year there was an admonishment that, maybe we didn't deserve to have the input at this meeting if we hadn't gone to the ones when the budget was being created, or hey, that's when you can really have an impact, and just still see no responsiveness. And again, I would caution future select boards to always work with the RTEM Finance Committee, so we're not in this position today where we pretty much feel hijacked. You made the mistakes, and you're telling us that if we vote against your mistakes, that it's our fault all this stuff is going to happen. It just feels like, again, I take umbrage at the fact that if you were at the select board meetings and just told us your priorities, this select board would have done what the people asked.
Representative Levenbeck.
David Lovelock, District 9. I think it's ludicrous if we can't adjust the human services budget in a meeting here, the notion that we're going to be able to reformulate a 30-page budget in this body, I don't think I could stay away that long. People did go to the select board frequently and talk about issues that were concerning. I specifically remember saying at the September meeting when you authorized the Downtown Safety Action Program that you were baking into the 2026 budget a very substantial expense without having looked at the rest of the budget. We can't make a budget here. And in fact, even if we identified the items that the chair would like us to identify of cuts to be made, those are not going to be decisions made by this board. They will be decisions made by the next board. And they should have an open process to hear what people want, and they can make the adjustments then. We can't do that here today. Thank you.
Representative Silbert.
Thanks. Representative Silbert, District 9. At the beginning of this article, Liz said that the budget is to preserve our town's future. And to me, this budget is not the future that I want for our town. The biggest single increase in this budget is increase for our police department. There's 9 new staff members with ongoing costs, as we mentioned. This budget is putting forward a future where we're relying on cops to solve our problem while we are cutting or pushing to cut human services funding. The cops will be 12% of the budget. Human services is 3% divided among 42 different agencies. Where we cut the entire town arts funding, the town arts fund. We're stopping climate change mitigation and preparation in a moment where we need to be expanding that. We're stopping bike infrastructure, we're stopping traffic safety, or we're reducing traffic safety. We're pushing fiscal crises onto future select boards and RTMs in a really unfair and irresponsible way. We're cutting books for kids in our library. Like, we're balancing a $24 million budget on cutting $2,000 of books for kids in our library. Like, that's not the future I want for our town. I don't mind paying taxes. I don't mind all of us contributing for the greater good. I think our town does important work. I think our town staff does important work that I am willing to pay for. But I want it to reflect a future for our town that is vibrant and lively and putting forward something as more aligned with our values. So I wasn't really sure walking in today, but I think I'm also going to vote no, and hopefully a condensed 1 month, 6-week process after such a big body saying no to this current budget will really help us make something different. Thank you.
Representative Stahl-Tyler.
Hi. Jill Stahl-Tyler, District 7. So we have an actual motion to look at, because I think we all have one agreement in here, which is kind of fun for this body. I make a motion that we amend the budget so that the total is 3% over last year's budget. That would come to a number, if we've done the math right, of $22,902,213.
22,902.15? 13. Is there a second? Representative Stewart. It's been moved and seconded that the total budget number be amended to $22,902,213, being a 3% increase over the approved budget for fiscal year '25. Decrease, well, it's a 3% increase over last year, 8% decrease from what's proposed. 22,902,213. Discussion. Representative Cooley.
Millicent Cooley, District 9. I have a question. If this were to pass, is that's binding, like they have to stick to that, or is it just something that is advised?
No, this is the budget article that you would be adopting.
So they have to come up with, whatever they come up with has to be within that amount?
I'm going to leave it to the town attorney to respond as to unassigned fund balance and coming back to representative town meeting looking for more money.
With regard, if this motion to amend is approved, and then that becomes the article that then is voted upon and approved, that's your budget number, and the new select board, along with the administration, will need to work with that number to figure out what's going to be funded, what cuts are going to be made, et cetera. But you're giving direction, that is the budget, so it's not advisory, but the select board will have to make the policy decisions on how to implement that number.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The FY25 budget that passed was $23,063,830. So the amount that's been proposed as a 3% increase on last year's is actually lower than the previous year's budget. And I might be wrong, I checked that with two people, so.
I've got a number here, wait, I have a number here in the town report of 22,235,158.
Right, which would be a reduction on FY25, and I think the intent was a 3% increase on FY25.
No, my understanding is that Representative Stahl-Tyler's motion was for 3% over last year. So that's 22,235,158.
No, sorry.
That's what I understood, with 3% more.
That's what she said, but that's not a 3% increase on last year. And I've checked it with a couple of other people who are probably more secure in that knowledge than I am.
I think that's completely possible. Ernie just gave me, from the Finance Committee, 23,756 is the math he's coming up with now.
All right.
I'm completely open to correcting the math. The idea was 3% over last year.
In order to clarify the issue that's now before the body, without my making substantive comments, I'm going to clarify that the budget last year was 22,235,158?
No.
All right, what was the budget last year?
23,63830.
23,63.
Yeah.
063.
$63,830.
830. 23,063,830.
Yeah.
That's the approved budget from last year?
Yeah. He's the moderator.
1 minute, please. Hold up. We're going to give you the number. Okay. Thank you. If Representative Stahl-Tyler will agree to friendly amendment, if the intent was 3% increase over last year, the number will be 23,755, 744. Is there an agreement to that? Yeah. And the second, I don't remember who that was. And the second agrees as well? Okay, so the pending motion is to amend the total dollar figure in Article 12 to $23,755,744, which is a parenthetical but not part of the motion, is 3% more than last year. What? Point of information, yes. Take the microphone, please.
I'm assuming that the new select board could always ask us back to consider an updated budget.
Correct. People who haven't spoken before, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Arthur Davis, District 8. So I think, as we can see from this amendment, it would be, both, a significant reduction from the budget we've been presented with today, which was a reduction previously from the base budget presented in the fall of 22%. That would have been a 22% increase over last year. So I think we start getting into the weeds of how could we do that? That's the right face. So, we've had a lot of discussion about police. I think we'll probably continue to have a lot of discussion about police in the next little bit of time. But I do want to bring up the other elephant in the room, which is the solid waste contract, proposed contract with Casella. And I guess I just want to talk about how, it does feel very problematic to me having, basically a monopoly, entity that controls, they came in and they bought the company that existed, and that's all fine and dandy, I suppose. But they control lots of parts of the solid waste chain in Vermont and New England and beyond. And I wonder, there are lots of towns that don't have, the Cadillac plan that Brattleboro has. And I think that plan has served us really well. But I'd like to think about whether we could, whether that's necessary and how we could be creative there. And I don't have any great answers, but it just feels like kind of accepting that at face value is a tough one to swallow for me.
Representative Weiss. Did I get the name wrong? Fisher, sorry. Fisher.
Am I the right face you're
You
putting
are.
with that name? Okay.
That's correct, sorry.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. Back to the question of the 3% on last year's budget. It seems to me, though I'm not a finance person, that work to get to that point would be a much harder task to give our new select board in a very short time than voting no and asking them to do the best they can to get it to a lower number without dictating that exact number.
Representative Franks.
Franks, District 9. I'm looking at the minutes from last year's meeting. And the number I heard, the amended budget, was 22,305,158. Is that where your starting point was? I thought I was hearing 23 million as a starting point in the 3%. Just a numerical question, maybe I misheard. But I'm looking at the minutes. The original motion was for 22,235,158. Then it was raised by Django Grace motion by 70,000 to 22,305,158. And then it looks like there's discussion, and it passed. So it did I mishear the 23 million? Or did you start your 3% at? The question is, if you didn't start your 3% at 22,305,158, why not? Thank you.
Select person McLaughlin.
Thank you. Just a point of information for the body. The increase in health benefit costs, which is found on page 124, is $513,843, which pretty much occupies all of the 3% increase. So that doesn't give any select board any leeway for future budgets.
Somebody who hasn't spoken. Representative, town manager's recognized.
To answer Mr. Frank's question, the 23,063,830 is after the human services money was put into the budget, which was a separate motion at your town meeting last year. So the total budget was 23 million, not 22.
Representative Everingham.
Bob Everingham, District 7, and I think something that's getting lost in this discussion is that that we've had an emergency which we've responded to amidst a sea of other rising costs, and we've paid for that emergency out of half of our unresolved, uncommitted funds. So I think we can respond to an emergency, but we can't do it for free, and if we don't pay for it this year, we can pay for it next year with the other half of the rainy day fund, but then there's no more of that. So I think we have to steel ourselves for some significant increases in our rates. I really don't like how high these rates are, but even more so, I don't like the depletion of our rainy day fund.
Somebody who hasn't spoken for, is it Representative Fisher? Have you spoken on, you spoke already? You didn't speak yet. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know your name. Snyder. Representative Snyder.
Hi, Izzy Snyder, District 8. My question is just to clarify, if we were to approve a specific budget amount that is different than, if we were to pass a budget with an amended amount, would that mean that the select board would then, the next select board would then create the new budget at that amount without having to bring it back to a special RTM to approve it?
Remember, the administration is interrogated.
Yes, the answer to that is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representatives, yes, take the microphone, please.
Sorry, the point of information is whether someone has spoken to the original question, does that double up? Like, are you allowed to speak to the amendment even if you've spoken to the, because what we're talking about now is an amendment. There are people who spoke to the original motion, the budget article, who are raising hands
That's correct. We're on the
to speak
amendment,
to the
yeah.
amendment.
Yep. So when I asked Representative Smith Fisher if they'd already spoken, if you've not spoken to the amendment, then you're recognized.
Moderator.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Representative Fisher, thanks, y'all. This is what I do all day, every day. I'm a finance nerd and work with budgets. And want to just really also say that the position we're in as a town right now is not just due to the select board's decisions, our decisions, town departments. The major increase in our budget is healthcare costs. It is something I want us to continue to provide for our staff, for our town, until something changes in the way that our healthcare system is broken. We are going to continue seeing this increase every year is my guess. I'm not an economist. I don't follow that level of trend, but what we have seen is an increase in healthcare every year. The company I work for has had to take pay cuts because of the ability or the need to cover healthcare costs for us, and we've decided to cut our own salaries. I don't want to see that for our town and for our town staff. And so I think something I'm really thinking about and looking at the budget being proposed and the amendment that was just proposed is if the number one increase is healthcare, more staff is going to mean more healthcare. And I don't want to put us in a position where we are going to need to decrease salaries for staff that we've committed to in the future. Adding staff to a budget is a long-term decision. To add this number of permanent positions without a 5-year plan, without a long-term plan, is irresponsible to the town and to the current staff. I want us to provide quality benefits to the people that serve us so that way we can retain the best staff that we have, and we have such incredible staff in this town. This is not a political decision for me about who should be hired in what department, but how do we maintain the staff that we have? How do we have a future in this town that supports the staff that we have? And how do we have a long-term financial plan that acknowledges the broken systems we are all working with? The healthcare issue was not created by the folks that are presenting this budget. It was not created by the department heads. It is something that is above and beyond this body and the folks in this room, and yet we all have to come together and handle it the same way the criminal issues in this town were not created by anyone here, but we are coming together to figure out how to collectively move forward. So respectfully, I don't think this 3% amendment is going to leave room for us to fund what we need to fund unless we do not increase our staffing for the fiscal year 26 and keep a level staff. Thank you.
Ms. Carville. Sorry, Representative Carville.
I don't see much point in the amendment. It doesn't address how the budget was written. It doesn't address how we pay for future projects. The amendment doesn't do anything or address the increased headcount we're just talking about. It doesn't talk anything about the reserve fund, which we talked about this morning for a long time. I'm saying what we need to do is go back to the drawing board, start over.
Representative Sharonia.
Hi, Christina Shayanya, District 8. I just wanted to respond to the 3% that only includes, that would only include the healthcare increases, but I just wanted to confirm that that's only after the 9 additional staff that were added mid-fiscal year are embedded in the new budget. Correct? I think it was Select Board Person Liz mentioned that.
I've asked the Select Board to clarify what exactly was the budget number last year, because the numbers that I'm seeing in the 2024 minutes are different from what was presented, from which the 3% increase would be made. So she may not have heard your question.
Okay. Well, I think that what a better thing to point out is that when we're talking about, so the Select Board approved 9 additional staff members in the middle of a fiscal year, unbudgeted, 9 staff members, that one of them was cut when they decreased from a 22% increase. So that's 8 brand new staff members to the town of Brattleboro mid-fiscal year, and that was embedded in the FY26 budget going forward. So if we're talking about what a 3% increase would look like from FY25 to FY26, I think it needs to not include unbudgeted expenses added mid-fiscal year that were embedded into the base budget that we're considering. Does that make sense?
It does, and in response to that inquiry, the proposal that's been made and the number is being clarified is to increase last year's base budget by 3%. And I've asked the administration to clarify what is that number, because there are 2 or 3 different numbers that have been bouncing around. So yes, the proposal to amend will be 3% over last year's number when we get there.
Okay, so, and the number that you're picking out did not include those 9 additional staff members?
Correct.
Right, so Select Board Person McLaughlin's 3%, just including healthcare benefits, is not accurate if you're actually going from FY25 budget? Or are you going from those 8 new staff members embedded? Does that make sense?
Select Board Member Quip.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about here is that health insurance increase is based on the totality of staff who are in that budget. And, you know, that includes those 9 members, but it also includes about 130 or so other people. It's complicated. Point of information with regards to budget number, I think.
I mean, I tried to explain this a second ago, but basically the article you're looking at is one of the components of the ultimate budget. There are many other things that the body voted on last year which get incorporated into the ultimate bottom line. Things such as your separate motion on human services, things such as your separate motion on select board salaries, other things like that, the Mountain Home District, the Downtown Improvement District. Those all end up in a final bottom line number, which is in your book for this year, reflected of the FY25 total budget, which was $23,063,830. Does that make sense?
We need to be comparing apples to apples, all right? Okay. Last year's approved budget item, last year's approved bottom line budget number was 22,305,158. And so if we're adding all the additional items to that and then increasing it by 3%, then we're not comparing apples to apples. And I understood the intent of the motion to be to increase last year's bottom line budget number as approved at town meeting by 3%. Is that correct? And that's what Representative Stahl-Tyler's indicating. Okay. That's what I'm hearing. That's correct? Yep. Representative Elwell. Yeah, all right. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Representative OL, District 9. I think the last half hour or so has given us solid evidence of why trying to take a blunt instrument to the number and then hand it back to the select board, actually hand it to the new select board, is less desirable than actually asking the new select board to take what they've got. I think we need to be careful not to have unreasonable expectations of, how great the budget's going to be when it comes back to us from the new select board. They aren't going to have much time to work with it. We're going to have a high tolerance for things we wish could be different. But at least they'll be able to look at it in a thoughtful, careful, double checking the numbers, discussing it on a couple of different nights kind of process that will almost certainly bring us back something that we can then work with and maybe amend that is readier for our action than where we are today. And I'd strongly urge us to defeat the amendment, because if the amendment doesn't address any of the particular concerns, but just takes a baseball bat to it.
Way in the back. Representative Heim.
Hello, Steve Heim, District 9. I would support sending this back, and I probably would support an amendment in the single digits for many reasons. But I'm thinking about the reassessment on the horizon. The COVID price increases here. I think that reassessment is for 2026. So if you think your taxes are high now, just wait until that assessment comes and you're paying a rate on double the valuation. And on that point, I'm just thinking, as the premise, what I want is, we all want Brattleboro to be a viable place to live, make a living, start a business, raise a family. We all want that, but we have an increasing poverty rate here. It's increasing about 2% plus every year. And if we're increasing taxes at the same time, something's got to give. And when a select board hands you over a 22% increase, reduced down to 12 with a straight face, you've been caught red-handed living beyond their means. You're busted. And it's extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. And, the conversation we've had here today makes total sense, because it's going to be hard. These are hard choices, but they're choices that we have to make. And no one wants to let staff go. But at the same time, we have to make these difficult decisions. Because we have a high income tax rate, we have demographic challenges, we have fewer kids than we did in 2014, we have many older Vermonters leaving the workforce. All those things make things cost more. If it's that much harder to hire a plumber or a roofer because they're not here, it's supply and demand. The cost goes up. So you just keep. So the other point of urgency, as why I'm standing here, is because I don't think this is going to go away next year. I think this is insidious at this point. It'll be back, and if not now, when? So I don't want to hear rationalization about well, it's only $300 a year per household. Well, I can't speak for all the people in my neighborhood and represent their financial stability. I don't know. I don't want it to make assumptions. And so I think we really need to nip this in the bud and send it back. And I never thought I'd say this, but I do agree with Spoon Agave that I think it's great practice, okay? It's excellent practice to just keep hitting at this and not tell your body, hey, what are your guys' ideas? No. You were elected to the select board. Look, I have a lot of respect for all the work you do and each one of you, but I want to make that clear that, you've been elected to have this power and wield this power, and you have to make these hard choices. And some people might have to lose their jobs, because you really have to look after the rank and file taxpayer in this town, because that is the lifeblood. There isn't a town without that. And their livelihoods need to make sense here, and for future people who can move here, start a business here, raise a family. Thank you.
Moderator recognizes Select Person Reichman.
So if you want to cut this budget because you think there's unnecessary spending in it, then do that. It would be nice to know what you think is unnecessary. We've heard some of that by implication, although not by direct proposal to do this or that. But think about that. What is it you want to cut? And you don't have to come up with that right now, but it's an important question. Because if this goes back to the new select board, there's nothing that says they're going to cut it. They could increase it. And that may seem unlikely, but consider the amount of concern that has been expressed today about fiscal responsibility and the spending of the unassigned fund balance. Well, you're not going to restore the unassigned fund balance by cutting the budget and having even less to put into next year's fund balance, or however it is you want to fix that problem. I think you can make a perfectly philosophically valid argument that what we need to do is increase this budget to restore fiscal responsibility in this town. Now, you may disagree with that, but what I don't want to hear is people saying, oh, we have to cut this budget because of fiscal responsibility. That is just wrong in my view. If you want to make the cuts, if you've got things that you think we're doing that are unnecessary, fine. Go ahead, make the cuts, hopefully say what you think it is that's unnecessary. But the idea that there's some kind of magic formula to cutting this budget to restore fiscal responsibility, I think is just mathematically incorrect. Thank you.
Moderator represents select person Quip.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Heim spoke about hard choices, and I want to kind of like reveal some of the ways that we thought about the hard choices that are in this budget. You know, so one of them was the solid waste contract, and you know, it was orders of magnitude larger than our old contract. We were really lucky for a long time. I guess we didn't really know it, but you know, we learned the hard way, and I'm sorry about that. You know, I wish something else could have happened, but it didn't. And so the hard choices that we were faced with was kind of thinking about vulnerable people in our community, elderly, disabled, low and fixed income folks. I work for the Anti-Poverty Agency. I work with those people every day. And they can't afford to go to the dump every week. They don't have reliable transportation. They don't have the kind of physical attributes that's going to make it possible for them. And so we looked at, you know, the issue of equity in that decision as well, and felt that in the end, a solid waste contract that provided the level of service for the whole town that they've become kind of used to was one of the hard choices that we had to make. You know, and this is a little distracting, maybe to you all as well. You know, and it was a significant increase to the budget. The next board and the administration will wrestle with that question again. And you could undo it, but in so doing, you know, you are going to be making it harder for more vulnerable people in this community. The question of like raising the tax rate, you know, nobody wants their taxes to go up, really, right? Everyone would love it if they either like stayed the same or imagine even went down. But with it, you know, at least I'm getting to speak forever now that there's no timekeeping. You know, what am I trying to say here? One of the things that we looked at is like an analysis of like who pays taxes in our community. And I know that the Vermont kind of rebate program is not perfect, but we have a large percentage of people in this community that are on very low incomes, and the functional kind of like way in which their taxes are calculated includes a huge amount of rebate. So my tax bill will be somewhere between $5,500 this year. I'll pay every single penny of that. Another person who lives in a home that's assessed at, you know, the same as mine, which is $163,000, and yes, that absolutely will increase, but so will everybody's, and it will be proportional. You know, if they are on a low income, their actual amount of taxes that they pay will be far, far, far less than that. And not a perfect program, not the answer in every situation and requires that, individuals file homestead declarations. But these were the kinds of hard questions that are in this budget. And, it was mentioned earlier that we wanted to take the emotion out of it. And it's pretty hard to take the emotion out of something like this when you've spent the entire year basically being hammered every 2 weeks for a variety of things. And then you've tried to respond to those things. And some of those responses are in this budget. That investment in the police department is a response to what we were, seeing. And it was a good faith attempt to improve the situation. And so I ask you to consider the budget that's in front of you today.
Moderator recognizes Select Board Member Case.
I guess the one common thing that we can all agree on is nobody likes this budget. Safe to say, right? I think Daniel has asked, a few other members have asked other people to make some suggestions, and I get that those suggestions might be uncomfortable, and maybe to one of the incoming select board members, I can't remember, said maybe it's unfair for us to call upon them with a complete drawn out action plan. I agree. That probably is, but I know that a lot of them have been vocal about it, so I would have expected a little bit better of an answer from a few of them. Nonetheless, here we are. I have been extremely vocal about protecting our staff and not eliminating jobs for reasons that you eliminate a job, you eliminate a salary, that helps the bottom line, that saves you a few bucks off your taxes, and I appreciate that, I do. I don't want to pay higher taxes, but here we are. Once you eliminate the position, you don't eliminate the responsibility. I had asked a constituent at one point in time who was very vocal about making cuts and considering staff cuts to email me those cuts, and that person did. And those cuts included the three proposed police budgets, our communication coordinator, and our sustainability coordinator. All right, here's a point. We've got Patrick Moreland, who's leaving us. By the way, we should give him a big thank you for all the work that he has done. His job will go away, his responsibilities won't, and they've already been deferred. One of those responsibilities has been deferred to our communications coordinator in running our select board meetings and our Zoom calling, while Stephen Dotson has been appointed to a board position in which our assistant town manager filled. My point is that these responsibilities of these positions don't go away. And the more you keep on heaping on to current staff, the higher rate of burnout that you have. So that's my biggest concern in protecting our town staff. I think there's a thread going on that we should wait until the 3 members are in, and they're gonna have to jump onto a plane that's moving at 600 miles an hour. I do think that that's unfair for us to tear this whole thing down. I know that leaving with a number today will allow Carol to hire, Dan to appoint contracts for things before those particular things get kicked down the curb, and we do see an increase on those, because those costs never go down. So I think it is important that we consider a number before we leave today.
Representative O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor, District 9. I want to get back to, we're talking about the amendment here. And it's, I don't know what number we're on about now, but it's probably like a $900,000 cut. I don't know what it is. But I want to urge everybody to vote no on this amendment. I don't think we can tie the hands of the next board on and say, you gotta cut $900,000 or whatever it is. We vote no on this. Then we go back to the original motion and we vote no on that and send the budget back to the new board. As we see, it's really, really complicated here, and I think we're going to screw it up more than we're going to fix it. I also think sending a specific dollar amount back is only, the dollar amount that might need to be cut is only one piece of all the mess ups that are in this budget. There's a lot of budget formulas. If you talk to anybody who does budgeting, or is going to go, why the heck did you guys do that? So I think it needs to be a clean look at what we're doing. The new board may say, come back to us with something we're not happy with, but it's going to start us down the road for financial responsibility, because this budget affects the next year's budget. And I also just want to say one quick thing. Daniel was talking about income sensitivity. The school board had their annual meeting a couple of weeks ago. They have a nice chart, which I happen to have. The state is doing some things in regards to the income sensitivity piece. The people that are getting squeezed by property taxes are middle income taxpayers. So I want everybody to remember that. The people who are getting squeezed are the people we don't talk about very often. So thank you.
Representative Arroyo. All right. Is there a second? Representative Franks. It's been moved and seconded to cease debate on the amendment proposed by Representative Stahl-Tyler to increase the dollar figure from last year's budget by 3%. Unfortunately, right now, there is some question about what that exact number should be, but we would be ceasing debate at this point on a 3% increase from last year's budget. If everybody is satisfied to proceed with that vote at this time without having the dollar figure in mind, that's how we'll proceed. Is there any objection? Excellent. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Aye. Please be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it at 2/3. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the Stahl-Tyler amendment. Before we vote on the Stahl-Tyler amendment, we're going to take a 5-minute break to determine the number. 5 minutes. The question has been called on the Stahl-Tyler amendment to Article 12 being the budget article. Without seeking in any manner to speak substantively to the issues, because it's not the moderator's role, let me please explain particularly what's being voted on. The 2024 Representative Town Meeting minutes indicate that in Article 13, which was the budget article, exactly parallel to Article 12 this year, the bottom line budget as adopted was $22,305,158. The total budget number beyond that $22,305,158 includes other appropriations that this assembly makes in other articles, including, for example, the DID and other allocations. The Stahl-Tyler amendment was to increase that bottom line number, $22,305,158, by 3%. That number, which will be incorporated if you vote to amend, will be $22,974,312. 3% over the bottom line budget number from last year. The representative who made the motion to amend just sought to have it reiterated and clarified, and I'm going to do so before the vote is taken, that this is responsive, at least in part, to the concern that in the absence of a budget, it'd be difficult to hire and enter into agreements for various contracts, because this would establish a bottom line figure 3% over last year. This would still require the incoming select board to make various budgetary decisions and to determine, for example, whether they could operate the town within that authority of 22,934,312, or whether they would need to seek additional funding from this body by requesting another town meeting. I hope that clarifies what's being voted on. The question having been called, all those in favor of amending Article 12 to change the figure of 24,680,853 to 22,974,312, which by way of explanation is 3% over last year's budget. All those in favor of that amendment, please rise and say aye. Thank you. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Thank you. You can be seated. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. You've defeated the Stahl-Tyler amendment to Article 12. The continuing discussion is whether to approve the Select Board's proposed bottom line budget figure for FY '26 of $24,680,853. Is there further discussion? Representative Miskovich.
Craig Miskovich, District 7. I'm not going to advocate, I'm just going to try to educate a bit here. I was surprised by this when I did the research. I'm hoping that others might be surprised as well. The treatment of the income sensitivity for the state educational tax is significantly different than the income sensitivity for the municipal tax. The state educational tax is complicated and it burns off at about $115,000 a year. The municipal tax income sensitivity is not complicated and it burns off at $47,000. So a household of 4 in Brattleboro, which is about 30% above poverty, has no benefit whatsoever from the municipal income sensitivity. It is far lower than the state educational tax. Not advocating, I'm just trying to let people know that when we raise taxes, we hit people who are not that terribly far above the poverty level. Thank you.
Representative Seymour. Representative Seymour, did you want to speak? Did you have your hand up?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I'd just like to say that it's clear that many people are dissatisfied with the extent of the tax raise. And it's further clear that there are aspects of the budget which are inflexible. But there are aspects which are flexible in the budget. One of the things I have to raise is that during the information meeting and also during this meeting, I've heard references to the idea that Brattleboro somehow enjoys a Cadillac program of solid waste removal. And of every place that I have ever lived in my life, Brattleboro has by far the most primitive solid waste removal system I have ever seen. We do not even have bulk waste removal in this town, which leads to people leaving their bulk waste on the sides of the streets all over all year, creating an unsightly, disgusting mess as things are left outside in the rain until somebody finally comes and takes it away. The people have spoken in our recent election. In their first opportunity to vote directly on the results of the Select Board's budget, the people clearly delivered a vote of no confidence in the Select Board's spending priorities. I therefore feel that it is our responsibility to reject this budget in its entirety and deliver it to the new incoming Select Board without any attachments so that it can be fully revisited and that new spending priorities can be identified. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Annis.
Eric Annis, District 8. I move the question.
Is there a second? Representative Stroud seconds. It's been moved and seconded to end debate on the budget Article 12, non-debatable, 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 12 and moving right to the vote, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. And we'll have a continuing discussion on Article 12. Representative Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 8. I have a question to either Ms. Lalott or Mr. Case. It seems to me I've heard that it's important to them or to some folks that we have to have, it would be best to have some figure to go back to rather than saying no to the budget and sending it back. And I'm still not clear, what is the advantage? Because we cannot come up with a specific figure. 3%, I think we felt was not enough. I don't know what the right amount is. I do know that we're in representative town meeting. I've been told by my neighbors, please look at that budget again. 85% of them did not approve the budget. And of those 85%, 2/3 of them said, please send it back for the new Select Board to have consideration. And 1/3 said, let's cut it by a certain percentage, but no one could come up with a percentage. So I don't know if we can come up with a specific figure in this body. And that's the hard thing. We're asked by our neighbors to have another look, and I know you've done a really as good a job as you could. It's a very difficult job you've done as a Select Board. But I'm speaking for the people on fixed incomes, the Social Security people. They're living from Social Security check to Social Security check. They're not able to go out and have meals. You know, it's a very tough situation, and they're just asking us to do, is there anything we can do to lower it some? And I think if we come back to them and said, we're doing the best we can, they'll be happy with us. But as representative town meeting, we're representing these folks who can't speak for themselves. So anyway, thank you.
Representative Smith.
Aaron Smith, District 7. So I have some fears about the budget or rejecting it in its entirety. I wouldn't want to handicap Carol or Dan in their duties, which would further hurt the town. With that said, I think a proposal of a reduced amount, an amendment, if passed, would buy them time, and the new Select Board could revisit and ask for another representative town meeting member to approve more money. So in approving a amendment that is a reduction allows people to continue to do their jobs, the new Select Board to look at the budget as amended, and then come back to the RTM if they felt the need. Is that correct?
That's what I understood the purpose of the proposed amendment to be, to give
to to buy time and
figure
allow the town to do what it needs to do.
Exactly right. That's what I understood.
Okay.
And that was rejected.
So I would like to propose an amendment to adjust the total budget to be 4% over fiscal year 2025.
Is there a second for 4%? All right. Smith, Representative Smith. So there's a motion and a second to decrease the current budget to a figure equaling 4% over last year's bottom line budget. And do you want to speak to that further, or will we have more discussion about that? You made the motion. Do you want to speak to it further, or are you all set?
I'm all set.
Okay. Thanks. Representative Thorne.
My question is for the new select board. If we pass a budget at 4% or any percent, how is the creation of that new budget, the process of that going to be compared to sending a budget back that we have rejected and creating a new budget? Is there more creativity or more hamstringing compared to the other?
I think probably the interrogatory should be posed to somebody on the current board who's been through the process. So we'll start with Select Member McLaughlin.
So the difference between the two budget votes is that rejecting the budget altogether and sending it back to the select board requires a budget process be completed and then a new RTM to be warned and a new RTM to be assembled. Defining a specific number to pass a budget requires the new select board to wrestle with that number and create a budget, but it is not required to go back to RTM. So that waiting time for notice of the RTM and conducting the RTM is not present if we just have a specified amount where a budget is passed, as well as the expense for holding an RTM.
Representative Milton.
Thank you. Representative Melton, District 7. The problem with this budget is not that it is 4% too high. So I don't see how, the problem with the budget was also not that it was 3% too high. If we just decide on a number, that all of that, time that people are talking about is time that could be used in public participation and active listening and community input. And so I don't think that appealing to something taking too much time is an appropriate argument here. That time is valuable time that would be spent meeting the new, getting this budget ready, setting it up for success at the next RTM, the special RTM that would happen if we voted the budget down. So it's not just like time is just a thing that happens. There's a reason that time is built in, and it's because we would have input in, and other members of the public would have input in on the budget, and then we would be asked to ratify it again. If we just say, oh, you can have 4% above last year, we get, we don't know what we get, and we don't get a chance to ratify it again.
Representative Dolan.
Representative Dolan, D8. I made a commitment to speak about this, and so I'm going to do it in a creative way. So I would urge the body, okay, so I appreciate Representative Stahl-Tyler's proposed amendment, as well as the most recent representative's proposed amendment, because Brattleboro cannot afford a 12% tax increase. We are a working class town. We have been a working class town since my mom moved here with me in 1980, and we lived in Green Mountain Apartments. That's just the reality of the majority of this town. But I would still urge the body, so I would urge the body to still vote that down, though, because I believe what I'm hearing is that if we vote a no on the main article, that the new select board will have more leeway and creativity for recrafting a budget that attends to the town's needs, including decreasing the tax hike. So we don't have to decrease the tax hike by settling on a single number right now. And one of my concerns about not having that leeway to discuss the contents of the budget is the fact that there are already some cuts from the budget that make Brattleboro so beautiful and wonderful and a place that we all love. And among them is the Town Arts Fund. The Town Arts Fund is what funded the mural on High Street that is often featured in promotional touristic literature about our town, among other things. It also cut stormwater. I'm going to be the climate change representative here once again. It cut stormwater budgeting, stormwater event budgeting. It cut libraries, as Representative Melton said. There's many things about quality of life that the proposed main budget has cut that will make it not as fun for us here. At the same time, there's leeway to be creative. We're New Englanders, and we like to repurpose buildings. And I believe that the police don't necessarily need another new station. They just got a station out on Black Mountain Road. Why don't we just have the police station in the municipal building be our downtown police location? I mean, do we need to dedicate more money to police in our new proposed budget and have that be the reason to crank up a 12% tax hike? So anyway, all to say, I would like to urge the body, even though I agree that our tax hike should only be a cost of living tax hike, I would like to urge the body to vote no on the 4% tax hike, and then in turn to vote no on the budget and send it back to the lab for the new, fresh select board to reconsider and work with the community to rebuild. Thank you.
Representative Davis on the right. My right.
Arthur Davis, District 8. As I'm wrestling with this, I think one of the things that that is coming up in my mind is there's this concern about the town leaving here with some appropriated money in order for departments to have some clarity. There's also this idea about wanting to have the new board not be super tied to a certain number, and leading to their ability to kind of be creative, I guess. And so I'm curious, maybe this is an interrogation for, either for anybody who's on the board now or who will be on the board. If we left today with a number that was lower than 12%, such as the 4% that's proposed, or another number that could hypothetically come up in a future amendment, I suppose, would the board be interested in basically taking the approach of the vote it down option and looking at it, but they would still have appropriated some money to work with for town departments to start to have some clarity for the next, month or two. Maybe that's pie in the sky, but I'm just curious.
Member of Select Board is interrogated.
Sorry. Okay. I must admit I got a little lost somewhere in the middle of that, but I think what you're asking is like, would we rather have a number and is that more helpful? Right? Yeah, I mean, I would like that.
May I clarify, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Great. What I'm asking is if we gave you a number, say 4% over last year, would the board be interested in basically taking the approach? They have that money to play with, but you take the approach as if we voted it down, and you're still starting. You're building
like start from scratch.
Kind of not. I mean, you could say you're starting from scratch, or you could say kind of, sure, I'll take that. And if you hit that number, that's great. If you don't hit that number, then you call another RTM and ask for a little bit more money.
Okay. Yeah. If we pass a budget today with a number, that's like what this body has decided to do, right? That is some legally binding stuff right there. And it's like up to, right? Like very unlikely we'll be heading much lower than that. John and I were just talking before that originally this budget was a 22% increase. We could just kind of start back in that place because what that budget was everyone that currently works for the town with all the projects that's going on in the town, and some new things, right? And so really the cost of those new things is about $1 million. That's the extra cost of those new things. So if this body approved a number today, the board will work with that number, the administration will work with that number. If you just reject the budget, it doesn't mean we all of a sudden have an easier place to start from. We're actually basically going to start from, okay, well, it's a 22% increase, and now we've been told it needs to be something other than that. I think the magic number I've always been looking for is how much does the Brattleboro taxpayer feel is okay for their taxes to go up by? And then there's a sub part of that, which is there's the usual business plus some new things. And so what I was trying to say earlier that I failed to, about solid waste is, we could just take that out. We could say the town is no longer having a solid waste contract. That'll save the property taxpayer $500,000, but you will still need to take your trash to the dump, and the private cost to you will end up being more than what it would have cost out of property taxes, which is inequitable and just bad for our community. So whatever this body decides to do today, I would love it if the body just approved the proposed budget. I know it's rough, right? And I know that you don't want to do that. I'm, capable of reading the room. But the two other choices are a smaller number, which is going to mean, okay, so the next administration and the next board are going to need to figure out how to then reduce some things here or there. And there was 42 cuts that we made. I know that you're mad at some of them. I didn't love them either, but we made them because we were trying to bring that 22% down to something better. And I know that 12% is still really hard, but the next board will have the exact same set of questions. And maybe it'll be good that there are 3 new people wrestling with those. They don't have the baggage. They didn't sit there getting yelled at all year. They might sit there getting yelled at for the next year, depending on how it goes. I won't be yelling at them because it's really hard work, and we should respect our people that are doing this public service. But it's going to be really hard one way or another. I haven't been a town meeting member all that long, but this is the longest we've ever spent talking about the budget. Usually it's just yeah, okay, it's 20-something million, off we go. And clearly this is a community wrestling with how much money should we spend, how much money do we need to raise, essentially, to fund town operations? And these days, the select board is saying town operations need to include an increased amount of police presence and unfortunately more money for solid waste, and then some other baked in stuff that is just pretty hard to work on. I don't know if that answers the question, but it's an honest response.
Representative Dissler.
Rachel Dissler, District 9. As much as I don't love this budget, and that 12% increase is painful, I have a hard time looking at the savings list and actually seeing savings. What I see is a lot of deferred costs kicked down the road, a lot of things that savings today that will bite us tomorrow. I have a couple of questions. There was a comment made earlier that, if I understood correctly, sounded as if it hinted at the possibility of creating something of like an insurance buying district with nearby municipalities that could save the town money on insurance for employees. So I want to ask if that is something that is actually an option, and if there's any sense of like what that could look like for the town, if what sort of savings on health insurance that could generate, if that was explored, if that information is available. I'm also wondering if the town has explored what it might cost to actually have a municipal sanitation department versus a contract with a private trash collection company. In the situation that we're in now, we have, Casella kind of has us by the neck, and we don't have anybody else bidding. So what those two costs might look like if the town has done such an assessment.
Member of administration is interrogated first whether there's been any concrete, realistic planning for self-insurance with other municipalities. Town manager.
So both of those are good ideas to look into. I took a note on the first one at the information meeting. I think that is something that we could explore. But people should understand that the town government in Brattleboro is extremely lean. You know, we don't have a lot of capacity to investigate a program or something like that, which could take 6 months or more to figure out something like that. Same with the solid waste. While we did look into other options there, it was determined that in order to continue the service to people, that it would have taken too much time given the capacity that we had. So we moved forward with that contract with the select board's approval. So what we're looking at and what we're discussing is significant reductions to this budget, which will have an impact on every department. You will see services reduced across the board. So if there's a possibility of a $2 million reduction in this budget, that's starting to ask the question of, should we even open the pool at all this year? Should we have summer camps this year? And if we're not going to do that this year, which is fine if that's what the select board wants to do, then we should not be hiring for that. We should not be doing the things to get ready to do that. So if we don't know a number coming out of here, we can continue to have discussions. I would just urge the body to consider that what you're looking for is a reduced scope of local government. That takes time to figure out how to do that, how to scale it down. Otherwise, you're just making broad cuts that are similar to what's happening at the federal level, which will have unintended consequences that I don't think people will be very happy with. And that will also lead us to potentially to have to hire back staff after we've lost the experience, the people that have now had to move their families away for another job or whatever. Like, that will be a challenge to the town. Not saying we can't do it. By all means, if you want to just slam the brakes on and burn it down, we can do that, and we'll figure out how to do that the best way possible with the select board. But if you want to take a more measured approach, I would ask you to consider this budget and then have the select board take a very thoughtful process moving forward to reduce the FY27 budget down to something that you all would be more comfortable with.
It appears the answer to the specific question about savings from health insurance by consolidating with other neighboring communities and developing our own solid waste management department is that there hasn't been concrete planning. Representative Levenbach.
In case you need reminding, David Levenbach, District 9. Just an observation. There have been suggestions to cut the budget, or excuse me, to increase the budget from the previous year by a certain percentage point, and that's done because there's concern about the increase in property taxes. The increase in the budget is not going to give an equivalent percentage increase in taxes. Those numbers are different. So you can't go away from an increase of 4% to say well, taxes would increase only, property taxes would increase only 4%. Those numbers are different.
Representative O'Connor.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, District 9. I'm sorry I'm getting up again. We're talking about the amendment to increase by 4% from the last budget, as I understand it.
That's correct.
I want us, once again, to resist the scare tactics that we're getting from the people in the front of the room. The world is not going to come to an end if we vote no today and pass it on to the next select board. The fiscal year does not start until July 1st. We have the time to vote no, send it back to the select board, and bring it back to them. So please do not buy into the fact that the world will come to an end if we vote no. I spent 6 years on the select board. I know what it takes to put a budget together. I went to every single budget meeting about this budget. It is not a sound budget. The only way to fix it, we have a prayer to fix it, is to send it back. We're on a fiscal cliff. I say this all the time at the select board meetings. It's not just about this year, it's about the next year and the year after. The responsible thing for us to do as RTM members for the people that we represent is to vote this amendment down and then vote the budget down, send it back.
Representative Sprite.
Rick Sprite, District 9. I'm going to try a different mic this time. Little reality check here. Whether we vote this amendment down or up, the incoming select board can come back to us with a different budget, with a slight increase perhaps. Whether we vote this up or down, they can rearrange the priorities and come up with more creative ways to accomplish the level of service that we have now without coming back to us with an increase. They don't have to spend all the money that we give them, so the rainy day fund could get replenished. We have a lot of opportunities for creativity. We also are not backing ourselves into a corner, even if it is obviously the impression of a lot of people in this body that the only way to get them to truly revisit the budget is to vote it down. I don't believe that's the case, especially given that we have a majority replacement on the select board. I would also like to point out that a couple of companies in the area have successfully done self-insurance with as diverse as Vermont Yankee and the Common Ground Restaurant. Both were very successful at that, as far as I know. I know more about the Common Ground Restaurant being quite successful with a very small number of people. So the administration and this board have admitted more than once that they have not been doing long-term planning, which I think has had a bigger effect on our budgets over the years than anything else. especially where we've saddled ourselves with paying back bonds, which is a huge percentage of our current budget, which nobody's talking about. Just the debt service on that could explain a significant part of what we're concerned about today. I urge people to vote for this amendment and then lean on the new select board to be creative and, if necessary, come back to us. Either way, we can have another meeting where we deliberate this, but we don't have to if we vote for the 4%. But we can, and they have that opportunity. It's not baked in that they have to deal with that number. So,
Representative
no, not
Nice.
at all. It's not. It's already, there was a point of information earlier that I made, and people seem to have missed that they can absolutely bring it back to us for a special town meeting. There's nothing to prevent the new board from doing that.
Farm Use District 9, move the question.
Is there a second? Fisher? It's been moved by Representative Meese, second by Representative Fisher to call the question. 2/3 vote, non-debatable. All those in favor of calling the question on a 4% increase from last year, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the, whose amendment was it? Smith. On the Smith amendment. All right, so the Smith amendment is to reduce the total amount of the FY26 budget to a 4% increase over FY25. That number being $23,197,000, what? $23,197,364. So the motion to amend is to change the total number of 24,680,853 to 23,197,364, being a 4% increase over the FY25 budget. All those in favor of that amendment, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please say nay. Rise and say nay. All right, the nays have it. Nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. And you've defeated the Smith amendment. We're back to the recurring question, which is whether to approve Article 12, a budget of $24,680,853. Yes.
Georgia Morgan, District 8. Georgia Morgan, District 8. I think that the best move at this point is to send the budget back to the select board. This gives them an opportunity to reconsider the precipitous decision to hire so many police with the attendant costs of equipment and a new station and their health care, not to mention all the additional things that are involved in that kind of hiring. If they have if it goes back to the select board, they can consider exactly what needs to be done and hopefully come up with the lower number.
Representative Stahl-Tyler.
You know, I'm really tempted to say 5, just for fun. My real question is an interrogation of someone, not sure if it's the town manager or the board members. what's there, I'm going to call the elephant in the room. There's a definite opinion in here of some that we shouldn't have the police. There's a definite opinion of some that we should have the police that are in the budget. What exactly in this budget, if we say no to this budget, what can be changed? What is already there? I hear people say the substation can be stopped. I hear other people say no.
Member of administration is interrogated.
So if you're talking about the downtown safety action plan, so most of the capital investments already been made. The substation is completely separate from this budget. That is funded with revolving loan fund dollars, and that's already been committed. So you're really just talking about the staff for fiscal '26, and that's about $600,000. So that is what's in this budget that's related to the downtown safety action plan, $600,000. None. It's in the budget.
In the back?
It's
all the way in the back on the left. That works.
Josh Traeger, District 7. I'm a newbie, so bear with me. I appreciate whatever the select board, all the work you've done. All of us here, incredible what we're up to. Democracy in action. I love it. It's incredible to me. When I look over the budget's, it's gigantic. What we're trying to do here is big. But when I look over, like, what's nice, what's necessary, I hear the select board asking, the tough question is, like, help us out because no one wants to make these cuts. So the question I have is, when I look at page 20 of the Finance Committee report on the solid waste, what is the nut that we're talking about for the Casella contract? Like, what is it 1.45 million? Is that the nut? Is that the number that?
Yes, select board members are shaking their heads, yes.
Okay, so, the nice versus necessary, this is where it comes back to that. Like, it is nice to have someone pick up our garbage. And I certainly don't want people hucking garbage into the woods because we get rid of something, but from a business perspective, maybe we think about it as an experiment. What would it look like to not have this waste management for a year to experiment with it? It's just an idea. I'm a newbie. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Representative Atkinson.
Representative Atkinson, District 8. So I appreciate both Representative Morgan and Representative Traeger for actually bringing up the things that the skepticism in this body seems to be about the trash and the safety action plan. Both things that I understand the select board had to respond to in the moment because they're responsibly trying to be responsive to the people in front of them who were in front of them week after week after week. So if we can't come up with a number, I think it would be useful to the next select board for this body to be really clear about what things, I know we can't do line items, but what things are really under discussion, because I have a worry that to make the budget smaller, we're going to be cutting the pool and cutting the library and not filling the potholes and not doing the things that make the quality of life here, that make this place the place that we want to live in. Something has to be done. But I think the next select board would really benefit from clear direction about where are those places? And I think we've been talking around that issue a lot, but let's just name it so that when either we vote this up, we vote it down, but they know what they have to do next. Because, eventually we're going to have to pay for something. And we want to make the town work as best as it can for everybody. And personnel is where the money is. And I would be, can you live with 6 or 8 people in the town government losing their jobs so that we can have trash or whatever? That's really the question. And we're kind of shoving it back, but I think this body should offer some real direction. Thanks.
Representative Cappy.
Ellen Cappy, District 7. I wanted some numbers clarity. If we were to come up with a number, how it translates to our property tax increase. So a little while ago, we were talking about a 4% increase in the budget. What is then the property tax percentage increase in that situation?
A member of the administration is interrogated, follow up to Representative Levenbach's point and Ms. Cappy, Representative Cappy's question about the closest estimation we can give about what tax increase would be like with a 4% increase in the budget. We'll give you an answer as soon as the select board calculates that number. Thanks for asking.
Mr. Moderator.
All right.
I think that will be about a 1% property tax increase. It will also mean that the select board will have to find $2 million in cuts across all the departments.
Representative Houghton. Yep. Yep.
I don't have a point to make. Oh, excuse me. Representative Rolf Parker Houghton from District 8. I don't have a point to make. I'm just looking for information. And specifically, when I was a newspaper reporter in other towns within Windham County, tax sales were a regular part of the news cycle in those other towns. And I am embarrassed to say that I don't know whether people are losing their homes in Brattleboro or have been in recent years because they can't afford the taxes on their homes. Is that actually happening here or not? And so I just thought that might be a germane question. And if not, then excuse me for wasting time.
Member administration or town attorney is interrogated or are interrogated about the scope of tax sales and people losing their homes.
The answer to that is no. People are not losing their homes. In the last tax sale that the town of Brattleboro had, 0 went to the actual tax sale. Everybody paid up in advance. And then this last year, the legislature changed it so you have to be more than 1 year delinquent. So there was no tax sale last year. So short answer is no.
Representative Elwell. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. Representative Elwell, District 9. I'd like to also interrogate the town attorney. I'm personally having a hard time seeing the path to outcome today that the majority of us can sort of readily rally around. I'm really appreciating the process of how we're trying. But part of kind of where we started, actually, and part of what has been hanging in the room while we've been talking about whether or not to vote down this budget is the impact for the more immediate action staff would take in follow-up in a normal year when there's an adoption of a budget with or without a change in this meeting on this day. And so I'm wondering whether if this body was inclined to provide a way to have a green light for recreation and public works and perhaps other departments. We'd need to hear from the town administration about this. But if there was a number that was like, we could walk out of here today saying we've approved that you go forward and make obligations for $10 million. None of it's going to get spent until July. But in order to free up the opportunity to do bidding and hire kids for the summer, if there was a number that was way below what the town's going to need for next year, so those of us who have concerns and believe that we ought to reconvene and go over the budget to actually do final action on it in the next couple of months, would have that opportunity without negatively impacting the preparations town staff usually makes for implementation of the budget on July 1st. Is it possible for us to do this in two pieces like that?
Possible. If you vote a number today on the budget article, you and if it's approved, whatever number it is, will be approved as your budget, all right? That then gives the town the ability to set a tax rate come July based on what you've approved. It is also possible for the new select board to warn a special representative town meeting if it deems that it needs additional monies to raise through taxes. And if they did that prior to July 1, they'd be able to include that in the tax rate and the tax bills that go out. Hope that answers your question.
Representative Annis. Yep.
Eric Annis, District 8. No, I'm not moving the question. As much as I'd like to, but my question, a query to the select board or the town people, when you combine the education increase and the municipal budget, what is the total increase in the tax rate?
As currently proposed.
Say again?
As currently proposed.
As currently proposed, yes.
Select person, Reichman.
That's essentially an impossible question to answer, but I'll answer it anyway. At the school meeting a few days ago, the proposed school tax rate is actually lower next year than this year. I think it was by something like 1.3%. Now, that is not set as yet because there are numbers that come from the state, usually in April or May, that then are needed to actually say, okay, here's your tax rate. But as far as our local school district was able to take it, we would see a slight decrease in the overall tax burden for property owners in Brattleboro based on what happened at their meeting. So you take whatever the increase here is and subtract a little bit, and that should give you the overall tax burden.
Representative Wessel.
Hi, Tim Wessel, District, I always want to say 9. A lot going on today, a lot of emotion, and a lot of it's warranted and good back and forth here. I'm really concerned about not approving a budget that, I'd like to see a reduction in this budget. I think the attempted amendments to it so far have been a little drastic and are not recognizing the very real work that the select board has been doing all year. And it was a very difficult budget season. Many of the components totally out of their control, like healthcare, as was mentioned. But I live downtown and I support the very creative moves and thinking and actions of the select board when it comes to the policing plan, when it comes to community safety. So earlier today, we So I don't have a number, but I hope that a number comes out very soon in the day. But earlier today, we heard some very good testimonials from department heads, but we were missing a testimonial, I think, from a very important person, and that is the head of our police, Chief Norma Hardy. And I'd like to hear from Norma about any implications of a no vote, which you can argue is not going to be the end of the world. I completely understand that. But certainly it's going to have implications for hiring. And since I'm very concerned that the entire time I served on the select board, we were never near the level of police that we wanted, ever. And so we're almost there, I believe. So I want to hear from Chief Hardy, should she be interrogated, and comment a little bit about the hiring process, how it's going, and whether it's going to impact that effort. Thank you.
Police chief is interrogated.
Yes, hello. So when I took over as the police chief here in Brattleboro, your police department was down to 15 officers instead of the 27 that you were allotted. It went down to 13 officers during my first year as we were trying to hire people. And then we restructured, and we started restructuring our hiring processes, and we have been able to, in this time frame, fill all of the empty spots that we needed for the police department. We are at full staff. I was able to do what I said I would do when you hired me, which was to bring back a fully staffed third shift. So now there are officers out on overnight shifts. And adding the BRAT team was a way, as I said, to redistribute our operations and ability to patrol the other parts of town. If we don't have that, if you decide, because the town can decide that, not to have the operation plan in effect, and you can decide not to have the BRAT team, not only would it affect the ability to hire anyone in the future, because we've already made those commitments, but it will also take a part of the fact that the BRAT team are young people that I've hired from the community. So these are individuals that they wanted to give back to the community, but they didn't want to quite be law enforcement officers. So I've hired them from the community. They're all young people that live here in town. And I will also say that the Brattleboro Police Department is the most diversified that it's ever been. And that includes people of color, and that includes women. So when you're taking all of that into effect, like I said, and the town manager tells me what's been decided and what we will be doing, these will just think these things into effect, that you have a fully staffed police department now. You have 3 functional working shifts of fully staffed shifts for police officers now. You have a dedicated team that we talked about, that I was asked about not having fully armed police officers downtown. So you have a shift that now you have those individuals that are hired and being trained to be downtown as a supplement to the armed police officers.
Representative Chapman.
Chris Chapman, District 9. I'm seeing that we really should be making a decision today and not kicking it down the road for the next board by wholesale rejection of this budget. I really like what Mr. Elwell suggested, that we approve a substantial amount, enough amount of money so that Carol and DPW can hire the people they need this summer, and not do this at a 3% raise or a 4% raise. I'd like to suggest, based on the idea behind what Mr. Elwell said, is that we approve a budget today of 2% over last year, which would give the new select board a lot of room to move and allow for the hiring that needs to be done. And perhaps 2% is too much, perhaps 1%, but you know, at least the 22 million that we are working with in this fiscal year. So that, yes, we'll be kicking the can down the road with a deadline of June 30, but there will be plenty of time for the new select board to do a lot of work and think about in the new ways that they've been, you know, that people have asked them to do. So on that, based on that, I'm going to move that we amend the budget to a 2% increase, recognizing that we do need money in the bank to work with as basically the working capital of the town. And if this amendment needs to be changed a little bit in order to be proper with what's before us, just make a friendly amendment, and I'll be happy to go along with it.
Is there a second? Representative Copan seconds. Is there discussion? Yes. Select Person McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I find these suggestions of splitting the baby in half difficult because what the body seems to be asking the select board to do is examine the entire budget. And in order for us to examine the entire budget, then we can't let contracts out for Public Works and the Parks and Rec because they're part of the whole budget. So really, you can't pick and choose. We don't have line item vetoes. You could give us a decent number increase for us to work with, or reject the budget entirely, but you can't really split the baby in that way. It just won't work. And of course, I would prefer if everyone understood the costs and understood the budget, and we pass it for this year.
I can't hear. You need to use the microphone. Identify yourself, please.
Apple Sullivan, District 9. Just a quick, please tell me if this is more of a request for information or a point of order. Is there an amendment we're now considering, or has it not been? Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, I am hearing disagreement from the people talking to me.
It's been moved and seconded that the budget number be decreased to 2% of last year's budget, rather than 3 or 4 that were voted down overwhelmingly. So I'm digging out that number.
Okay, is there, I hope this isn't wasting time, but is there text of that amendment? Don't amendments have to take textual form?
I'm coming up with the number.
Okay, great. Okay.
Because, take the microphone.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I believe the motion is out of order because the body has already voted on and rejected motions of 3% and 4% amendments. We do not need to consider a 2% amendment.
I'm not convinced that the amendment is out of order. I don't know whether it's prudent, but I'm not convinced that it's out of order. Is it? Does the town attorney have a view? I think it's out of order. I mean, Representative Melton.
Representative Melton, District 7, I call the question.
It's been, and it's second from Representative Elwell. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. The current motion is the Chapman amendment to approve, to amend the budget number to $22,751,261, being a 2% increase over last year. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. All right, well, there's two in every crowd. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the Chapman Amendment. So, all those in favor of the Chapman Amendment to amend the budget number of $24,680,853 to $22,751,261, being a 2% increase over last year. All those in favor of that, please rise. Now this, all right. All those opposed, please rise. Thank you. You can be seated. That amendment is defeated. We're back to the recurring question. Mr. Manders.
Thank you. I'm Neil Manders, District 7. Been here since about 1980, raised 4 kids, on a fixed income, a retired teacher, so it's pretty minimal amounts of money. And I'm not happy with the 12% increase. But I live on Ames Hill Road, and I don't know about you folks, but you know, I drive out on Ames Hill Road, and once a year, it gets kind of muddy, and you sort of suddenly sink into the mud up to your hubcaps, and you're screwed. There's nothing you can do about it. You gotta call the local farmer. Generally near me is the Thurber, so I get Ross to come and pull me out with his tractor. We're in that situation, folks. We fell into a pit, and we may not like being there. We sure as hell don't want a bunch of drug addicts and needle possessing and all of that kind of issues going on in town. The only way to raise, one way to raise revenue in this town is to bring in new product, bring in new companies. They're not coming. I've heard in a number of discussions where people who have companies have said, we can't get people to even come into town because of either housing or because they've heard about the drug and the general degradation of the town. So I think we just got to suck it up and pass the budget. I know that this new select board has major concerns about the same things you have concerns about. And I'm sure that next year they will present us with a budget that addresses those as best they can. We need to raise revenue in this town, and we need to not depend entirely on our tax base to simply cover all of the expenses. So I would like to call the question.
Well, wait. Clearly, you can't call the question after making a comment. So thank you, Mr. Manders, for your comments. Representative Byrne. Okay, so is there a second? Second, so Representative Case. So Cook. It's been moved and seconded to call the question on the recurring budget article 12, being a budget of $24,680,853, not amended by 2 or 3 or 4%. All those it's 2/3 vote, non-debatable. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You've ceased debate on Article 12. Let me repeat the article for you. It's been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $24,680,853 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, including all highway and Windham County taxes. And that the Select Board be authorized to expend in addition any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $19,847,178 to be collected in property taxes and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2025 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes. That such payment for the installment shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or about 5 p.m. on August 15 and November 17, 2025, and February 17 and May 15, 2026, and that interest as a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% shall be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 16, 2026. If you're in favor of passing that budget, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. If you're opposed to that budget, please rise and say nay. Chairs in doubt, call for division. If you're in favor of the budget, please rise and remain standing until counted. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Oh, yeah. Listen to the results of your vote. The votes in favor are 57. The votes opposed are 76. You've defeated Article 12. The original warning provided for the meeting to adjourn at 5 o'clock. Without objection, we're going to continue through. Is there an objection? All righty then. And we're going to just continue right now into the next article, see if we need to take a break. On Article 13, moderator recognizes Richard Davis.
I move to direct the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding in the FY27 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the FY26 budget.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded by Representative Byrne to direct the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding in the FY27 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the FY26 budget. This is a recurring question that's been discussed annually for about 5 years now. And based upon the discussions that have been had to date, there's a procedure that the moderator is going to recommend, which is called creating and filling in the blanks. All right, so that procedure under Robert's rules, yes? That is correct. So I think that it's proper to say that the motion is to advise the Select Board. All right, so, and the second agrees? All right, so the motion is to advise the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding that 1.4%. That procedure calls for striking out the 1.4 and then taking suggestions from members of the Assembly on all potential alternatives, what that number might be, from 0 to whatever number, including the 1.4 as originally proposed, to discuss those all together, and then to vote on those in order. So absent objection, we're going to create a blank at 1.4 and take suggestions from members of the body on whatever recommendations there are for human services funding percentages of this year's budget for next year, although we don't have a budget for this year. So difficult to come up with that number. That's Mr. Turnow. Mr. Turnow.
David Turneau, District 8. Being as we do not currently have a budget number, is it possible for us to postpone voting on this article until we have a budget number?
Well, Vermont law does not provide for passing over an article that's been properly noticed.
All right, thank you.
May be difficult of application, but we don't pass over. Representative Byrne.
I have a question. Ronnie Byrne, District 9. The warning states that we will advise the Select Board to include a specific amount of the fiscal year 27 budget. Does that have to, in fact, be expressed as a percent, or can we just suggest a number?
The article is currently warned provides for a percentage of the total budget. I think there could be an amendment to provide for a dollar figure, and that would be within the scope and properly germane. But at the present time, what's been recommended is a percentage of whatever number ultimately is adopted. Representative Tewksbury.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Captain Tewksbury, District 8. I would suggest 2% as it has been going.
Thank you. So we're now taking suggestions, and that's what's on the table. Representative Levenbach.
David Levenbach, District 9. I hate to disappoint the moderator because I don't have a number, but I wanted to say that before the town vote on the 4th of March, given the way the Select Board presented the issue to the voters, it seemed to me only appropriate to take the median position, which means either starting from 0 or starting from above 3, to work down till you find the 50% mark, and that is a figure between 1% and 2%.
Well, then we'll include 1% in the list. 1%, 1.4, and 2% are now included. Representative Silbert.
Representative Silbert, District 9, I'd like to propose 3%. Can I talk about it, or is that the next?
Not just yet.
Good.
Any other numbers? Is that Morgan? Representative Morgan.
I actually just have a question. Could you explain a little bit more about how the voting will work once we have a bunch of numbers that we're considering?
Based upon the discussion that goes on in the Assembly, an order will be determined in the moderator's discretion, and when we get to a majority on one of the numbers, that'll carry.
It's like, so are you going to be like, okay, 1.4%, and everyone votes yes or no on that, and then we keep on voting yes or no on all of the percentages, or are people only allowed to vote on their favorite number? Or
No,
could you explain that part for me?
We're going to vote on 1%, and then we're going to vote on 1.4, then we're going to vote on 2, then we're going to vote on 3, likely in that order.
And then is it like whichever one got the
No,
most yeses?
the first
or-
majority.
Okay, so you're starting at the lowest number, and then if that gets voted down, go on to the
Likely,
next
but
one?
it depends what happens in the discussion.
Okay.
Yep. Please approach the microphone.
Point of order, why would we not take the first as an amendment and then sub-amendments, which is what I believe we've done in past years?
Like
it just, this doesn't match what I feel like I remember has happened.
No, it's
each
not
year.
happened this way before. This is a procedure called filling in the blanks, which allows all of the possible percentages to be discussed together, and then them to be taken in an order and voted on until one of them gets the majority. Robert's Rules provides for filling in the blanks in that manner.
And did we vote on this? Or is this something we would vote on, or did the moderator just decide this?
I recommended it as a procedure, and I asked if there was objection, and there was no objection.
Okay, I don't think
One
we
person
quite
said
understood.
no objection.
I don't think we quite understood what you were talking about, because that's new to a lot of us.
I can explain again. The method of creating and filling in the blank provides when there's a range of different alternatives for a number that would be part of a motion, that all of them are put on the table together, they're all discussed together, and then a vote is taken on the various numbers in a sequence that generally is determined based upon the nature of the discussion. And the number that reaches a majority first is adopted. It's a procedure that's determined by Robert's Rules in circumstances very much like this. Representative Milton.
This may be a point of privilege, I'm not sure. Wouldn't it make more sense to start at the highest percentage and go down so that we're achieving a majority, so that we don't, if I want it to be 1.5 and the first number you put out is 0, or the first number you put out is 1.4, people might be afraid to vote for 1.4 or not vote for 1.4 because, do you see what I'm saying?
I do understand. I think it all depends on what's the nature of the discussion that unfolds.
Okay, I see. So you haven't yet decided whether you're going top down or bottom up?
Logical sequence based upon the discussion that unfolds.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Wessel.
Tim Wessel, District 9. Could you just review the numbers you have right now, the percentages?
1, 1.4, 2, and 3%.
I'd like to offer 0.5.
0.5%. Other suggestions? What's that? Representative Silbert.
Sorry, I'm still having questions about this process. When you say, maybe I'll wait. Seems important.
I'm listening.
You sure? Okay. When you're saying the first one to get a majority, you're going to give us, say, 4 options, and we vote for one of them?
No,
We
one at a
vote
time.
for each one, but then each one will have a majority.
No.
So each one,
Let's
if
say-
it passes, that's the one we get. We don't get to vote on the other ones.
Let's say the moderator starts by calling for a vote on a 0.5%.
Huh.
If there's a majority for a 0.5%, that carries. If it doesn't carry, we go to 1%. If that doesn't carry, we go to 1.4. If that doesn't carry, we go to 2 until one of them gets majority vote. It could go the opposite direction, 3 to 2 to 1.4 to 1 to a half. Really depends on the nature of the discussion.
And we'd still call the question to make that vote happen.
We'll have a discussion about human services funding in general,
Yeah.
and then we'll go to the vote.
Okay.
We might call the question, might not.
Yeah. Well, hopefully someday we will.
Well, Representative Elwell.
Thank you, Representative Owell, District 9. A further question, Mr. Moderator, about the process. If either you considered it further and offered a different way to vote, or the body, by some proper motion and action, decided to do it this way, could there be a roll call vote after the full discussion of all the different options, a roll call vote of the body where each person gives their answer as the one number they prefer?
Well, it'd be roll call vote, but it'd be each number separately.
I'm asking, could it possibly be where each person chooses the one they prefer?
No, because we're looking for majority, not for plurality. Decision's got to be by majority. Yep.
I'm thinking that it could function in the way that ranked choice voting functions, where there would be one or more eliminated at the bottom of the results, and then a revote. I recognize it's time consuming, but lots of what we do is time consuming, and it feels to me like that would get to a more accurate reflection of the body's preference.
That's not the mechanism that's contemplated. Yes?
Point of order. Now that we sort of understand what you were asking, can you ask again if there are any objections to this type of voting? Thank you.
Well, if there's any objection to proceeding in that manner, and I assume that there is, then we'll take a vote on whether to proceed that way. Yep. Right, I will read to you from Robert's rules. It does say from highest to lowest as a proposal. Right. So I'll read to the body. Sometimes the particular nature of the blank determines the order in which proposals fulfilling it should be put to vote. Typical instances of this kind are blanks to be filled in with amounts of money. In such cases, is it advisable, whenever a logical order is apparent, to arrange the proposed entries so that the one least likely to be acceptable will be voted on first, and so on. New supporters may then be gained with each succeeding vote until a majority in favor of one entry is reached. So that doesn't yet provide for a specific order. It provides for listening to the discussion and then addressing which one appears least likely to be acceptable and voting on that one first, and then going through a logical order of all the remaining numbers. Is there an objection now to that procedure? Okay. So the proposal was to proceed by filling in the blanks. Seemed like a good idea at the time. seemed like an excellent idea at the time, but I guess we can put it to a vote, or I can just withdraw the recommendation based upon what I'm hearing. All right, sounds like people want to decide whether to proceed that way. So I think that I've explained filling in the blanks. Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah, can I get a point of information? What would be the number of votes to require a majority? Are we still at the 2/3 basis? 51%?
Majority. No, straight majority.
Of the voting people in the room.
That's correct.
Do we have the number? Can I please get the number of what that would?
Well, we would take in any given vote. So if there's 120, it's going to be 61, but be the same method that we've used all day, which is standing, and then if there's a question, by division. Any further questions about the procedure? Representative Melton.
The only remaining question that I have, Representative Melton, District 7. The remaining question that I have is, who decides after the discussion that, like, which option is least likely? Is that a moderator's discretion?
That's
or?
that's a moderator's decision
So
about whether
we do not then get a built-in chance to weigh in on that?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Carville.
I applaud what you're trying to do to save time, though I'm beginning to doubt whether it's going to. I'm trying to decide how to vote on your idea. I would support it if we knew we were going to start with 3 and work down. I can't support it if it's a shotgun of what we're going to vote on first.
Okay. Representative Agave.
The confusion that I think was created when you used the word majority. And so what you were sort of proposing was half the procedure for ranked voting. So I would suggest to the moderator that we follow your procedure and we choose 5 or 6 choices. We vote, and the lowest vote is eliminated. And we vote again, and the lowest vote is eliminated. And you keep going until you will reach a majority.
I think that's what we anticipated. It's just a question of what order. We can go low, high, low, high. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I really like the idea of being able to debate all of the options at once, rather than needing to debate every amendment separately and call the question and all of that. I think that is both could lead to a kind of a more comprehensive discussion, as well as feeling more streamlined. I think the other thing that I like about this is that if you like something, then if it feels acceptable to you, you can vote for it. If it doesn't feel acceptable to you, you can vote against it. And once we have a majority of the members who vote for something, then that means that is an option that is acceptable to everybody. So anyway, that's how I read it, and I will vote for this idea.
Representative Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would like to say that at no point in all of my voting history, I am now 56 years old, have I ever seen any kind of ranked choice or star voting or alternative form of voting in any election that I've ever voted in. Second of all, I would like to remind the body that the vote that was taken on March 4th, I believe it was advisory only. And third, I would also like to say that because of the way that the vote was structured, even if we accept that as a legal, valid vote, which is still advisory, there is no way that we can use any kind of ranked choice method on that when the majority, or the plurality option that was selected by the people was, quote unquote, more than 2%. We don't know what that means. That could mean 20% for some people. So it would be inappropriate for us to say that, oh, we should take a median of that and end up with 1.4% or even, between 1 and 2%. That is a 100% difference in funding between 1 and 2%. I would like to therefore suggest that we include the option of 2.2%, which would be a 10% increase over last year's budget. Thank you.
2.2% is on the list. Although really the question is on whether to even use this procedure. But I've now got it on the list. Representative Sprite? I hoped this would save time, but I guess not.
I think it would have saved time if people understood it properly and trusted or didn't want to game this somehow. The fact is that if the increments are small enough and we vote quickly, it will not take a lot of time, assuming that people have made up their minds. If there are people who still have questions about what level would be appropriate in their mind, then it might take longer. But if you use relatively small increments and we go through them quickly, we could fine-tune this to a great degree, and we can go home. But since we can vote on every single option,
that's correct.
It's not even a ranked choice voting thing. It's simpler than that. It's a beautiful system, and I thank you for bringing it up. And I'm sorry it's so confusing to people, but I think it could work if people will let us try it.
Apple Sullivan, District 9. I'm recalling what you and Bob Fisher, you read from Robert's Rules about this method of voting. And forgive me, I don't have the text on hand. So I hope I'm recalling it precisely. To my mind, let's see if live I can recall the exact words. I have questions about whether a logical order to the, sequence of votes would emerge from conversation. And I'm curious if Robert's Rules in full, since it sounded to me, please tell me if I'm correct, it sounded to me like this method of voting was recommended if a logical order of votes appears. That is, the proposed amount. If there is proposed amounts, there clearly emerges a logical order of popularity, then this is a good method of voting. Does Robert's Rules provide for a mode of voting if such a logical order doesn't emerge from discussion?
The rules indicate the character of the measure to spend money, indicates amount should be arranged, vote on in order from highest to lowest. It also indicates that the nature of the discussion may yield a specific logical order. So a logical order may become apparent. So really, we're waiting for the discussion to unfold in order to ascertain whether there's a different logical order.
What would happen if there doesn't emerge such an order?
I think we would probably go highest to lowest.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Thorne?
Can we move to discussion?
Not until we decide if we're going to proceed this way or we're just going to do individual amendments. Representative Melton?
Representative Melton, District 7. I have decided to vote against this fill-in-the-blank process because because I feel that there is a long-standing precedent for 2%, recommended by this body over at least 12 years. And I don't think that I don't think there's going to be wild debate about, different amendments. Let's just see what happens with the amendments, and if we get to a place where we want to say, you know what, maybe the fill in the blank was a better idea, I feel uncomfortable with it because it seems to add in this subjective piece. And also I feel like there is a default position, which, by the way, the select board continuously undercuts in its motions. And the precedent is 2% and has been for a really long time.
Representative Delesny. Yes. Yes, whether to conduct the vote by filling the blanks or just regular process of amendment. Was that? I proposed the procedure. There was an objection to it, so we moved to discussion about whether we're going to use the procedure. Yes. Yes.
Jessica Delesny, District 7. I call the question.
Is there a second? Representative Stewart calls the question. It's 2/3 vote. The question is whether to use filling the blanks as a method for voting on the Human Services article, General Human Services article. All in favor of proceeding with filling the blanks, please rise and say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. It's calling the question. I'm sorry. We're voting on calling the question. I'm sorry. I apologize. All those in favor of ceasing debate about the method of voting, please rise and say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You've ceased debate. So now the question is whether to use filling in the blanks as a method for voting on the Human Services General Article 13. All those in favor of using that voting method, please rise and say aye. Aye. All right, please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've decided to proceed with filling in the blanks as the method for voting on this article. The suggestions thus far are 0.5%, 1%, 1.4%, 2%, 2.2%, 3%. Are there any more suggestions? Representative Morton. I want to make sure there's no more suggestions. Representative Davis.
I propose 1.7.
1.7%. Any further suggestions? Representative Franks.
Tom Franks, District 9. I told you what I thought on January 11th. 0%, please.
0%. 0%, 0.5%, 1%, 1.4, 1.7, 2, 2.2, and 3. Representative Sprite.
I was just going to suggest we settle the question of which order to do it in by vote.
We can't do that until after we hear the discussion, but I understand. Any further suggestions? All right, so now we're here to discuss the question of human services funding. Is there another hand raised? Representative Stroud.
Gary Stroud, District 8. I'm kind of like round this off 2.0.
We have a 2 already, thank you. Representative Morton.
Rick Morton, District 7. We all have a heart for the people who are hurting.
Wait. Are all suggestions finished? Okie dokie.
We all have a heart.
All right, so the list of suggestions, stay, well, or sit, but 0%, 0.5%, 1%, 1.4, 1.7, 2, 2.2, and 3. Representative Morton.
I think there's zero chance they're going to wind up with a zero option. So I suggest that's the least likely number, and we should start with that.
I think we're really talking about what's the likely percentage that people are in favor of, and just have general discussion about human services funding, whoever wants to be recognized. Yes, please.
Mary McLaughlin, District 8. Just wanted to call, I felt very strongly that that the Finance Committee did us a great service in giving us a clear outline for comparison. and I think it's very important that we acknowledge that with a 19% poverty rate in Brattleboro and a $48,000 median income, that is a real burden for us to go over what I'm supporting 1%, but to go over that, I feel as if that's a real burden for median income people in our town. And on the one hand, one could argue that, well, with a 19% poverty rate, we certainly have to fund our human services, but people have to be able to pay their taxes as well. And so I'm supporting 1%.
Representative Carville.
Thank you. I believe, was it Representative Morton who said that 0% he thought was unlikely, and I agree with that. So I'm looking at the Finance Committee report, page 25, and just adding up the numbers, I'd like to point out that 52% of the people responding wanted 2% or more.
Representative Cappy, are you looking to be recognized, or are you just standing up? Representative Franks.
Tom Franks, District 9. I presented the numbers at the last time we talked about this. For this year's 58% of the votes in the ballot were for less than 2%, which makes 42% for 2% or more by my math. So I can't make things be more than 100%. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Representative Kennedy.
John Kennedy, District 7. I'd like to point out to everybody the one factor that we never discuss when it comes to human services, and that is this money well spent? We have this year allocated $461,000 to a number of agencies. I think the number was 52, in various amounts, up to $75,000. None of these amounts or none of these agencies are going to miss their mission if they don't get that money. The reason I'm raising this question is because we always talk about the need, which there is in this community, for these services. We never talk about the need to pay for these services. Now, we've been talking about money most of the day, but we don't talk about the fact that these 52 agencies collectively have an income stream of over $125 million a year, according to their own 990 forms, most recently published. So to talk about these agencies and how much they need, they don't need, they would like, the fundraisers and grant writers for these agencies would like. But the reality of it is, some of these organizations ask for $700, some of them ask for $7,000, some of them ask for $70,000. Not one of these agencies is going to fail to meet their mission need if this organization cuts the funding level of human services. Whereas the $461,000 this year, or whatever the number we decide this year now for next year, based on whatever the budget is we ever decide, is going to be a significant impact. And we're talking about, again, poverty levels in this community. We also might want to think about, is it money well spent to dribble it out to 52 agencies, or instead charter the Human Services Committee to pick out 3 or 4 of the most needy, most impactful contributions we can make to these agencies? Thank you.
Representative Thompson.
Hello, Representative Thompson, District 8. I'm clearly too close to the mic. So I'm a member of the Human Services Committee, and I think it's pretty important for me. I have my own opinion, but also to just do what you all recommend that we do. But I did need to follow that because it was stated as a fact that it won't affect the missions of these organizations in the last speaker. But in the applications, a lot of organizations make a case for how it does impact their missions. And some of them ask for numbers like $700 because they tell us concretely why they need that money. And sometimes it's things that are outside of other funding. Like, for example, the school summer lunch program. They need that money from the town because they can't get it from other places. So it's really hard to stand up here and tell you every single decision and every single service. And anybody who's ever been on the committee or been to a meeting, because you can come to the meetings too. They're open and we're nerds, so we're really excited about telling you about it. But so whatever number you give us, we are looking at this and we're thinking about these services. We even do ratios, percentages of exactly how many Brattleboro people are served, exactly how much those services cost per the amount they're asking for. And then you'll see that we've had to make some hard decisions. During our info session, people were upset because we didn't fund the Red Cross again this year. We do some years and we didn't this year. And the reason is their budget was too big. So there's no disputing how important their services are, but they couldn't demonstrate in our rubric that they actually provided that much service that it really impacts their mission to not get this money. So I just want you to know that is something this committee thinks about. And if you want to join the committee, you can think about that too. And if you want to, review any of the things, I love the idea of sharing the applications. I think it would be great for people to see this because there's nothing to hide about how much work's happening in Brattleboro. I feel we're all connected to that. So that's my point about that. I have an opinion about the percentages, but will I get to talk again or should I say it now?
Now would be a
Okay, no, I guess because we had the precedent for 2%, and I was on the committee the year that a few years ago, we said we're going to do 2%. I think it was the pandemic. And we took it really seriously, our responsibility, because it was worded as we're funding up to 2% of the budget. Like some people remember that. And we made sure that we came in under that because we wanted to be fiscally responsible. So if you empower us to do that, we're still not going to overspend based on the rubrics and the things we're doing. And we really do want to hear everybody's input on this because we're all a town on this together, even if we have different opinions about how much we should fund people. So I'll be voting for 2%, but I'll be helping either way if you re-elect me on the committee. Thanks.
Representative Fay.
Ken Fay, District 8. I just want to point out that we had an emergency last year and had a downtown safety plan. And it used police for public safety. But shouldn't it also use social workers for the root cause? It was an emergency. And how do we pay the human services, many of them, I think 11, I counted 11, or with one Brattleboro, which is a great concept and a great idea of working together with the police and social service agencies. So I'm for at least 2, but I hope I was better this time.
Representative Morgan.
Hi, Robin Morgan, District 8. I was on the Human Services Committee this year, and
we've heard a lot of the questions that have been asked in this meeting throughout our process. And so we held an informational session to answer some of them. So, and we also published really detailed minutes online, but I'm not sure if everyone heard, watched, or read that. So I'm just gonna answer, again, a few of the questions that have been asked. First of all, the idea of comparing Brattleboro's human service funding with other towns, it was an arbitrary decision of like which towns they chose to compare it with. But I just want to add that in that context, some towns have some of these human services as part of their municipal budget. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison when you're comparing that. So for instance, Keene spends $900,000 a year just on housing, and we don't spend anything on that. Okay, another example is Putney, which is much smaller than Brattleboro, but they consistently, for decades, spend 2.5% of their budget on human services. And additionally, it's very difficult to really compare this well across towns because what people consider to be human services and what things they fold into their municipal budget or consider as a separate article is wildly varying across towns. So that's a difficult comparison. The other thing that I wanted to say is about what this funding means to the organizations. So it is true that none of the organizations are getting the majority of their funding from the town of Brattleboro. But a lot of them, the majority of their funding comes from the federal government and the state government. So in this context of right now, a lot of that has been threatened or already taken away. So when we consider, oh, they have other money, they don't really need this, that other money is also being threatened. And even Groundworks has said that they rely on local fundraising for 25% of their budget. So that's a quarter of their services that wouldn't be available if they didn't have funding. And some people suggest, oh, we should be doing something more dramatic. Well, that's what we tried to do this year with giving a large allocation to that organization. I do believe that, like Representative Fay said, we see a really extreme level of need in our town. And if we want to be able to prevent folks from getting into the situations that people find so distressing when they see them downtown or anywhere else, then we really need to be putting money into these human services so that we're not just policing things from happening after the fact, but actually preventing and uplifting and healing folks that are suffering so that it doesn't come to that state. So for that reason, I will be voting for at least 2% or 3% of whichever is offered to us by the moderator first.
Representative Arroyo.
Alyssa Arroyo, District 9. I just want to mention that we're having issues even voting on a budget. So then for us to just ask for more money that we don't even know what that money is yet, I just think we need to keep that in mind. I'll be voting on the 1.5%.
Hi, I'm Christine Hazard, District 8. I just had a quick question about how the money is allocated. Would it be possible for programs within the town budget, like the library or the police department or another, the rec department, to apply for some of this funding as well? I'm thinking about positions like a social worker to be embedded in the police department or potentially a town nurse. Is that something that the human services budget could be allocated for, or is it strictly for agencies that are outside of the town?
I think that a member of administration is interrogated about how positions are funded within town departments.
I think the answer would be that the intent of this is for organizations outside of the town government, which is addressed elsewhere in the budget.
Representative Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 8. I love human services. I think all of us here feel human services deserve our support, their missions are generally wonderful. The issue is really where the local support comes from. Should it be our taxpayers or the people who live in the community? I think we all have the abilities, or at least the potential, to look at our own budgets and to support these organizations with our own personal funds. What concerns me is the fact that we have so many people in our community who are really living from paycheck to paycheck or from Social Security check to Social Security check. And really, they don't have an option. You know, if we say we're going to give a certain percentage, it is what it is. I mean, I'm going to base what my neighborhood friends think and what the community has voted for. I'm going to vote for between 1% and 2%, even though I love these organizations and I don't want anybody to think that I'm not going to support them 100% from my own personal abilities.
Select Board Member Case.
So, just kind of an observation here as I'm just sort of sitting this out. Now, I was an RTM member, not on the Select Board yet, when this amount was raised to up to 2%, and I voted in favor of it then. Now what I am witnessing here today is a majority of the people are standing up wanting to increase that fund are the same people who just shot the budget down. So I don't know what anybody kind of wants here. So I'm really sort of conflicted. The work that our human service agencies does, and I don't think if I had asked everybody to put their hand up and asked if they did an incredible job, I'm sure every single hand in this room would go up because they do. Part of I guess where I'm conflicted is it's not necessarily the job as defined as town government to do what we've done. I've always appreciated that we've done it. But I'm kind of figuring out, like, when this conversation ends, where we end up, or whether we start at 0 or if we start at 5%, it doesn't matter. This room clearly doesn't have a problem speaking. That we found out, and that's fine. That's part of our democracy. That's part of what makes things like this great. But I guess I'm just trying to move the conversation along, and let's vote on a number and live with whatever we have. But I want to be cautious once again of noticing that a majority of the people who want to raise this number are the same people who didn't like the budget as presented. And by the way, this number is part of that budget.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you. Tessa Anders from District 9. I think these human services programs are vitally important to Brattleboro and to a lot of the things that we know our community needs and really cares and prioritizes. And in terms of the question of this article and its relationship to a budget that was voted down, this is an opportunity for us to express the things that we do want to be prioritized in a new budget. And so for that reason and a variety of other reasons, I will vote for 2% at least for these. Thank you.
Representative Sheonye.
Christina Sheonye, District 8. I just wanted to speak as a low-income working parent and explain why I voted down the budget, which I think is totally unacceptable, and will be voting for 2% or higher for these human services because what I don't hear mentioned a lot is the childcare crisis in our town and the healthcare provider crisis in our town. And this helps us have dentists for low-income families like mine. And And just for example, 2 weeks before the school year was supposed to start, got a call from our child care provider saying both your kids don't have a spot because we couldn't hire a teacher, and just found other infant classrooms closing down because there's no teacher. So I really wanted to get up here and speak for working families. This is not just for our homeless population. This is not just for people who are suffering from drug addiction. This is for the employees that you need to work at your shops here in downtown. I want you to think of this as subsidizing our businesses so that they can have employees who can afford to live and go to work. And I think that was all. Thank you.
Representative Heim.
Steve Heim, District 9. Yep. So this is like a sensitive issue. Every year it feels, I mean, if I address this and criticize it, I'm like, I have to think, am I a total monster, a villain? But I honestly, I'm looking at the total picture of health, the structural financial underbelly of a ship that needs to float. As a metaphor, our town. And we are talking about budgets, and we're talking about finance, how to afford things, and we do give a lot of money in housing. It comes in the form of lower taxes for housing authorities. It comes in the form of tax abolition for many nonprofits, partial or complete, holes in our grant list where there could be income, but there's not, because we have quite a cottage industry of nonprofits here. And I think it's a great thing about Brattleboro. I mean, you don't have to live here long to figure that out and to learn that a lot of people here, I mean, they care, their hearts are in the right place. But we got to use our brains too, big time, because we're really up against it right now. And I just feel like I'm curious. Like, will the police budget getting more expensive, hiring these more officers? I'm just really curious, and I don't want to criticize some of these nonprofits, but we do attract crisis to this town via our robust human services. Okay, so we gotta own that. And you know what? I think we should pat ourselves on the back, because that's, in some ways, that's really great. But we also have to ask, can we sustain that? Like, how much can you give if you're not standing on something firm without falling over? I mean, so it's really it comes back to this structural, financial health. And I would be tempted to ask Chief Hardy, what are some of the addresses that you're at all the time? And how many hours do you think you're at the drop-in center? How many hours are you at Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust properties? And how many fewer officers might you need if there wasn't so many and they weren't proliferating the way they have in the past decade? Thank you.
Representative Stroud.
Gary Stroud, District 8. I'm going to put this all to rest. Human Services just doesn't cover one particular organization. And I can guarantee you in here, somebody or some family member uses one of these organizations. I don't care who you are, what walk of life, what religion, what color. You can ask the legislators. 35 to 39% of federal money is going to get cut, and you're going to be down there. I can guarantee that. So all this stuff you're saying, this one's doing that, I bet you, I'm going to walk there, I'm going to see one of you at SEPCA or at one of these organizations asking for help. So you need to cut the finger pointing and blaming. We're all in this together, no matter what. Because from Washington, things are getting cut, Social Security. You're going to need this. That's your plan B, that's your backup. Unless you got a better plan, here you go.
Representative Annis.
Eric Annis, District 8. I move the question.
Motion to move the question is non-debatable, requires two-thirds vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. I have to divide the House, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. I'm sorry. Wait to be counted. Oh, God, yeah. I'm trying to figure out the order. 2% is the first one. Right? Am I wrong? Just start at 2, which is last year's number. 2 and then 0 and 3. Just highlight. This is just to cease debate. All right. Please be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. That's close, huh? Well, that one was close. Those in favor of ceasing debate are 79. Those opposed to ceasing debate are 41. That is defeated. Debate continues on the Human Services Funding article. Two-thirds would have been 82 to 41. Sorry. I used to be a math teacher. Representative Davis. That was a long time ago, but, you know, two-thirds.
Andrew Davis, District 9. I'll try not to repeat things. I think that meeting social needs is clearly a collaborative effort. We've got private individual donations are considerable. Municipal contributions, state and federal, and we know where that's going. I don't think this is the time to retreat, personally, from 2%. I think 2% is reasonable. I know that the needs are driven by forces outside of Brattleboro, the introduction of opiates into our society, lack of housing that's affordable by many people, internet commerce overshadowing the local economy, and I could probably make a longer list if I had time. I do ask the question, where is the state of Vermont? Because many of the problems are stemming from things that are beyond the scope of municipal spending, beyond the size of our local economy, in terms of mental health services, which are being cut back, even here in Vermont. Affordable housing is an initiative that takes time and vast amounts of money beyond this body. And so I just think it's not the time to retreat, but it is the time to ask the question, where is the state of Vermont in helping our town?
Representative Bailey.
Linda Bailey, District 9. I support 2% for these very important positive community values that we are trying to encourage in our town. We have 98% of the rest of the budget to be working on some of the other issues. And as people have said, this is not the time to retreating in supporting everyone here.
Yes, please.
Jesse Kahan, District 9. There's a refrain that we hear a lot about attracting problems in this town, and I understand where that comes from. But I just looking over the list of people that are on this list of organizations to be funded, and I just want to sort of think that over once again. We are funding Bonnievale Environmental Education Center, presumably attracting salamanders through this. The Boys and Girls Club. There are a lot of boys and girls in our town. How many of them came because of the Boys and Girls Club, I can't say. Community Asylum Seekers Project. Presumably the wars and the famines and the political crises that have attracted people to this town trumped the $4,000 that we plan to give them, $10,000. Let's see, the Gathering Place. There are a lot of older folks with dementia who seem to be wandering the streets of Brattleboro, presumably looking for. We all have. This is not a budget that goes towards, by and large, people who are coming here to take advantage of this money. We are dealing with very real needs that are not being met in other ways, and we have a basic responsibility to pay 2% of our budget to support that. Thank you.
Representative Stewart.
Kind of on that same point, I agree with what everyone is saying, and I think the human services budget is really important, but many of those organizations that you've listed, I think would echo some of the sentiments that people have been talking about, where we're not targeting our funding in specific enough ways, because it's, it's hard to imagine how like giving money to, the environmental, it's hard for me to imagine how that is doing substantive and important work that if we prioritize by giving it to other more focused organizations, it could do a more effective job, right? So I think there's a lot of kind of disagreement about doing it in this kind of a granular way. The way that I'm gonna kind of vote on this is just reflecting on the way that I understand the results of the election we had, and it seemed pretty evenly split between everything. So I'm probably going to vote somewhere between 1.5 and 2 is kind of where I'm landing at. But okay, yeah.
Representative Gossage, I'll get you next.
Yeah, so just to again answer the question about priorities and why some people would want to vote down the budget and vote up human resources. It definitely, I think the returning members of the select board and the new members of the select board can take that as an expression of priorities here in our community. I also wanted to say that as if you study homelessness in any particular way, there's a great book that went around, I think, a year or two ago that a lot of people talked about. Mike Pichek in the state had a webinar with the author called Homelessness is a Housing Problem. And they say every town, every place they went, which had a really big homeless problem, said that they felt people were attracted to their services, but the statistics just don't bear that out. So the thing I want to say about what was put on the ballot is that there were 5 choices presented, and 3 of them lowered the budget from where it was. I think if we wanted a true vote, what should have happened was 3 choices: keep it as it is, raise it, or lower it. And I think that would have given us a more accurate picture of where people fall. But when there are 5 choices, people evaluate those 5 choices as if they are the only ones, rather than thinking, again, stay the same, raise it, or lower. So I think that could have been put better. I also want to say that in previous years, when we questioned the small amounts and if they were really necessary, we have had agencies come here and say, in order to get our budget, we need to write grants. And when you write a grant and you receive that grant money, you can't use it to write more grants. So some of this money, if you'll go to some of the applications, is money that we can provide so that they can hire someone to write a grant proposal that brings them extra funding. And in that way, the amounts that we're giving them are actually multiplied greatly by our being able to provide those seemingly small amounts. I also wanted to say that if you went to the select board meeting on Thursday, at the very, very end, One Brattleboro came and gave just an update on where they are. And one of the biggest things they said was the cooperation between the human services agencies and the police has begun to yield incredibly great results. And I think that we can't police our way out of the problem was stated by, I believe, a police officer at some point when getting data to bring that the human services agencies and police could go over together. Need in our community and in our state and in our country will probably only go up, not down, and the grants they will be receiving will almost certainly go down across the board, because between losing federal funding and likely a tightening of the state, and our need will only go up, and we are going to see more homelessness on our streets, visible to us as the motel program ends. Additionally, we can imagine people will be losing their jobs. People who are paycheck to paycheck today will likely need food from FoodWorks when they miss a paycheck or their pay is diminished or they lose their job.
We're substantially over time.
Okay,
Correct,
one
please.
more point. And housing, those same people who are paycheck to paycheck will likely need assistance to something like SEVCA to get housing assistance or assistance in finding new homes. So all in all, I think an increase to this budget would be appropriate for this year.
Representative Wesson. Oh, Representative Franks. Who? Representative Kendall? Do you? Yeah, Representative Kendall.
Thank you, Tom Franks. We are on opposite ends of this discussion, so I really appreciate the fact that he's helped me get up here. I just want to, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, other than that I do believe a community has a responsibility to take care of its citizens, and that's a huge piece of it. But what I wanted to add is that I was at the school board meeting the other night, and if you look at those numbers from the Agency of Education, between 50 and 70% of the kids in this town are Medicaid eligible, free lunch eligible. They are needy. And I think that as I look at the list of the organizations that we're talking about funding, all but about 5 of them deal with kids and teenagers along with other folks. And so I do think I will support 2% and above. And I think we should all consider the children as we look at this allotment. Thank you.
Representative Linton. I'll be with you next.
Sheila Linton, District 9. I have a few things to say. I really appreciate the conversation that's happened so far. I agree with our budget is based on our needs and our values. And so when we talk about what we're going to do as a community, I believe it's also what we put in the budget is based on our values. A lot of discussion has been happening about the bottom number and the bottom line, but I want to remind people of what I think I'm hearing and what I would try to convey is It's not about just a bottom line, it's about the process and about what is being cut. So we keep on talking about if we do this percentage, if we do this bottom line, and people saying the same people who voted down the budget are the same people who want to up or have the human services be at a certain amount. And that's because I'll speak for myself, am concerned about the process and concerned about what is being cut out. Not necessarily completely about what the bottom line is. Yes, is the increase high? Yes, but the increase is high because why? What happened within that process and what was being cut out? And as we've heard today, there are essential services that are being cut out that many of us depend on or need in our community. So it's about how we really see our priorities around how we take care of each other in this community. And it's just not about the bottom line. Somebody said, is it money spent well? I think it's 42 organizations that are receiving money, not 52, I could be wrong. But I watched the select board meetings the last few months, and I got to see the presentation of the Brat 1 team. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it did say team. And I did see a bunch of other people up at that table other than police officers. So when we talk about, we spent some extensive amount of time talking about the human services, which is at 2% or 1.8 this year, yet we are more easily ready and okay to use the police as a means to think that that is the means to care for our community. So if you do think that, and that's your opinion, they can't do it alone. And they're not doing it alone. And they've showed us that they're not doing it alone. They have teams. And those teams happen to be these human service agencies that we're talking about. So I'm really confused at how people want to keep all that money for the police when the police have to partner with all of these other organizations in order to be complete, in order to serve our town, in order to meet our needs, in order to be the community of values that we need to have. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I want to say that you also, some people talked about mission and whether this is going to really hit the bottom line of people's mission. And for the person who said that said, I don't know. That's explanation point. You don't know what you don't know. And until you're in that situation, until you're impacted and know, as a person who is, again, I've made these statements in the past, I am born and raised here, have lived here all my life. I have 4 generations here. I moved my parents back here to care for them. Then there's myself, there's my children, and there's my grandchildren are here. There are so many of these services through our multi-generational needs that we will need to, or in the future, have to access. And I stated last year, I think out of the 40-something service agencies, I think I personally have serviced like 27 of them in my life. And so I just want to really remind people, and again, just draw that connection between the police and human services. The police do not do it alone. So the amount of money that we're investing in the police, offsetting the human services, is wrong, I believe, and goes against the values of the community and doesn't do service to us and does not keep us safe.
Representative Wessel.
Tim Wessel, District 9. Something new, a new argument. I wanted to refer back to something that was said about the Finance Committee's report. I find it to be excellent. It's in no way random because the communities that are compared here are the closest to Brattleboro in population. And by my eye, when I look at all these communities, I believe they also have professionalized fire and professionalized police. And that's a very important apples to apples comparison. Now we're looking at South Burlington, 0.03%. We're looking at Milton, 0%. We're looking at Essex Junction at 0%. When you average all of these 8 communities, not including Brattleboro, we have an average of 0.5% contributed to human services as their allocation. Now, the need is always going to be there. And I'm sad to say that I would predict that the need is going to continue, and my son is going to be paying for the need as well. This is about the role of municipal government. What are we here to do? What is our mandate to do as representatives of the taxpayers of this town? And we're talking about a situation where we are the most generous by far of these compared, and I'm sure it's statewide, and yet we are at the lowest income per household, median income. So the very poorest taxpayer community is being asked to contribute the most of all these communities. And I think there's something wrong with anybody who wants to vote down a budget. I voted for this budget, wasn't happy about it, but this body voted down this budget. And now a lot of those same people, as Peter pointed out, are going to increase, are voting to increase 2%. Well, the way percentages work is that 2% or 1%, which is what I'm going to be voting for, not the 0.5, because I think that would be a little too harsh on our agencies that work very hard and depend on the money to some extent. But I'm going to vote for 1% because it goes up every year. The budgets go up every year. Percentages track the budget. So I would encourage people to bring it under 2% and join me at 1.
Representative Dolan.
Representative Dolan, District 8. I just want to remind everyone that I believe we're discussing a percentage of the overall budget. We're not discussing how much we're going to raise our budget by. We're talking about a percentage of the overall budget. And I really appreciate all the salient points that everyone's made. I would like to lend my personal insight about this, which is that over the last years, I've written a lot of grant proposals, and I've worked with federal funding, worked with NGOs, tribal government, and the federal transition with the freezes to multiple federal agencies has already affected the organizations that I work with, already affected me. I'm already without a job. Before I was without a job, I already depended on multiple of these human services organizations, even as a working professional in Brattleboro. And now I will depend on more. So I would like to encourage people to keep in mind the fact that the economy, we have to think in a scalar way right now. The federal scale is affecting the state scale, and the state is affecting municipal. And what the amounts of money and sources of money that each of these organizations has access to has recently radically changed and decreased. And so I will be voting in favor of 2% or even more of our total budget to keep in mind that we need to keep these services going in light of how the federal transition has affected our local economy. I also very quickly want to say I deeply appreciate what Representative Davis said about we need to start engaging with the state more. And I appreciate Treasurer Pichek giving us the opportunity to engage with the state. I think our town needs to be the beneficiary of more state monies for some of these things. Thanks.
Representative Meese.
I really appreciated a piece of a data point that was brought up earlier in this conversation about the gross receipts of the various different nonprofits and human services agencies. I think that was some hundreds of millions of dollars. Is that correct? So that's a lot of money that is ultimately coming into our community through these organizations, and we're spending some 200-fold less than that to allow those organizations to leverage. They leverage that money that we give them from this community to get those larger funds that ultimately come back into this community from outside. So just from it's been described in one instance. Sometimes it's possible for these organizations to use human services funding to seek further grants. They can also, just by demonstrating their work in the community and the support that they get from this community and from an elected body in particular, that they're actually doing work that is valued by that community, and so that allows them to leverage and get more more funding from outside. And so, yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars coming into this community seems like a pretty good return on investment, and I think that we should be, at least doing 2%, if not more.
Representative Mnuchin.
Abby Mnuchin, District 8. I will also be voting for 2% or more, depending on when and how we vote. I wanted to speak to a few things. One is an expression about how rising seas lift all boats. And in this case, the rising seas being human services that are offered in our community will help, by providing these services, it will help to uplift all members of our community by helping to meet basic needs for more people. It will only do all of us good. I also want to discourage us from comparing ourselves to other towns. As a parent, I feel like this is a lesson I learn again and again and again, but comparison is not actually always useful. We don't live in those other towns. And in this case, we're being asked to decide what we want to do as Brattleboro and what our values are and how we want to invest our money. So comparing ourselves to what other towns do doesn't actually feel very useful. There are all sorts of reasons why we don't live in those towns. We live here. And so I don't think that it is a good use of our time to go through other lists of Vermont towns and say why, or like speculate on why they give certain amounts. We're here to make decisions for Brattleboro. And then I also want to just point out that in terms of why human services, if we rejected the budget, again, 2% means there's 98% left of the budget that we may have strong feelings about. This is a small portion. And as such, its impact on the taxes is actually fairly small. So for every, I believe it's, if you have a house valued at $100,000, it's approximately $70 for the year. And, oh, thank you. Thank you. $70 would be the median value based on homes in Brattleboro, but if it was $100,000, it would actually only be $39 a year. And as the town attorney said, people right now are not leaving Brattleboro because they can't pay their taxes. And so in this instance, it's a small portion of the taxes that we're paying. Thank you.
Representative Miskovich.
Hi, Craig Miskovich, District 7. My attempts at humor often fail. Let's put the R back in RTM. We have a data point. We never do. We have a very accurate data point. We went to the voters of this community, people who have those $100,000 homes, those people who are paying these taxes, and they said by a clear majority, less than 2%. I understand all of the reasons why we might do more than 2%. I understand all of the reasons we might do less. But we have, the voters of this community have told us how much they want to pay for this line item. And I am going to respect that, and I am going to vote between 1% and 2%, which is the clear majority of the voters and the taxpayers of this community. Thank you.
Select Member Case.
So again, we are just, I can't call the question from up here. This is your meeting, this is up to you. But we are talking about the same number over and over again. So I'm in favor of taking this thing to a vote and dealing with what we have. So I'm just asking a member of this to call the question once again so we can get to a place where we can finally vote on this number.
Representative Smith. We have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? There's a second. Ferranti. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. and you've ceased debate on Article, I don't know, 13. It's the moderator's observation based upon the tenor of the discussion that the vote will be first on 2%, which is the number that is way most likely to be approved based upon all the discussion. We'll then go to outliers, 0 and 3, and then we'll go to 1 and see if we have a majority by then. Representative Morton.
Seven, when you presented the procedure we're following, you said that the vote would start at one extreme or the other and go sequentially through either high to low or low to high, and I just asked that that be followed.
Well, I think that the position the moderator took was that the logical order would potentially be revealed by the discussion. And I think it clearly has been revealed by the discussion based on what I've heard. And we can go through all the alternatives, but there's one number that's clearly been identified through all the discussions, and we're just going to start there based upon the moderator's discretion. So all those in favor of 2% funding, please rise. Please be seated. All those opposed to 2% funding, please rise. The ayes, well, okay, division is indicated. Oh, I'm sorry. Please rise if you're in favor of 2%. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise. I understand that. I understood what you was thinking before. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of 2% are 75. Those opposed are 48. The 2% funding for human services carries, and you've adopted, well, that now you've filled in the blank in that article. So the decision now is on Article 13 to advise the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding an FY27 budget, an amount equivalent to up to 2% of the FY26 budget. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please rise. Say aye. You can be seated. What's that? Yes. To advise the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding in FY27 budget an amount equivalent to 2% of the FY26 budget. All those opposed, please say rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 13 at 2%. So the remaining articles on the warning are simply to appoint committee members and trustees in 4 departments, and then other business. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll resume promptly at 6:26. Article 14 is to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a 1-year term. Are there nominations? Mr. Herzog? Yes.
Can we be sure we have a quorum so this doesn't get us in trouble if we don't?
The clerks are questioned if we have a quorum. I think the way to go about it is by counting, because I don't know that people have checked out. 77 is what we need. There's a boatload of people walking in, too. All right, the moderator is not in doubt at this point that there's a quorum. Particularly with the 12 people who just walked back in. All right, we're looking for nominations, please, for Article 14, the Capital Grants Review Board. George Herzog has nominated himself. Is there anyone else who wants to serve on Gary Stroud? No, Capital Grants. No, not him. Anybody want to be on Capital Grants Review Board? All right then. Well, we've got 1 nomination for the Capital Grants Review Board. We ask select person Case to make that motion. George Herzog.
I move that the following 1 person be elected to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for the term of 1 year until 2026 Representative Town Meeting, and that be George Herzog.
If we can have a friendly amendment that would give the moderator discretion to appoint a second member if anybody steps forward.
And
okay, so is that acceptable to you?
That is acceptable to me.
Is there a second? Second over here, one of the Davises. There's, I think, the younger one. It's been moved and seconded that George Herzog be elected to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting, and that the moderator be vested with authority to appoint a second representative. Any discussion? Representative Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I am not sure what the procedure is here, but I would like to nominate myself as the second member.
Oh, excellent. Very nice.
That amendment's been made.
So now we have a second nomination, Gemma Seymour. So now the motion reads to elect Gemma Seymour and George Herzog to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting. Is there any, and is that accepted by the second? Okay, Mr. Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Aye. Thank you. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. You've adopted Article 14. We're now looking for members for the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year. If somebody can remind me, please, if there's a number of committee members that's been appointed, that's been determined? No, there's no number. You want to, we have a nominations list, very nice. So we're looking for nominations from the floor for the Town Finance Committee. And Representative Cooley is recognized.
Millicent Cooley, District 9. I'd like to nominate the following for the Finance Committee. These are people, a mix of who've been on the committee this last year and new people, so welcome them all. Ernie Coughlin, Craig Miskovich, Tricia Twining.
Hold on. After Miskovich.
Tricia Twining.
Go ahead.
PJ Melton.
Go ahead.
John Lightfoot.
Yes, please.
David Levenbach. And Millicent Cooley. That should be 7 names.
That's what we got. Thank you. Are there any further nominations for the Finance Committee? Yep. All right. Are there further nominations? Select Person McLaughlin.
I would like the moderator to have the ability to appoint.
All right, thank you. Please include that in the motion. Can you read that? The moderator has discretion to appoint additional members. Yeah, good. Are there further, okay, I see, hold on. Okay, Representative Morgan.
I'd like to also nominate Eleanor Mayo to serve. She's not an RTM member, but I believe that community members are allowed to serve on this committee. Is that correct?
Yes, as I recall, Eleanor Mayo. Any further nominations? So the moderator recognizes Select Board Member Reichman for the motion, please.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting. Ernie Coughlin, Craig Miskovich, Tricia Twining, PJ Melton, John Lightfoot, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, and Eleanor Mayo.
Is there a second?
And
yep.
To further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Town Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual representative town meeting.
Is there a second? Second. Representative Ellis Thurber. It's been moved and seconded that Ernie Coughlin, Craig Miskovich, Tricia Twining, PJ Melton, John Lightfoot, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, and Eleanor Mayo be appointed to serve on the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting, and that the moderator be authorized to make additional interim appointments to the Town Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual Representative Town Meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 15 and populated the Finance Committee. We're now looking for nominations from the floor for the Human Services Review Committee. I understand that Representative Minor has a list of names.
So, past members of the Human Services Committee would like to serve again.
in alphabetical order: David Miner, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery. Huh? I'm sorry. I have a list I can give you. Or I can read it.
Yeah,
So-
if you could read it, and then we'll take the list, please.
Okay. David Miner, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery Thompson, Sarah Turbo, and Zach Wiggum.
If I could have the list, please. Are there further nominations? My recollection is that this is an 11-person committee, is that correct? Oh, yeah, we'll take more nominations. In the back here, Mr. Oxen. Thank you.
Tom Oxholm, District 8. I'd like to nominate myself.
Yes. 11 members. And just so you're clear, the method of voting will be, we will go through the list. If there's more candidates than there are slots, we're just going to go through the list in the order that they were nominated. Representative Arroyo?
Alyssa Arroyo, District 9. I would like to nominate myself. Thank you.
Representative DeLesny?
Jessica DeLesny, District 7. I would like to nominate fellow district member Ruth Houle.
Representative Stroud? 10 now.
I'd like to, Gary Stroud, District 8, I'd like to nominate Jessica Dolan. Guerrero.
We now have 12 nominations. Is there any further? Representative, sorry. Silbert.
I'd like to nominate Henry Barker, who's not an RTM member. Henry Barker, D7. Not an RTM member.
Henry Barker. Any further nominations? Representative Ellis Thurber.
Amanda Ellis Thurber, District 7. I didn't ask him first, but I'd like to nominate Chris Chapman.
Christopher Chapman. Is that Thompson? Representative Thompson, do I have that right? No, Tom. Joe Lund. Representative.
Joe Lum, District 9. I'd like to represent Apple Sullivan.
What was the Apple Sullivan? Any further nominations? Representative Gray.
Megan Gray, District 9. I'd like to nominate myself.
Megan Gray. Okay. Any further nominations? Okay, so the slate of candidates: David Miner, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Amy Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxhold, Alyssa Arroyo, Ruth Houle, Jessica Dolan, Grace Guerrero, Henry Barker, Christopher Chapman, Apple Sullivan, Megan Gray. Under the rules, we're going to go through each one, and we're going to ask whether there's a majority for each one of those until we get to 11, and then the voting will be concluded. Yep. So we're going to go through the names one at a time. We're going to vote for each one, and we're going to go through the names until we have 11 people who've got a majority of voters in the order in which they were nominated. Repeat the names. David Minor, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxhold, Alyssa Arroyo, Ruth Houle, Jessica Dolan, Grace Guerrero, Henry Barker, Christopher Chapman, Apple Sullivan, Megan Gray. All those in favor of David Minor, please rise. Say aye.
Aye.
Please be seated. All those opposed, rise and say nay. All right, David Minor's got a majority of votes. He's a member of the committee. Robin Morgan. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Robin Morgan is appointed. Tara O'Brien. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Tara O'Brien is appointed. All those in favor of Trevor Stannis, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Trevor Stannis got a majority. All those in favor of Avery Thompson, please rise and say aye. Thank you. All you can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Avery Thompson is appointed. All those in favor of Sarah Turbo, please rise and say aye. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Sarah Turbo was appointed. All those in favor of Zach Wiggum, please rise and say aye. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Zach Wiggum is appointed. All those in favor of Tom Oxhold, please rise and say aye. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Mr. Oxhold is, Representative Oxhold is appointed. All those in favor of Alyssa Arroyo, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. There's a division on that one. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Wait till you count it. We'll don't have to say it again. Rise and remain standing until you're counted. You can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say, please just rise. Votes are 41 in favor and 29 opposed. Representative Arroyo is appointed. Ruth Houle, all those in favor, please rise. Say aye. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. Ruth Houle is not appointed. Jessica Dolan. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. Jessica Dolan is appointed. 2, 4, 6, 8. Grace Guerrero. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Yep. Guerra. All right. That's what I thought. Guerra. All those opposed, you can be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. All right. And so Representative Guerra is appointed. So you've appointed the following members of the Human Services Committee, or nominated the members of the Human Services Committee: David Minor, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Amy Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxhold, Alyssa Arroyo, Jessica Dolan, and Grace Guerra. If we can have a motion to that effect, I can give the names to select members.
I have my little list. Yeah.
Avery, I'm sorry, that's you're right. Sorry, what do I keep saying?
I got it.
Amy, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I move that the following 11 people be appointed to serve on the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting: David Minor, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxholm, Alyssa Arroyo, Jessica Dolan, Grace Guerra. And if you want discretion to fill those seats if they become empty.
I think that'd be a good thing in case
Here you
there's
go.
a drop and discretion. And so that motion, is there a second? Second from Representative Fallion. It's been moved and seconded that David Minor, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxholm, Alyssa Arroyo, Jessica Dolan, and Grace Guerra be appointed to serve on the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2026 Representative Town Meeting, and that the moderator have the authority to appoint replacement members if necessary. Is there any discussion? Representative Davis.
I just have a process question for the moderator, which is, I guess I understood the process for taking those nominations and fitting them into the allotted spots, but hypothetically in future years, now that I'm not trying to relitigate this now, but could there be a different process other than just kind of that where we end up getting to vote on all of the people as opposed to just the first 11 until we get... Anyway, it was just odd to me.
During the last break, not the last break, the break before last, was busy dealing with one procedural issue and asked the town attorney to confirm the process for appointing committee members when there's more candidates than slots. And that was the process that I was advised, that the moderator was advised by the town attorney. It is possible that there might be another procedure available, and I'll have to study up on that before next town meeting if I'm still moderator.
Fair enough. Thank you, David.
And I promise to do that. I'll try to remember. Representative Melton.
Hi, Representative Melton, District 7. I wanted to ask this during the nomination period, but got sidetracked, I guess. I would like to know if anybody who is currently on the slate of nominees believes that the town should not fund any human service agencies. Just, if it's a yes, please just stand up and say so. Is that okay to ask?
Well, I think that we already made the nominations, so I'm not sure that it's, I mean, I'll inquire, and the moderator will inquire, but Yes. Right. I understand. All right. There are other points of order. Wait a second, please. Representative Hart, is there a point of order?
Christine Hart, District 7. This actually brings up a concern and a question that I have, and it maybe is more for the Charter Review Committee than this body. But we're voting for these people. I don't know any of them. I mean, I know David Minor, and that's it. I don't know, who they work for. I don't know anything about them. And yet, here I am asked to vote for them. I think town meeting has to have a process by which we vet people for any of these committees and have some information on them. I don't think that it's appropriate to ask people, do you vote against the human service budget? But I do think it's fair to ask, do you work for a human service agency? And at least know that information. Know how long they've lived in town. I don't know. I'll just stop talking. But I think we need to have a much better process for vetting the people that we are electing.
In years past, I don't recall a circumstance where we've had more candidates than slots. The moderator is prepared to ask each of the people who have been nominated to approach the microphone and speak briefly, like maybe for a minute, about who they are and why they want to serve on this committee. I have no concern about that if that's the preference of the body. Okay. Representative Davis.
Robert's Rules does comment on forming the composition of committees, and the relevant parts. When a committee is appointed to implement an order of the Assembly, which may be what this is, it should consist of only those in favor of the action to be carried out. If anyone not in sympathy with the action is appointed, they should be excused. When a committee is appointed for deliberation or investigation, it should represent many different points of view. So I believe that this is, we're selecting this committee to do a function, to carry out an order of the Assembly to come forward with a budget for spending the amount of money we've recommended. So it should be, according to Robert's Rules, composed of people in sympathy with the action required. Thank you.
Moderator's not sure that he's in agreement with that interpretation. This is to review and analyze. But really the question before the body is whether you want to hear from each of the candidates who's present. Is that the preference of the body at this point, to hear from the candidates who are present? We do. Nevertheless, you have an opportunity to hear from them, potentially. Representative Arroyo?
Of your time. My name is Alyssa Arroyo. I've lived in Brattleboro for the past 11 years. I moved up here from Springfield, Massachusetts. I am currently a safety coordinator at Timken in Keene, and prior to that, I worked in the dental field for a number of years. I have always worked with people and for people, and I thank you for allowing me to be a part of this team.
Thank you. Anybody else who has been nominated who wants to approach and speak to their candidacy? I understand. It's anybody who's here. Representative Oxholm.
My name is Tom Oxholm, District 8. I'm a lifelong nonprofit executive and fundraiser. 27 of those years within Windham County at different nonprofits. I think I bring a certain objectivity and creativeness in terms of how fundraising works as well as nonprofit accounting.
Thank you. Anybody else who's been, Representative Morgan?
I did not come up to introduce myself, but I will just say briefly, in case you don't know me, I am a mom. I have 3 kids. I teach music classes and lessons. I don't work for any nonprofits. My husband works in a different state. I don't have any thing to gain financially from serving on this committee. But the thing I wanted to say was that I would suggest that if there is in future years more people that want to serve on this committee than 11, that we could use the same process that we use for our caucuses when there's more people that want to caucus in than there are spots, which is that we give each candidate an equal amount of time, a short amount, like, 30 seconds or 1 minute to introduce themselves, and then everybody writes down the 11 names they want, and then we give the clerks a moment to tally up the totals and tell us who got the highest so that we don't have to be limited by what order the nominations were made. Thank you.
Yes, the moderator is committed to reviewing the procedures before the next meeting, if I'm still moderator. Yes, Representative Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I just would like to point out that Robert's rules clearly state here that Vermont law prohibits reconsidering a decided motion once a new motion has been introduced. And I believe that we are under that condition right now, that nominations were made from the floor, votes were taken, and that motion was passed. And the new motion is now, do we vote on the slate?
That's correct, and Representative Hart has requested some additional information about the people that they'd be voting for, and it certainly seems appropriate to have people who are in attendance, who are up for election, speak to who they are and why they want to participate, if they so choose. We're not reconsidering
I
the
absolutely
nominations.
sympathize with that, but people were given an opportunity to comment on the nominations. As far as I recall, we may have to refer to the minutes to see if whether or not that actually took place. But regardless, the nominations were passed, and we are now under consideration of Vermont law that we cannot reconsider those nominations, I believe. Thank you. I yield my time.
The point of order doesn't call for stopping the discussion at this point. Representative Guerra.
Grace Guerra, District 8. I don't like speaking in public, but I am excited to bring a different perspective to the Human Resources Committee. I feel measured, and I'm curious about the process.
Thank you. Representative Linton.
Sheila Linton, District 9. I think I'm trying to ask a question of process, and I heard that you're going to look into that, but I feel very uncomfortable with the inequity that this process created. I wanted to vote for somebody that we didn't even get a chance to be within the 11. And so it creates an inequity of who we're even allowed to vote for. So I agree with some of the opinions that we should be able to have all the candidates that are nominated be able to be voted on. And so I don't know if I can make a friendly amendment or if we can switch that to actually do that. And Gemma, I hear you, but I'm just feeling really uncomfortable with the inequity this has created in this voting process specifically. And so I would like to offer a friendly amendment to actually hear all the candidates and us be able to vote on all the candidates that were suggested for nomination. I don't think it's fair that whoever you call on first gets to have the first opportunities. That's just not okay.
The nomination process was identified and articulated. It was based upon the advice provided by the town attorney, consistent with Robert's Rules of Order. So the nomination process was fully consistent with the governing process. I understand, the moderator understands that there's a concern about some candidates not having received a vote, and has committed to reviewing that voting process to see if there's another mechanism to do that next year, but the nominations on this one have closed. So that's, I understand that's point of order, but, or a request for an amendment, but that would be out of order. You should come to the mic, Doc. Representative Copans.
Stuart Copans, District 9. Would it be possible to keep a list of the other nominees who were not voted on, and if an opening occurred because someone resigned or dropped off the committee, offer the positions to them first?
Yes, I am keeping that list. Moderator's keeping that list, and they're in the minutes. Representative Gossage.
I am going, Representative Gossage, District 9. I plan to vote no on this slate, only because the two people I most wanted to vote for were at the end of the list, and I think that this vote was not done correctly.
Further discussion, or anybody else who's been nominated, who's currently up for election, want to speak to their nomination? Representative Meese.
Farm East District 9, sort of along the lines of Representative Copan's suggestion. I was wondering if it might be in order to open up voting for alternates among those who have put their names forward or have been nominated.
I don't think that these are closed meetings, so anybody could be in attendance, but there's no mechanism at this point for voting for alternates. There's a designated number of slots, but that was determined actually by town meeting in the past. Further discussion? Representative Gray.
Thank you. I own that I may have missed out on knowing before the process just happened that that's how the process would happen. So I own that. I want to express solidarity for people saying that it would be beneficial to have a list of candidates rather than which has happened. I also want to promote the idea of diversity, ability to promote diversity on committees, and only through knowing who's going to be nominated, who nominates themselves, can we have that option, rather than having the cap met and then people still left over. And the last thing I want to say is I don't have a personal, even though I voted for myself, I am okay with not being on the committee. So that's not my motivation. I'm truly motivated by a sense that that process wasn't the most equitable. Thank you.
Any further comments? Representative Leslie.
Jessica DeLesney, District 7. I have two questions, moderator. The first question is, could you clarify the number of people on the slate to begin with?
Initially?
Correct.
Total? I count 16.
My second question as a follow-up to that is, could there be on a temporary basis a motion to allow all members to be voted into that committee for time's sake? And is that in the charter that we are capped at 11? Is there any policy in place that says that we cannot adjust that number?
The moderator does not recall the exact mechanism by which the 11-member, the number 11 was set. I believe it was by formal action of the town meeting. So the town meeting previously took binding action to make the committee 11 members, and in order to change that, it'd have to be a binding article warned.
Understood. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Seymour.
To clarify my earlier point, I would like to state that if it is your consideration that we are not bound by Vermont law at this point, I would move that we reconsider the nominations so that all nominees present have a chance to speak.
A motion to reconsider, if seconded, would be appropriate at this point, but the nomination process complied with Robert's rules, and so the moderator's position is that there's nothing out of order about the current motion that's on the table. So if there's a second to the motion to reconsider, then that can be voted on, but we'll use the same process for the nominations because that's what Robert's Rules calls for. I've committed to reviewing that to see if there are alternate methods for next year. Is there a second to that motion to reconsider? Seeing none, is there any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, all those in favor of electing David Minor, Robin Morgan, Tara O'Brien, Trevor Stannis, Avery Thompson, Sarah Turbo, Zach Wiggum, Tom Oxholm, Alyssa Arroyo, Jessica Dolan, and Grace Guerra as members of the Human Services Review Committee, and authorizing the moderator to make interim appointments if necessary, please rise and say aye. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 16. Article 17 is to elect 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library. I think we need one more nomination. Is there anybody besides Nikki Holland, Joyce Sullivan, and Ann Verilli who seeks to serve on the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees? Ms. Ferranti, Representative Ferranti. Microphone.
Bob Ferranti, District 9. I would nominate myself.
Robert Ferranti is nominated as well. Representative O'Connor.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, District 9. I'm actually on the Brooks Memorial Library Board, and I would like to nominate Jenny Rowe, with no disrespect to you.
Robert Ferranti and Jenny Rowe. Any further nominations? Is Jenny Rowe here? Is that? What was that? I understand. Are there any further nominations? Star. Head Librarian, Latronica.
Thank you so much, and I'm always so grateful that people want to contribute to the library. The library does have an extensive method of recruiting applicants for the board, and then we go through a rigorous a rigorous application process and interview process, and then we chose from the 7 applicants we had this year, and the nominating committee put forth Jenny Rowe's name. So, and we're really grateful to Bob because he is an amazing member of our technology committee.
All right, Mr. Ferranti courteously withdraws. Thank you for your interest. We're ready for a motion on Article 17. Select Board Member McLaughlin is recognized.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library for a 3-year term from 2025 to 2028. Nikki Holland, Joyce Sullivan, and Anne Verrilli, and that Representative Jenny Rowe be appointed for a 1-year term from 2025 to 2026.
Is there a second? Representative Carville. It's been moved and seconded that Nikki Holland, Joyce Sullivan, and Anne Verrilli be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees of the Brooks Memorial Library for a 3-year term from 2025 to 2028, and that Jenny Rowe be appointed for a 1-year term from 2025 to 2026. Any discussion? That's okay. I like points of order.
Through your nomination, and all I'm saying is that the way it reads in the charter is that persons can be nominated by the Select Board and by the Board of Library Trustees and from the floor of annual representative town meeting. So if you wanted to keep your nomination in, we would go through the process of voting on the 2 nominations from the floor. If you're withdrawing, there's no problem. We have 1 person.
I understood
Okay.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
But
I
thank
just
you.
wanted, in
Thanks
all
for the point of
fairness,
order.
to put that out there.
Is there any discussion? Representative Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I just want to state for the record that it was my intention to nominate myself for the library trustee position that was open to be nominated from the floor. But after speaking with head librarian Starla Tronica after the informational meeting, she informed me of the previous process of vetting. And so I would just like to announce my intention to enter that vetting process for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to you participating in that process. Any further discussion? All right, the motion is to appoint Nikki Holland, Joyce Sullivan, and Anne Verrilli for a 3-year term on the Board of Trustees of the Brooks Memorial Library from 2025 to 2028, and Jenny Rowe for a 1-year term from 2025 to 2026. All those in favor, please rise and say aye. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise and say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 17. Article 18 is to transact any other business that may lawfully come before the meeting. The moderator recognizes Select Board Member Case.
Thank you. So we want to give a commendation of service to Lenny Howard, an appreciation to Leonard for his 36 years of cumulative service to the town of Brattleboro. We extend our sincerest gratitude for his outstanding dedication and commitment to the community.
By acclamation. It's on the plaque. You'll get it. The moderator recognizes Select Board Chair Quip.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I hate reading from like a script. I'd much rather do it off the cuff, but I was not allowed to. Okay, this is all about our buddy over there, Patrick Morland. So I'd like to offer some remarks of appreciation for departing Assistant Town Manager Patrick Morland. Patrick has served the town for almost 15 years, His career with the town started immediately after Tropical Storm Irene, and Patrick has seen the town through many challenging times since then. Patrick has been instrumental in a variety of projects over the years. Notable ones include shepherding the development of a new train station in partnership with Amtrak, and the role that he played in the development of the new Hinsdale Bridge. Patrick has also offered consistent leadership in ongoing town operations such as solid waste, the parking program, federal grant funds for housing and economic development, and budget development. Patrick's support to several town managers and numerous select board members can be characterized as calm, clear, and informative. His style of leadership is down to earth and thoughtful, with town government and politics often involving a great deal of surprises, especially in the world of hybrid meetings. Patrick's ability to roll with the punches has served us all well. I hope that you will join me in wishing Patrick well in his new role at DV Fiber and thank him for his service to our community.
I need to text for Hillary. Send it. Yeah, his text. Select Board Member McLaughlin.
I rise to commend Select Board Member Richard Davis for his service, and I'd like him to come up. Thank you very much, Richard, for your service. Thank you. I also wish to congratulate and convey our appreciation to Franz Reichman for his 2 years of service on the Select Board. Franz? I have a few things to say about our chair, Daniel Quipp. And I'm old school, so there'll be some whereases here. Whereas Daniel Quipp began his service on the Brattleboro Select Board in 2019 and has now completed 6 years of dedicated public service during a period marked by extraordinary challenges and change. And whereas serving on the Select Board is an act of commitment, judgment, and resilience, Daniel's tenure has been all of that and more. I have had the privilege of serving alongside him. While we have not always agreed, our collegial and constructive relationship stands as an example of how differing perspectives can come together in service of a common good. Together, we have worked for the betterment of Brattleboro, and Daniel's thoughtful presence has always contributed meaningfully to that effort. Whereas Daniel has consistently brought an earnest and principled approach to decision-making, his intelligence and dedication to good governance have helped guide our work. He is deeply committed to ensuring that the decisions of the Select Board are made transparently with public engagement at their core. Whether clarifying complex matters or facilitating inclusive discussion, Daniel has been an articulate, respectful, and effective voice, ever the well-spoken former English teacher. Whereas as chairperson, Daniel has led with clarity, fairness, and inclusivity, ensuring his colleagues are informed and heard. He has championed environmental responsibility, social equity, and responsive local government, from climate action to community services to everyday concerns like potholes. Daniel's commitment to the people of Brattleboro is unwavering, and his leadership has left a lasting mark. And whereas Daniel Quip has worked tirelessly and in good faith for the benefit of our town throughout his 6 years of service. Now, therefore, I commend Daniel for his remarkable contributions, thank him for his dedicated service, and invite all of us to express our appreciation and heartfelt gratitude for all he has done and will continue to do for the town of Brattleboro. Daniel.
Moderator being in doubt whether there's a quorum, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move.
Motion to adjourn, second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much for your work today.